Epic Fantasy, Sword of the Elves, The Elven Saga, Book 1 of 4, by Emmanuel Finn, narrated by Tim McKiernan.
1. Ashes to ashes. No! He wakes up with an agonizing scream, tearing apart, as it were, the heavens above him. How did this bloody massacre happen? Wasn't there anything they could have done to prevent the tragedy? Visus sits on a giant rock, contemplating the events which took place. His pants are worn, his shirts are somewhat ripped, but his blue headband still waves in the wind as if untouched. He pulls it tighter on his head, and his dark blonde hair preventing it from blowing away. As he lets his gaze wander over the sight of burning village homes and slowly rotting elven corpses, he is still in shock, in a state of mind with which he attempts to grasp the meaning of all this. Lamenting the loss of valuable lives, he moves around, nervously, but for some reason, he has no desire to leave his comfortable, steady rock. The grim atmosphere reminds him of nothing he has ever experienced before. Never has a disaster like this come upon his path. Horrific scenes still haunt his mind as he slowly loses his sense of time and location. The sight of suffering elves flashes through his mind like a comet through the sky. He screams in mental agony, as if post-traumatic energy tries to exit his body rapidly. Then he calms down. He looks around, quietly taking it all in. Through the toxic fumes, the ashes, and the vapors of smoke, a shady figure emerges. Visus looks up. "Huh?" he utters. The figure seems to be wearing a hat and a long cape or mantle. He or she is holding a stick or rod of some sort. At least this is what Visus thinks he is seeing. An attempt to regain his strength is to no avail. He recaptures the vision of the emerging personage, but passes out before he can make any sense out of his perception. Gone. He is gone, dreaming away about something he won't remember. Time elapses. Visus wakes up. After he opens his eyes, he lifts himself up from the debris on which he passed out. It is like something heavy is pushing down on him. He is fatigued. He can sense it. He soon realizes where he is. His head is hurting severely. "I need to get out of here," he mumbles to himself. "There is nothing left to do. What's done is done." He grabs his sword in his knapsack and stretches a minute or two, looking completely relaxed, but feeling anxious inside. He looks at the scratches he got in the battle. Fortunately, no big deal. Easy to patch up. One cut in particular hurts a little, but Visus has always been tough. Never quick to make a fuss. It's just pain. Nothing more. One last time he strolls through what remains of Wrensville, his hometown, as sorrow fills his soul. He watches the ashes of the houses that turned into rubble, the charred remnants of a church, destroyed yards and crops, fragments of a school building, and a fallen statue at the front end of town. While receiving flashbacks of the gruesome slaughter he witnessed, he tells himself it would be better to avoid looking at the maimed carcasses on the side of the road. He doesn't want to remind himself, over and over again, of the ghastly scenes which occurred here, in his hometown. He already checked before if there were any survivors. Oddly enough, it seems like he is the only one. As he hobbles through the streets and steps over unknown used-to-be objects, he keeps getting a clear vision of the two things he mourns over the most. The death of his parents, something that, hopefully, time will heal, and Silana, the victimized girl of his dreams. The last time he saw her, she was being pulled away, far from the ongoing battles and destructive forces that left their village in ruins. At this moment, he cannot fathom what happened to her exactly. All he knows is that things went out of control when they were separated. It all happened so fast. His memory is trying to bring back bits and pieces, but the vision is so vague that every attempt appears to be a waste of time and energy. Thesis can't put her out of his head, and he doesn't want to. He accelerates his pace and starts heading towards the mountains. Birds are chirping, but they seem incompetent of adding anything positive to the environment. Thesis is broken, and his spirit is shattered. Temporarily, at least. After a while, slowly, the thought of his Solana strengthens his determination. This is not the last of it, he says as he takes bigger steps. Thesis has always been the resolute type, focused on his goals and never wavering when things get in the way. He has the age of a rookie, but the heart of a veteran warrior. At age 18, now 3 years ago, this blonde elf's father taught him to wield the sword. His combat techniques and sharpness of mind have improved ever since, which makes him a fearsome elf warrior. However, after the recent carnage in his hometown, his confidence in his abilities is being tested severely. He was powerless, too weak and feeble to avert the catastrophe, or rescue anyone from impending doom. He hates himself for that. If only he had done more. He shakes his head and reminds himself that reflecting on the blood and horror before his blackout only slows him down. He is going to find a solution, even though at this moment he is not certain as to how. He holds back his tears when he thinks of his deceased parents, wishing they would be there to give him some wise counsel or reassure him that he can get his girl back. But they are gone. It will take time to overcome the loss of his caretakers and process the trauma in his mind. For now, though, Thesis decides to shove it aside. No time to stand still or live in the past, he tells himself, not entirely convinced of his own encouraging phrase. "Hello, young man," a voice comes out of nowhere. Thesis turns around. He sees an old elven woman standing about 20 feet away from him, leaning on a boulder. "Who are you?" Thesis asks. "The question is, who are you?" the old woman responds. "I've never seen a whole village burned to the ground with only one survivor. Seems a little strange, doesn't it?" "Well, I don't know. It is just how it happened. You're not implying that I conspired with the enemy, are you? Didn't you see me fighting against them out there?" "Oh, no, I didn't mean that," she says. "Quite the opposite, actually. The fact that you're alive and the other ones are dead might imply how special you are." Thesis has to think for a minute. She may be right, but then again, perhaps it is just a coincidence. You can't look too much into it. It could have been random selection. "Don't you think you are?" the woman asks as she observes the doubts on his face. "Maybe. I just don't want to claim there is a pattern or meaning to it. I felt the mayhem in there. What happened was awful. How could there be any significance to all of this?" Thesis says. "I don't know exactly," the woman replies, "but I have a feeling you'll find out soon enough." "Yeah. Hey, you survived, didn't you? How come you didn't get killed?" Thesis asks. "Oh, I don't live there," the woman says. "I live over there. See?" She points at an old, decayed cottage up in the mountains, with an enormous barn, an acre and a fence, and a dozen sheep and cows. The farm doesn't look like much, but it is located far enough from the destroyed village to be out of sight, and still close enough for the woman to be aware of anything happening in the surrounding area. "Do you live there by yourself?" Thesis asks. "Of course. My husband passed away, but I am as happy as a water nymph. I know I will see him again, and you should be happy too. Things happen for a reason."
"I am not so sure about that," Visas responds. "The village is lost. Everyone is dead. I couldn't save anyone. I was completely defenseless, which caused my parents to die and me to lose track of Solana, the love of my life. I don't even remember what happened to her. Everything happened so fast that my memory is completely in fragments. What could be the reason for that?"
"I wish I had all the answers," the old elven woman says. "I hope you'll find her someday. But for now, how about some food? I can feed you and let you stay over for a little while. You look exhausted."
Visas gladly accepts the invitation.
"Come, follow me up the hill,"
the old elven lady says. Visas follows her, and he is surprised at how fast she is. As they approach the house, Visas notices the indigenous circumstances in which she lives. The clothes she is wearing seem worn and tattered in the first place, but the rest of the place looks like it has been abandoned for years. The roof is missing a few shingles. The haystack is a mess. The sheep look hungry and neglected. One of the windows is cracked, and the diagonally leaning fence lacks a few nails. It makes sense. An old lady probably doesn't have the strength to do much around the house or the yard. And as Visas enters the house and sees the same poverty reflected in her furniture, he is moved by her generosity. "Thank you so much," he says.
Now, it is the least I can do. Just sit down, I will fix you some supper."
Visas sits down and observes the elven woman as she moves towards the kitchen and prepares a bowl of hot soup for him. Then, a sword and axe on the wall catch his eye, as well as a bow with arrows. Strange. "Where did you get the weapons?" he asks the woman bluntly.
"Oh, well, you never know when you may have to defend yourself from those villagers," she stammers. "There were quite a few horrors going on over there before it was destroyed. Better safe than sorry, I guess."
Visas knows what she is talking about. It wasn't exactly paradise in that town. It's stuff he rather forgets sometimes.
"So, where are you headed next?"
she asks as she serves him his meal. "I was planning on going to the Crystal City," Visas says. "I am sure I can find some help there. You know, I would do anything to find Solana. But I have no clue where to look. Maybe in the city I will find some answers."
"I am sure you will, dear. Now drink your soup and I will make the bed."
What a nice old woman. Visas feels obligated to do something back for her, but everything that happened drained his energy. He fights his fatigue for a few minutes and falls asleep. He wakes up and runs to the kitchen, scavenging for cups and bottles. He didn't realize before how thirsty he was after the village fire and the tiring hike up the mountains. After quickly filling up 4 cups of water and drinking them within seconds, he takes a look around. Where did the old lady go? She must still be asleep. Visas weighs his options. He wants to keep moving, but he can't just leave her without giving something back. Her hospitality has been amazing, so he decides to help around a little. Visas walks to the barn and finds all the tools he needs. With the little home improvement skills that he has, he fixes the fence, adds a couple of shingles on the roof, feeds the sheep, and cleans up the front yard. Then he pulls weeds for an hour.
"Ah, you're so kind,"
the old woman says as she steps out of the house. "You're very welcome. I am almost done. Sorry I can't do more, but I think it's best for me to keep moving."
"I understand," she says. "I wish you luck on your journey."
As they separate, Visas looks back one more time and sees the old woman waving at him enthusiastically. He has renewed energy to begin his long journey through the mountain range. Although he doesn't have a map,
He knows exactly how to get to the Crystal City. His father was a merchant, so every once in a while Visus was allowed to come along and learn more about his business. Again, the thought of his parents is too much for him at the moment. He wants to focus on his goal to reach the city. The path to the Crystal City is long but safe. Nothing to worry, just flowing creeks, beautiful flowers, towering trees, and majestic mountains. The picturesque colors of the meadows help paint a landscape beyond someone's wildest, paradisical imaginations. Despite the tragedies in the back of his mind, Visus is enjoying his nature hike as he takes big steps to get closer to his desired destination. After a 6-hour hike, Visus decides to take a rest. He takes off his knapsack and sits down against a sycamore tree. He snacks on a piece of bread in his backpack and takes a sip from a bottle of water. After 10 minutes, it starts to rain. It starts with a light drizzle. A thick fog covers the sky, creating a dense blanket of tiny drops in the air. No point in going on now, Visus thinks out loud. I wouldn't even be able to see the path anymore. Visus puts on a coat from his bag and stays seated under the sycamore tree. It doesn't take long until he starts becoming a little restless. His patience is currently not at its best. He realizes that. There is no doubt this is caused by the battle in Wrensville and the sudden disappearance of his beloved girl. More than anything, he just wants to reach Crystal City, but the mist is just too thick, so it's difficult to go anywhere without getting lost. Suddenly, Visus spots a light in the distance. Since he can't see more than a few feet in front of him, he doesn't feel like heading over there. But the same mysterious, shady figure with the hat and the stick he saw in his hometown seems to manifest itself in the distance, holding the light. Has someone been following him? The thought is making Visus a little uncomfortable. He is not exactly in the mood to fight off a bunch of robbers or deal with an annoying trafficker. He grabs his sword, just in case, but after a couple of minutes, the shadow vanishes. The figure is gone, and nothing else happens. The fog continues and Visus gets ready for the night. He assumes the next day will be more visible. That night, as he falls asleep, he keeps his weapon within reaching distance. The next morning, Visus wakes up by the sound of a large, black crow. The noise startles him. He jumps up and looks around. Nothing. The fog has faded. Visibility is back. But then he discovers that his sword is missing. Hey, where did it go? Many elves in Visus' hometown viewed swords as mere pieces of scrap metal that did the job of guarding the village, defending themselves against a greedy neighbor, or slaughtering a few animals for lunch. But Visus' sword is an heirloom. He inherited it from his father, who bought it from an extraordinary blacksmith who said it was most valuable. It is elaborately decorated with patterns, symbols, and other details. The blade is sharp, the handle easy to wield, and the metal is more durable and sturdier than any other sword he has ever seen. He cherishes the fact that his father gave it to him, as well as the intense sharpness and beauty of the blade. In other words, he wants it back. He listens carefully, trying to hear any sound that could even remotely indicate another stranger or animal. He knows he put it right next to him before he fell asleep, so somebody must have taken it. There is no other way. After a few minutes, he hears giggles. It sounds like a young girl, but in an eerie way. It's not natural. The creepy laughter seems to cut through his very being, as if its echoes are part of some icy breeze coming at him. In an instant, it feels as if the serene nature turns into a spooky setting for a murder scene. Nervously shivering, Visus looks up and sees some kind of blue vapor speedily being blown away by a gust of wind, changing direction with a whistle, as if it is whispering words that are hard to understand. He decides to follow it. There is no doubt in his mind this has something to do with the disappearance of his sword. He grabs his knapsack
and hurries through the woods in pursuit of the strange vapor.
He hears the scary girl's voice again. Tee-hee-hee. It creeps him out, but he continues to follow it. He hears it again, this time from several different voices. What is going on here? The vocal sounds of the young ghost are coming from everywhere, surrounding Visas completely and making him tremble in fear. For a moment, he stiffens, but then he takes courage. "What do you want?" he yells.
"Oh, don't worry. We won't harm you."
The voice is coming from behind him. He turns around and stands face to face with a ghost elf girl in a white gown. He estimates her age no older than 7 or 8, if she even has an age anymore. Her countenance is lit up, but her eyes are missing, revealing only the sockets and an uncanny, bright green light in them. She stares deeply into his soul. Since the ghost is right in his face, he steps back, shaking so much that he drops his knapsack.
"Then tell me what you were doing here," he stammers.
"Vengeance,"
the ghost girl shouts as she comes nearer, her eyes burning with a fiery fury. Visas watches as more than 20 ghost girls surround him in an unnatural whirlwind of blue and white flashes. They all echo the previous words as loud as they can, howling through the air.
"Vengeance, vengeance, 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 vengeance."
Okay, I get it, Visas says quietly. Vengeance against whom? One of the girls hovers in front of him and starts her brief explanation.
"We are dead. Dead as the dawn of each day. We died before our time had come. Cursed is the name of the one who viciously violated us, slew us, ended our existence. We cannot sleep. We cannot rest. We are doomed to wander these grounds until we feel justice return. Grief, rage, anger, and sorrow beset us each day. Somebody has to take action. Make us feel peaceful again. Vengeance is ours, but we are incompetent. Hence, we need someone else. Help us, and we will leave you alone."
Okay, Visas says as he slowly keeps walking backwards.
"There is a man in the Crystal City. The Crystal City,"
the other ghosts repeat.
"This man you're seeking, he will be easily found. He is wearing a tattoo with this symbol on his neck,"
the girl says as she shows Visas a vision of a certain spiky symbol.
"He is responsible for our deaths. Seek him out and kill him."
Visas has to think for a moment. Then he realizes it would be pretty challenging to kill a man without a sword.
"Say, ghost girls," he answers nonchalantly, "in order to kill him, I will need a sword. I mean, there are other ways, of course, but it would come in handy, don't you think? Are you the ones who took my sword?"
"Of course,"
the elf ghosts hiss in chorus. They hand over the sword they stole from Visas and give him one last sinister look, as if to warn him not to mess up. As Visas stares at the female ghost, the wind blows away the vapors with the glowing images of their faces in it. Contemplating the situation, he organizes his thoughts. At least, he has his sword back. But now, he has to commit a murder. A man he doesn't even know. Should he trust the ghosts? It seems believable. If that man really did what they say he did, then taking him out would only be an honorable, vigilante act that prevents more crimes and more victims. Those poor girls. If they were telling the truth, then such wrongdoing should not go unpunished. Besides, it's not like he has never fought or taken a life before. In various battles he has executed vile creatures from the deep, horrible beasts, and game for food. But this is an elf. His own race. Visas grabs his knapsack and moves on. He'll figure it out later. It's still a few days walking to the Crystal City. He has enough time to decide what he will do exactly. Visas looks at his sword. Nothing happened to it. He puts it in the sheath on his back and starts walking. 2 hours pass. A storm is brewing. Thick clouds are gathering in the distance. The air is getting darker, and a black shadow is approaching from the north. It won't be much longer before the tempest will obscure the mountain area. Visas opens his knapsack and takes out a poncho. He puts it on. Ah, there it is. Before he knows it, it's pouring rain. He knows these kinds of storms. They come and go like that. The mountain rainstorms are swift, but powerful. Better hold on and find some shelter for some time. This could be over quickly, he says to himself. It doesn't stop. It is actually getting worse. As the heavy rain increases in mass and power, bright lightning flashes appear, followed by loud thunder cracks. The ground isn't like what it was before. Currents of rainwater are speedily drowning out plants and shrubberies. Visas is holding on for life. He embraces a small tree next to him, making sure the stream doesn't take him down. This is a dangerous place, and he is hanging on to this feeble branch which could be ripped out at any moment now. He realizes the canyon isn't too far away from him. The thought is alarming and frightening. Then it happens. Snap! The tree breaks in half, and Visas is being tossed into the water, desperately trying to find an object, any object, to hold on to. Tumbling over rapidly, he struggles to grab onto the rocks and bushes flashing by. This is it. He is about to fall off the edge when... There he is. The man with the hat. He is pulling Visas' wrists tightly towards him, helping him cheat death. "You have a lot to learn, boy," he says. "You better be worth it." 2. Leaping from one stepping stone to the other, Visas and the old elf reach a small cave. It doesn't go very far, but it keeps them away from the perilous streams of rainwater. "You can sit over there, Visas," the man with the hat says as he points at a rock in the corner. "I am sure you are wondering how I know your name, and why I was following you." Visas sits down and listens intently. He is extremely curious to hear what this elf who just saved his life has to say. He begins, "My name is Melthor. I am an old wizard. I knew your father in Crystal City. We met regularly and exchanged artifacts to help his business and my magic endeavors. I am sorry I don't know much about what happened. However, I do know more than I want about the horrors that took place in Rensville. Your hometown." Visas' eyes get bigger. This Melthor character certainly got his attention. Melthor continues, "Let me tell you something you might have known for a while already. Rensville was corrupt. The town's chief elders were bribed. The system was defiled. Terrifying crimes were taking place each day. Murderers, thieves, abusers, rapists, evil mobs, black sorcerers, and treacherous conspirers ruled the village. I am sure you had your fair share of encounters with degraded individuals or moral confrontations." "Yes, I did," Visas answers. "Well," Melthor says, "is it any wonder that this tainted place got destroyed by orcs?" Visas raises his eyebrows. Could that really be the reason why the orcs attacked? That doesn't make any sense. Everyone knows the orc cities are even more chaotic and diabolic than the elven villages, despite the issues they were facing. "I know what you're thinking," Melthor says, observing the look on Visas' face. "These orcs are viler and more vicious than any elf could ever be.
But that's not the point. The fact that the village was corrupted is a side factor, a foretold cause by which they sealed their avoidable fate. Consequently, the orcs had a more important reason to attack Rensville. They were after a pure victim, the one who could break the curse.
Slowly, the tragedy that occurred is starting to make some sense now, but Visus doesn't dare interrupt the mysterious elf in front of him.
Have you ever heard of the Oracle Curse of the Orcs?
Melthor asks.
No, never,
Visus responds.
Listen carefully, boy. This is where your role becomes clear. But first, let me ask you this. Were you able to kill any orcs when they attacked?
Well, I wounded some, so doesn't that?
Think, boy. Were you able to kill any orcs?
Now that he mentions it, Visus recalls severely wounding several orcs, but he doesn't remember seeing any of them die.
I guess not, he finally says. As I suspected. The curse is real, and even though the odd number of elves out there know a little about it, it concerns all of us.
He takes off his hat, looks outside, and goes on.
2 centuries ago, there was a war. The battle between orcs and elves was costing each side more casualties than ever before. Mayhem and panic ran through the common mind. Both races were on the border of extinction. During the battles, each army agreed to a face-off. The best orc mage stepped forward and challenged the elves to bring forward their best wizard. As they did so, the hours went by. The soldiers watched their wizards cast spells at each other in what seemed to be an endless clash. But then, the abominable warlock of the orcs left a curse on the land so powerful that it would leave the elven race helpless for decades. It would give the orcs the opportunity to pillage where and whenever they desired. Despair fell over Terra in the blink of an eye, as his curse, which was that no weapon would ever be able to slay an orc, swept over the entire elven race. After that, he looked at the elven wizard and struck him with the spell named Falling Wall of Force. Everything seemed lost.
That's terrible, Visus exclaims. How can we ever defend ourselves if we cannot kill them?
This is not where it ended. You see, before the elven wizard died, he was able to counter the curse with one of his final spells. Out of thin air, he forged a sword within seconds. It was as if the elements of the air were suddenly able to gather pieces of metal. The sword would withstand the orc shaman's dark curse, and the one who would wield it could duplicate it and pass on the sword's mystic power to other weapons, thus lifting the curse forever. It would be called the Sword of Adamus.
Ah, so there is a way to kill them. We just have to get that sword, don't we?
Easier said than done, Melthor says. The problem is that it has gone missing.
What?
But I have a pretty good idea where it is. We have a chance.
Melthor scratches his head.
The wicked warlock saw what the elven wizard did and snatched the sword out of his hands. Legend goes that he hid the weapon on a hill and jammed it into a stone. Supposedly, the sword is so stuck that it is impossible for any mortal being to retrieve it. Numerous elves have made attempts, but to no avail. However, the stone is protected by 5 magical jewels, or diamonds, if you will. Anyone desiring to wield the sword must find those jewels and place them in the stone. That is the only way to reclaim what once was ours.
So all we have to do is get those gems?
Visus asked. Don't underestimate how difficult that will be. Every jewel is hidden in a different area, often protected or surrounded by abhorrent monsters and beasts, lurking beneath the shadows, seeking to devour whom they may. The quest I give you is a long, challenging journey, with obstacles so terrifying and lethal, I cannot even begin to describe them.
So why me?
You've probably seen me in combat. I am a trained warrior, but there are so many others out there with the same experience.
I will explain that to you later. We don't want your emotions to get in the way of your duties just yet. We need you to have a sound mind until you are ready to comprehend the necessary risks and sacrifices. All I can say now is that we have to reach the Crystal City and gather the others.
What others?
You were not the only survivor in that village, boy. Or did you really assume you were the only one not corrupted by the sins of that place?
Well, I just didn't see anyone else alive after the massacre. I passed out, so it makes sense that there could be others.
They've already entered the Crystal City. That's why we are going there. We will meet the others in a tavern and group together to ask the king for help in this matter.
Sounds good to me. That's where I was heading anyway.
Visus and Melthor wait for another hour until the rain is gone and the soil isn't soaked as much as it was before. As the sun starts to shine, they leave the cave and continue their journey through the mountains. On the way to the Crystal City, Visus explains his encounter with the ghosts.
Oh, you should never ignore those things, Melthor says. Even ghosts speak the truth, and if you neglect their request, they will haunt you forever.
But don't you think it's a little insane to just assassinate someone I've never met before?
No. You've killed before. Just see it this way. If the law hasn't caught him, he either bribed some officials or it was too hard to prove anything. Especially in Crystal City, many crimes go unnoticed. Trust me, I spent too much time there. Research for evidence can take months, even years, and in that time he will probably commit more crimes, violate more innocents, and add bitter ghosts to the lot of them. Do you understand the point I am trying to make? By accepting this exceptional request, you will not only avenge their lost souls, but free them as well, and you will prevent more misconducts. Sounds like something you just need to do. Maybe this will also prepare you for what is necessary to lift the curse of the Sword of Adamus. Besides, what did they say the name is of the criminal?
They didn't mention his name. That's the confusing part. How am I supposed to find him?
Really? Melthor asks in astonishment. It looks like you have a difficult task ahead of you. I will help you find this man, because we cannot afford to lose more time than necessary. Your mission to break the curse is urgent, but first, let's concentrate on those things at hand.
Sounds fair,
Visus answers. Determined and hastily, the duo heads to the city, bypassing a long rocky mountain range, thick forest areas with lianas and shrubbery in every shade of green one can imagine, and beautiful scenery with tiny waterfalls and creeks that provide uncontaminated water to fill up their bottles and quench their thirst. Both of them are silent. After the long exchanges of information, they know enough. It seems like Melthor is purely focused on reaching the city, closing every distraction in his mind. Visus is being patient. He has so many unanswered questions that he considers it best to await the solutions to the puzzle he got himself into. After a long hike spread over several days, the old wizard and young elven warrior reach a hill, from which the vista shows them their current destination, Crystal City.
Come on, boy. We'll be there in a half hour. Let's meet your associates. They are waiting for us.
After that, they speedily hurry down the hill, towards the shining city. 3. The King. Melthor and Visus approach the city. When they arrive at the main gate, they are greeted by 2 elven guards in heavy armor holding lances and shields. "Name and purpose of entering the city," one of them says in a stern voice.
"We are simply traveling through," says Melthor. "We have an appointment at a tavern with friends who will leave the city with us. There is not much more to it. My name is Melthor, and this is Visus."
"Thank you," the guard says as he takes notes. "Hand me 2 golden coins and you may enter." Melthor takes 2 coins out of his pocket and gives them to the soldier. As he walks past the guards, Visus follows him and looks around. The gate is gigantic. On each side, a 500-foot shiny crystal statue has been positioned, a man on the left and a woman on the right, both clothed in wide robes with dozens of ancient cryptic symbols on them. Both the male and female statue are holding their arms in front of them, hands folded, as if they are welcoming visitors into the city. The walls are made of stone. It's not like the entire city is made out of crystal, but statues like these certainly confirm the location is living up to its name. One of the first things that comes to Visa's mind is the excursions with his father he made to the city. Except for the statues, not much has changed. But now that he is a little older, he is starting to see the contrast with Wrensville. In his hometown, the gap in wealth was huge, while in Crystal City, most elves seem to be doing just fine. Some houses are made out of wood, some out of brick, and some out of a combination of the two materials, but none of them look like they are in ruins. Randomly, homes on either side have a crystal window frame, crystal door, or an elegant crystal statue in their tiny yards. Some homes are upgraded completely, showing little signs of any other substances or materials. Those are the rich ones, Visus concludes. The city is a gem to look upon. With all its beauty and splendor, you wouldn't think anything malicious would happen here, but appearances are deceptive. And although the majority of its inhabitants give the impression of a civil life, it would be easy for any criminal to hide among the masses. Melthor has already led him through a dozen alleys by now, and they have passed hundreds of elves. Nobody can say the city isn't densely populated, which is probably why Visa's parents chose to live in a smaller town. After the little zigzag streets they walk through, the two travelers reach the tavern. The tavern is full of elves, giants, and dwarves. It is a crowded place.
Probably because it also functions as an inn,
Melthor assumes.
Ah, there they are. Let's go meet them.
Melthor and Visus walk to the back of the pub, accidentally bumping and elbowing the sporadic individual in the multitude. When they reach it, Melthor taps one of the men on the shoulder. After the man turns around, he exclaims,
Melthor! We were wondering what took you so long. Is this the boy?
It is. Visus, I want you to meet Britko, one of the few survivors of the Wrensville genocide. He is a skilled warrior, and will assist you in your quest.
Visus shakes Britko's hand and looks up at him. Britko is a typical barbarian warrior, with a beard, wearing animal skins, and giant muscles in a straight-up posture. While his enormous demeanor looks intimidating, there is a certain innocence in his eyes, one that Visus immediately recognizes as a candor that is found among few of the deceased inhabitants of his hometown.
Glad to meet you, Visus. Just let me know when you need some skulls crushed, and I will be ready. No, seriously, I would.
Britko's voice, rather than the deep rumbling bass one would expect from this mountain of an elf, was rather high-pitched and almost musical.
Very nice,
Melthor adds as he walks over to the four sitting at the table.
These are the other ones who escaped the slaughter in the village. Say hello to Lasinia, Warrian, Marvar, and Narpa.
Visus raises his hands to greet them as he observes the four sitting there, relaxing and lifting their heads as if to say a quick, "Hi there." If he is going to work with these elves, he should learn and find out more about them. He knows it, but he is hesitant to reach out because of their lazy response. Lasinia is the first one who catches his attention. It looks like this young woman with a chilled attitude is doing everything to look perfectly in the eyes of others. Some of her clothes are slightly revealing, with most of her shoulders and stomach area bare, and a flair that Visus sees as an attempt to come across as seductive and tough at the same time. She creates the impression that she is taking good care of her face and hair, showing big round earrings and a number of bracelets and other jewelry. Next to her is Warrian, a short, young guy like Visus who seems to have a sword bigger than himself. He has a high crest on his forehead and a headband around it, just like Visus himself. Visus wonders if this guy is a good swordsman, He appears to be agile and focused. He guesses he'll find out in the heat of the moment, and when the actual tests of their quest begin. But for now, it's still a mystery what talents this young man is hiding. Marvar and Narpa are true archers. Visus sees it in an instant. They are holding on to their bow for life, and are carrying a pack of arrows on their backs. Perhaps they are in a relationship. Perhaps not. Who cares? That would be their business. As Visus looks at them from the corner of his eyes, they are staring into the distance as if they are in their own world. Seeing those two together reminds Visus of his beloved one. All this traveling and he still hasn't found out what happened to her. Could it be that the wizard knows more? Or has she been lost forever? He is desperately longing to find her. It has been a long time since he saw her, and his thoughts are interrupted. After a few seconds, Visus shrugs and brushes off the thought, as at this moment it is merely distracting him. Britko puts his big hand on Visus' back and asks, "Are you okay? You seem a little out of it."
"Oh, yes,"
Visus responds.
"Good to meet all of you. Let's get down to business."
"I have already sought permission to speak to the king of Crystal City," Melthor says. "We need all the help we can get. Increasing our chances of getting through this mess is essential to our success. Meet me here tomorrow morning. I am going to get some sleep. I advise you to do the same."
As Melthor walks away, the others stare at Visus.
"So," Lasinia begins, "you're one of the few survivors of what happened in Rensville, are you?"
"That's right," Visus answers.
"Tell me, do you have any combat experience? Or were you just hiding in a corner like a little child, waiting for the orcs to leave?"
What was this woman's problem? Visus already sensed an attitude when he came in, but he didn't expect her to jump to the wrong conclusions like that. He felt offended, but he wasn't going to let her get to him. "I have fought beasts in game," Visus answers. "And no, I wasn't hiding. I fought off several orcs before I was left to myself." "Did you kill any?" Warlin asks.
"Well, no. And after what Melthor told me, I'm starting to understand why."
The four warriors look at each other. Then Britko asks, "What exactly did he tell you, Visus?"
"He told me about the Sword of Adamus, the curse, and the diamonds. It's all clear to me. I am completely up for retrieving the sword and using it to defeat those orcs,"
Visus says with a smile. Britko stares at him for a few seconds and says, "Did he also tell you about—"
"Britko?"
Lasinia yells, interrupting the humongous elf warrior. Britko looks at her and she glances back, shaking her head as if to tell him to stop talking about it. Britko says, "I guess we'll share some more details with you after we leave the city. And don't worry about it for now. Let's celebrate our new friendship." Britko sways his arms into the air and accidentally hits another customer in the bar. "Why don't you watch where you're going, you clumsy cow?" the irritated man says.
"What did you just call me?"
Britko asks. "You heard me." Before the others can blink their eyes, the two are standing face to face, poking fingers into each other's chests and threatening each other. A fight looks unavoidable at this point.
"This is not going to pass by like that,"
Lasinia says.
"We better interfere or it will be too—"
But it really is too late. Lasinia gets up from her stool, but before she can say anything else, Britko has punched the man in front of him in the face already. His hit has such a tremendous effect that it throws the man to the other side of the tavern, hitting a random drunkard in the face and making him spill his beer.
"How dare you!" the drunkard exclaims. "Let's see if you're still so tough after facing me!"
He runs across the room and attacks Britko. Visus says in a hesitant voice as he watches the whole tavern turn into a battle zone.
"Come on, let's just get out of here," Lasinia says. "He'll be okay. This is the third fight he's had in 5 days. It's like he gets a kick out of it."
"Sure. Visus and the archers say, after which they sneak out the back door. Let's just wait here, Warian suggests. He'll be out in a few minutes. About 10 minutes later, Britko crashes through the window and rolls onto the pavement. He shakes his head and looks up. That took longer than last time. Did you become stronger or something? Warian asks. No, Britko says. These guys were just too easy. Come on, let's check out the rest of the city. The 6 warriors start walking through the city alleys. On the way to the palace, they come across all kinds of guild shops and a market with at least 50 merchants trying to sell them knickknacks, weapons, food, carpentry, and lamps. Visus realizes why his father came here so often. There are so many lucrative businesses that one could earn a fortune in this city. Warian picks up a few weapons. Licinia checks out the jewelry and tries on several outfits. Britko flirts with a few female elves, and the archers are silently taking it all in. Meanwhile, Visus tries to keep his eyes open, looking for anything that could lead to a clue to find the serial killer the ghosts told him about. After an hour, the group returns to the tavern and separates to their individual rooms. Visus falls asleep quickly and doesn't wake up by anything for a long time. The next morning, he is woken up by Warian, knocking on his door. Come on, Visus. Let's go to the palace. The king is expecting us. Visus gets up and grabs his outfit and his weapons. Coming, he shouts as he runs downstairs. Outside the tavern, the whole group is waiting. Have a good rest? Britko asks. Yep, nothing wrong with it. I was out like that. You? Of course. Do you have nightmares about the village? Warian asks. I do, Visus says. We just talked about it a few days ago. We all do. Terrible things have happened there. It's a shame that nothing was done to prevent it. Sometimes I can see elves suffering and dying. The orcs left nothing standing. Those brutes have no morals, no civilization. It's like a lawless society. Make sure you watch your back if you ever go there. Luckily, there is a sea between our world and theirs. But the one time they decide to attack, they don't do it lightly. Have you ever been over there? Visus asks. No. Then how? Ah, you are wondering how I know all this stuff if I haven't even seen it with my own eyes, aren't you? Well, one of my friends said he went there all the time to exchange goods, whatever that means. I still don't understand how you can trade with those monsters, but that's what he did. That was his profession. He told me stories of their buildings, structures, government, street life, and relationships. It sounded pretty sickening. Some of the horrific details he added to his tales. Of course, he is dead now. He didn't survive the slaughter. Pretty ironic, if you ask me, seeing that the creatures who helped him make a living now took his very life. What goods did he exchange? Visus asks. No idea, Warian says, but it sounded a little sketchy, like something for the black market. Interesting, Visus says. The 5 men and 2 women approach the palace. As they turn around the corner, the magnificent edifice becomes visible. It truly looks glorious, towering above the rest of the city. The complete structure is made out of crystal, with majestic shapes and symbols all over it. Each tower is topped with an elliptic shape and a peak in the shape of a point. Gothic patterns, decorations, and elaborate details are, as it were, proudly representing the royal courts inside it. Designing and constructing this complex citadel must have taken years or even decades to complete. Lifting their gaze, all except Melthor are in awe. Some of them open their mouths and keep staring. Melthor urges them to keep walking and not let the king wait. Melthor has been there numerous times, seeking favor or approval from their regal ruler. They climb up the stairs and are welcomed by 2 guards, who go through their daily routines and inquire about their business. After seeing Melthor and listening to his explanation, they let them enter. The team walks through the palace halls and observes impressive results from artists, designers, and construction workers in the walls, tapestries, mirrors, and luxurious objects they pass. After a 10-minute walk through the long hallway, Melthor leads them into the courtyards. Wait here, Melthor says,
I will be right back.
The 6 warriors comply as they perceive the splendor of the courtyard. Enormous crystal columns dominate their view, while colorful flowers, flowing fountains, and elegant statues finish off the decor. The garden equals the ultimate concept of a utopia in any commoner's mind.
How can the king afford all this luxury?
Britko asks. The others shrug.
Either his servants love him and the city is well off, or he exploits them by overcharging their tax money.
Narpa answers. The others look at her. The archers, Marvar and Narpa, have been completely quiet so far. It is a little surprising that she said something. Visis wonders if this has anything to do with something she experienced before. Maybe something bad happened in Rensville that makes her so suspicious. Or maybe it is nothing. Visis can only guess as he goes over her remarks in his head a couple of times.
Either way, I think we will find out soon enough,
Britko says. After a few minutes, Melthor returns.
The king will see us, he says. Let me do the talking, though. He's not the easiest person to talk to. I've had some awkward encounters with him in the past, but he doesn't trust anyone he doesn't know. If I speak up and you stay silent, at least we'll stand a chance.
Arriving in the Sovereign's quarters, the group moves forward with hopeful hearts. Melthor leads the pack and steps into the light which is coming from the rays shining through the leaded glass windows. The king looks like any elf, but having aged in years, he possesses a certain claim of nobility in his demeanor. The way he tilts his head, holds his staff, and leans back on his comfortable throne make him seem fit to fulfill the leadership position of a true monarch. His mantle is adorned with shiny gems in all different colors. His crown consists of pure gold, and the jewelry on his hands and around his neck surpass the wages for the daily labor by the average citizen by far. He rests his head on his hand, and his hand on his left knee, waiting for the arriving company to discuss their affairs. Melthor stops. After a quick stare, he averts his eyes and bows his head.
On your knees,
he whispers to the others behind him. They obey his command.
Your Majesty,
he begins.
We have come before you with a request for aid in our quest.
Speak, the king answers. Melthor begins. He explains the dilemma from start to end, the orc curse, the sword of Adamus, and their mission to retrieve said weapon.
You see, O king, he says, we are in desperate need for support. If we can get reinforced by courageous warriors and mercenaries, withstanding the dangers of Terra to retain the diamonds and duplicating the sword to raise an army against the orcs, only then will we find the solution against extermination.
The king raises his eyebrows. Then he rolls his eyes and frowns. Nonsense, he says. There hasn't been an orc around Crystal City for decades. They're fine where they are. I don't believe they see a need to attack us. But they infiltrated our home village, Visis shouts as he stands up. What are you saying, lad? That our magnificent stronghold is in any way comparable to your pathetic hideout? Our city is grand. We are armed to the teeth, and our walls will resist any outsiders. Nothing can penetrate our defenses. You are a lunatic if you think anything or anyone could harm us in our protected area.
Your Majesty, please,
Melthor contends.
Once the curse has become eternal, even the strongest fortress cannot endure those brutes. They will be invincible, even against our bravest soldiers. You have to reach out and prevent a collapse of our great elven society. Consider our plea and assist us in our endeavors.
The king thinks for a moment. Then he stands up and raises his arm. I've had enough of your pitiful petitions. Leave this place instantly, or I will arrest you for insubordination.
But your Majesty,
Melthor says. Leave. How dare you defy me? I am the royal heir. My orders will be observed, or so help me, I will pour out the full wrath of the crystal throne. Guards, escort these fellows to their proper locations. From various corners of the room, A number of guards appear and grab the petitioning elves by their arms.
Resistance is futile, one of them says. Struggle, and you will face the consequences for betrayal. None of them resist, and they are guided beyond the palace walls. With disappointed looks on their faces, they leave the surrounding area and head towards the tavern.
Hey, you!
A civilian shouts at them.
Didn't I see you in Rensville? The wicked village that got incinerated by righteous vindication?
Visus senses trouble. He has a nose for these kinds of uproars. They always start with one dissatisfied or aggressive person, but they can escalate in a matter of minutes.
I don't know what you're talking about, lady. We're just passing through.
Visus reassures her.
No, I recognize you. You're one of those profligate farmers from the west. You are not welcome here.
Other bystanders are becoming aware of the confronting claims. They gather speedily and observe the discussion with keen ears. Lady, please leave us alone. We have a long journey ahead of us, Melthor says with some irritation in his voice.
You would like that, wouldn't you? Men of Crystal City, these are the defilers of our civilization, and now they are polluting our peaceful place with their presence. Are we going to tolerate this?
No, let's throw them out.
They don't belong here.
Take your filth and leave.
A clamorous choir of elven voices echoes through the air, shouting all manner of accusations against the warriors, who are vigorously attempting to weave their way through the hostile crowd. Ouch! Visus feels a rotten tomato against his head. More decaying fruits and vegetables follow in a matter of minutes.
Let's get out of here,
Melthor instructs as he accelerates his pace. Arriving at the tavern, they close and lock the door, leaning against it to protect themselves and to keep it from being opened. The innkeeper approaches them and asks,
"What's happening out there? What have you done?"
We are from Rensville.
Warrion boldly answers.
What's it to you?
Easy there, the innkeeper says. I have nothing against travelers from other towns, even if they carry an infamous reputation around here. Let me handle this.
The innkeeper signals the group to step aside and opens the door. As the mob yells outrageous threats, the innkeeper initiates his request.
Please, ladies and gentlemen, be civil. These men and women are not here to cause any harm. They arrived in peace, and we will let them depart in peace. Their past has no effect on us. I urge you to leave the premises instantly and go about your business. I will stand for them, and I will not tolerate this gross behavior. Now go home, before I inform the authorities of your conduct.
Unwillingly and grudgingly, the mass divides itself asunder, with each elf separating and slowly going home. It didn't take much to convince them to leave. Some of them know the innkeeper well, and they took heed not to get in his way.
How can we thank you?
Licinia asks.
By tipping me well. Don't worry about it. Take a seat and tell me what you want for a drink. The night is young, my tavern is empty, and you are valued customers. So, what are we having today?
4. Seized. The rocking waves of the water retain her sleep. She dozes off into her own dream world for what seems to be an eternity. Incessant blows of water toss the rowboat back and forth, creating an influx of shocks and jolts in her wandering mind. How was our pretty princess? Still dreaming? The sound of his voice awakes her, but stubbornly, her brown eyes remain shut. The noises seem to disappear far in the distance. Her long, brown, straight hair covers up half of her face as she turns her head slightly into his direction. Her head. It feels like someone is banging on it with a sledgehammer, and although her memory is temporarily failing her, the curiosity of her whereabouts is too weak to incite her movement. She remains still and awaits the rest of their dialogue. So, how is she? Just knocked out, isn't she? Sure is. Not a fly in the world could wake that girl up. It's like she's dead. She better not be. The boss says to keep her alive. I don't know why, and I don't care. If you don't know,
Then what keeps us from spilling her blood and feeding her to those impatient sharks? I said to keep her alive. You don't want to mess with the boss. You want to spill blood? Kill a shark.
The others chuckle.
What are you looking at?
And with that, the conversation ends. Hesitant to reveal her awoken state, her inquisitive mind demands answers. What they will do when they find out she is awake, she does not know. She simply knows that she immensely detests the ignorance and vulnerability of laying her life in the hands of strangers. Some of them have a harsh, shrill voice, while others bellow like a roaring lion. The curiosity is killing her. More than anything, she wants to find out what happened and shed some light on her plight, even though it appears to be unsafe for her to do so. Slowly but steadily, she squints her eyes, trying to catch a glimpse of the boat and the males surrounding her. Caught off guard by the impression it leaves on her mind, her eyes open wide. Suddenly, she realizes she does not want to alarm them and closes them quickly, hoping they didn't notice. They are orcs. Each and every one of them. What madness is this? From what she saw, there must be at least a dozen, all crammed into a tiny rowboat. The 2 seconds in which her eyes were open tell her 4 orcs are rowing and the remaining ones are on the lookout, talking in a distinct manner and sorting materials as they please. Panic fills her whole body as she makes an attempt to analyze her fate.
Where are the orcs taking me? How did I end up here? Why was I knocked out?
The inner voice with agonizing questions confuses her. Breathing more heavily, she demands answers and pants for air. Survival instincts are taking over, and she feels the adrenaline flow through her senses. She catches herself in her fright, telling herself she has time to overview the matter.
Okay,
she thinks.
First there was the alarm, then the fire. I tried to sneak away. One of those orcs saw me.
It's all starting to make sense now. The raid happened so fast, but she remembers. The orcs captured her. Why did they do that, seeing that they slaughtered almost everyone else? It still doesn't make sense. But either way, her desire to improve her fortunes are overcoming her need for clarification.
Keep rowing, you pigs,
she hears one of the orcs shout.
At this pace, we will end up at the bottom of the sea. Faster!
That must be their leader. Orc clans and groups always have leaders. Their way of living is extremely hierarchical. If only she could take out their commander, she would stand a chance of confusing them and taking charge. It sounds simple, but the thought terrifies her as she contemplates her strategy. Hoping to catch another glimpse of her environs, she opens one eye as fast as she can and closes it again. Estimates are that her captor is about 15 feet away from her. He looks huge, with muscles like tree trunks, a torso twice the size of a regular elf's body, sharp, elongated tusks, and creepy eyes with dark, black bags underneath them. As she shivers at the sight of this filthy creature, she wonders what to do exactly. However, moments like this don't need an extravagant examination. Taking risks is part of life. Choosing which tactics will give her the biggest advantage, she discovers something else. Her hands are tied. Figures. One wouldn't capture another without tying them up. The rope, however, proves to be feeble and flexible. If she could wiggle her hands into a certain position, she could free herself from the sloppy shackles. It only takes her a few tugs until she manages to pull the rope apart. After that, she sits still, anticipating a reaction. She waits. Nobody noticed. Nothing. This is it, the moment of action. She imagines telling herself to be brave and not to cogitate the setting any longer. Shoving her careful considerations apart, she decides to do what she must. She opens her eyes, stands on her 2 feet, and runs towards the monstrous orc she regards as the leader of the pack.
Hey, what the...
Before he can utter another word, she tackles the orc, clutching her arms around his waist and forcing him to drop into the salty water. Unable to control this sudden attack completely, she loses her balance and falls at the same time on top of him.
Get her!
She hears a remote voice shouting in anger. As she holds down the startled orc in an endeavor to make him drown, she notices the approaching of fins on her left side. It all takes a matter of seconds. Little did she know that the orcs weren't joking about the sharks. They were right. The sharks are all around her. As she observes her impending doom, the threatening fins increase in speed rapidly, making her wonder if what she was doing was anything else from pure stupidity and foolish irony, which would undoubtedly result in her immediate death after all.
You, grab onto the paddle, girlie. We will heave you back into the boat. Do it now.
There is no other way. The sharks are coming, and they look famished. And no matter how much she dreads what the orcs will do to her, selecting sudden death as shark bait doesn't feel like a competing option to her. So she grabs the orc's oar and gets pulled back into the boat. Meanwhile, the other orcs watch in horror, and to her delight, as the humongous orc leader fails to get back into the rowboat in time. A giant shark has already sunk its teeth into his leg, and is dragging him away from the boat. Screaming out his lungs in anguish, the orc disappears underwater. All that remains is an area of water, turning crimson red. While the other orcs view the gruesome scene, they tremble in fear. Then they return to her.
You, evil elven wench. If I were allowed to kill you, I would rip your eyes out of your sockets and feed them to the sharks.
Striking her in the face, he continues,
You're lucky we are obligated to hand you over alive, or you would have been dead and ripped apart a long time ago.
Lying on the boat floor, she rubs over her face as to minimize the pain from the blow.
Now stay there and don't try anything tricky. Boruko, tie her up, and make sure it's sturdy this time. My rank exceeds all of yours now, so this leaves me in charge. Let's keep moving.
One of the orcs, apparently named Boruko, walks over to her and ties her hands and feet.
There is nothing you can do now, Missy. You are bound by one of the strongest ropes we have. I must give you credit for your escape attempt, but you have to do better than this to outsmart us.
As she rubs a small tear on the boat, she calms down and accepts the hopelessness of her dire circumstances. If only those vicious sharks hadn't been there.
Oh well, 1 orc down, 11 more to go,
she mumbles. She sits up. The corner of the boat is a tad wet, as her white top and red skirt still drip seawater on the floor from her previous swimming experience. She feels yucky and hot. Her red headband is only making it worse, not better. The salt water sticks to her eyes and in her hair as it dries up quickly in the burning sun. The orcs have a foul stench about them. She is uncertain if they ever bathe. The heat becomes worse, and she doesn't feel like saying anything, but the thirst feels like she could throw up an entire desert of sand. She can't take it anymore. After fighting it for a stretch of time, she turns to one of the orcs and whispers in a hoarse voice,
Water? What? What was that?
The orc asks.
Where did you find the guts to make demands? Now sit still and shut up.
Just give her some water, another orc says. We need to keep her alive, remember? We can't have her die because of dehydration.
Fine.
The orc gets up and takes a flask of water from one of the benches in the boat. He walks over to her and squats in front of her.
Make sure she can drink it, he hears from behind her.
Yes, I will see to it,
he mutters. Those savages. She feels like spitting the water in his face, but she is completely tied up and helpless. Performing such an impulsive act would only trigger more conflict, and seeing the position she is in, she can use all the water she can get. Hastily, she gulps the water, as if she hasn't drunk in years.
Easy there. You're not going to leave enough for the rest of us.
She doesn't care. Anything to get in their way. And why would she have any sympathy for these orcs? They destroyed her village, took her away from her loved one, and left everything to ashes.
By the way, since we're going to be in the same boat for a few more days, how about we get it over with and get your name, she-elf?
Why do you want to know? It's none of your concern,
she jeers.
I guess it's not, but we have to call you something. It'll make it easier. Hey, I am not trying to get close to you or something. I despise your filthy race, as all of us do. But let's put it this way.
His face turns from friendly to creepily angry in an instant.
You can cooperate, and we will keep your suffering at a minimum. Or
She looks straight at him.
you can try to play your silly cat and mouse game and see what that will get you. Don't underestimate me. I've been a torturer for years in the dungeons of our master, and I know exactly how to make you wish you were dead. So what's it going to be, girlie?
5. Enigma. Visus, Melthor, and the other group members are sitting at the tavern tables. The bar is quiet. It's a dark and dreary moment. The warriors are clueless as of what actions to take next. Each individual gazes at a different corner of the room, frequently taking sips from their drinks. The most common drinks in this region are called sheenkas, known for their sweet flavor at first and their bitter aftertaste. Sheenkas were created from the Altoa plant, a plant which was superfluously produced in the fields near the Crystal City. Physicians and alchemists discovered its nutritional value and appealing taste, but they never grasped the full potential of the plant's elements. The full effects and possibilities of this mysterious plant remained in secrecy until further research would enlighten the minds of the commoners with more knowledge. Melthor seems restless. All kinds of plans are brewing in his head, and he seems unable to organize his thoughts. He looks around and decides to open his mouth.
Okay,
Melthor begins.
before we go anywhere, we have a serious problem. Visus has been contacted by Children's ghost in the forest. He has been given the assignment to assassinate a criminal, to restore peace to their souls, and a fragment of justice to the city. We are going to help him sort this thing out, since every second that we are delayed, we are closer to permanent destruction. Simply put, I want all of you to split up and research the issue. Visus, you have the floor. Tell us more about the man we need to find.
Well, the ghosts showed me how to track him down, more or less. He has a tattoo on his neck. If you can get me a piece of paper, I can draw it and show you.
Melthor reaches in his bag and takes out a feather, some ink, and a scroll.
Draw the tattoo on this. Every character or letter on this piece of paper is pointless anyway. You may use it to show us what you know.
Visus starts sketching. He possesses some drawing skills from his early youth that he easily applies as he illustrates the symbol on the parchment as shown by the infantile ghosts. The others watch in amazement, leaning over the table and staring at his quick hand. The symbol looks like the top half of a skull, attached to 3 swords crossed, 2 diagonally and 1 vertically. Above it, a swirly line is visible, with a spiky end on each side, curving around the top of the skull horizontally and making it appear as a typical tattoo any scumbag would have on his or her skin.
There,
Visus says.
That's what I saw. Do you recognize it?
Melthor and the warriors shake their heads.
I have never seen this symbol before,
Melthor says in a disappointing tone.
Looks like we have a long search ahead of us.
The best way to optimize our chances is to split up, Warrian says.
No,
Licinia counters.
there is no way we will get through the mass again without getting injured. Don't you realize now that we're spotted, they're all out to get us? We just have to get out of the city. I don't care about some creepy spirit seeking vengeance. They've lived their lives. There's nothing we can do to prevent their deaths.
You're right, Visus says.
Except for one thing. And what's that? We are not doing it for vengeance. We're not doing it to help them. They are beyond being rescued anyway. Then what are we doing it for, genius?
Licinia asks.
We are to remove those criminals to prevent more innocent children from becoming their victims.
I agree with Visus,
Brickdo says as he steps forward.
If one of those murderous perverts is on the loose, then I would rather act now than never.
Warrian gives Licinia an empathetic look and shrugs.
Licinia thinks for a second, then rolls her eyes and sits back. Fine, she answers. So figure out a plan already.
It's simple, Melthor claims. Each of you is going incognito. Vanish into the crowds. Pretend you're not there and observe day and night until you find the one responsible for those deaths. I don't care if it'll cost you your sleep. We're losing time, and we must get this over with as quickly as possible. Hey, innkeeper!
Bricktoe shouts. As the innkeeper approaches the table, Melthor emphasizes the time limit again, and then looks at him.
We're in need of hoods and aconites. You do us a favor and find sufficient for all of us, and we will double your reward.
Sounds like a good bargain, the innkeeper answers with a smile on his face, shaking Melthor's hand.
I will be back shortly. I know exactly where to go.
After the departure of the innkeeper, the company surrounds the table and draws a city map, pointing out the different areas to keep watch. Melthor takes control as he pins down city quarters and encourages the men and women to be patient and stay focused. A half-hour later, the innkeeper walks in and greets them enthusiastically.
Here you go, lads, he says. Some of the finest fabric I've seen in years. Ready to be worn by my special guests.
Melthor hands over the coins as payment and distributes the robes.
Now go, he says. We must make haste.
Visus puts on the robe with the hood and steps outside, taking a right turn when the others turn left. He looks distressingly at the crowds that just barely persecuted them and hissed their presence with their uproar. They don't seem to notice nor recognize any of the Rensville elves. Good, Visus thinks. Now let's find out where this criminal is hanging out, so we can remove this pedophile pest from society. Hours pass by as Visus weaves his way through the crowds and finds himself in one of the darkest alleys of Crystal City. He observes every male coming his way. Each potential candidate is detected by his concentrated determination and his focus to solve the puzzle. Observing each person with great effort, he glances at a she-elf with the same tattoo as the ghosts indicated. I thought this was about a male, Visus thought, but the woman wearing the same tattoo is still suspicious to him. The woman is wearing a skimpy black top and a miniskirt. Her tight belt slouches halfway down her hips, and her body is adorned with a golden necklace, several ornamented bracelets, and round silver earrings. Her hair is cut shortly below her shoulders, and Visus notices even from afar that she is wearing way too many add-ons to make her lips and eyelashes stand out. His interest is piqued, his curiosity sparked, his attention got caught. He has to know more about this strange coincidence. Discreetly, he ensues the she-elf into an empty city alley, where he increases his pace and comes within touching distance. He pats her on the shoulder. "Excuse me," he says. The woman is startled. What do you want with me?" She stutters nervously. "My name is Visus. I need to know more about your tattoo. Where did you get it? What does it stand for?" "Oh," she says. "It's not very significant at all. My boyfriend and I thought it would be fun to get the same tattoo in the same spot, so we did." "Your boyfriend has the same tattoo on his neck?" Visus asks in slight misbelief. "Exactly. He told me it was a symbol of a gang of some sorts, but he never explained the details." Visus is getting the feeling this woman is lying. She won't look at him, shrugs, fidgets, and hesitates in her words. "So you don't know what it means?" he asks. "Of course not. It was just for fun," she answers sheepishly. Visus comes closer. "Listen, lady, I don't know what your motives are, but I cannot help but get the gut feeling you're hiding something from me." He pushes her a little into a shady corner and continues. "I am usually not the type of person who threatens random women on the street, but I swear that I will not restrain myself if you don't come up with a more plausible story. I want the truth. There are lives at stake." The woman shivers and dares not utter a word for several moments. "Okay," she finally admits after seeing Visas' angry stare. My boyfriend is part of a gang. I don't know exactly what they do, but he brings in the money. What would you do? He makes a living. I honestly don't care how, and I don't want to know. Something is telling me it isn't all legal, but who cares? Now, if you will please let me go, I have other errands to perform. She tries to get away by evading him, but Visas puts his arm against the wall, blocking her exit. You're not going anywhere until I know where to find him, he says. After a quick, credible description of the location of his whereabouts, Visas lets her off the hook and continues his search. He watches from the corners of the street the woman mentioned as dozens of elves walk past him, wearing tattoos of dragons, skulls, goblins, spikes, swords, axes, and all manner of creatures and weapons. Most of them have them on their arms, legs, belly, back, and shoulders. Suddenly, Visas notices someone with a tattoo on his neck. There, he thinks. This could be him. Carefully, he pursues the individual for several blocks, maintaining his distance to cover up his intentions. He cannot help but perceive that this shady man is heading into the direction of the tavern. Following him for another turn, he recognizes the location. Yes, he is going to the tavern. Visas walks over to the front door and puts his hand on the doorknob. Then he hesitates. Better go around the back, he thinks. Sneaking into the back alley, he nervously looks around every corner. 10 seconds later, he finds himself in front of the back door to the tavern. Quietly, he opens the creaking door and stays in the hallway, trying to eavesdrop as he puts his ear against the door which leads to the main room in the tavern. Where are the others? They're all downstairs. Whoever is interested in the young ones can please his senses. And the parents? They will be notified shortly, but if you don't mind, I would like to go down and have some fun. Good. Good. The ransom will go up every day, as agreed. Of course. And if they don't pay? What then? The man says as he makes a hand signal across his throat, subtly indicating the simple concept of murder. Oh, yes. Just like the others. It was their own fault. Now, if you will please excuse me. I will be there momentarily as well. Visas cannot believe his ears. He doesn't even want to imagine what is going on downstairs, and he won't. Are they torturing or bullying those kidnapped children? Are they so sadistic as to abuse them, and then sell them for ransom? What is wrong with these cruel elves? Another thought stuns Visas' sentiments. Was that the innkeeper he heard? Difficult to believe after his early hearty welcome and outstanding customer service. Anxiously trying to control his emotions, he listens as the nigh resonance of footsteps terrifies his revolted mind. The man opens the door and turns right, without even seeing Visas standing behind the door on the other side. He follows the man with the tattoo on his neck to the end of the hallway, watching him disappear from his gaze. Visas turns around the corner and bumps into a dead end. Impossible. He was right there. Something fishy is going on here. Squinting his eyes in disbelief, he gropes the walls looking for any irregularities whatsoever. A minute or two later, he notices his erroneous conclusion. Aha! That must be it. Directly in front of him, the wall shows a slight dent in an odd shape at the end of the hallway. Visas pushes the dent with his finger and watches in awe while the other side of the wall opens up, manifesting a secret door. Behind the door is a stairway, with about 20 steps curving down into a murky cellar. Treading cautiously down the stairs, noises in the distance draw near. The closer Visas gets, the faster his heart starts beating. He holds onto the railing and slows down his pace, approaching the light of an old, dusty lantern. Spider webs are all around him, as well as crumbling bricks and remains of a foundation that was once solid and polished. So, did you bring the beer? Visas hides behind the corner of a friable pillar. No, he is coming down himself. No worries, buddy. It will be right here, and then the party can begin.
Vises peeks around the corner of the pillar and observes 3 men sitting at a table, playing cards. The elf who arrived is walking around, looking for something.
Lost again. That's what you get when you bluff every time. There's no way you can hide that amateurish face from us. We can see right through you.
Can you now? We'll see about that in the next round.
Hey, how about this one?
The man with the tattoo says as he bends over and gazes into a corner of the room.
Ha! Oh, that's a fierce one. Good luck taming her.
Vises looks down and sees a young girl locked up in a cage. The girl is probably not older than 7, wearing a single-pieced dress, sitting in the corner. She looks sloppy and dirty. Her head is buried in her knees, leaning against the cold stone firmament of the cellar. Next to the girl's cage is another cage, and another, and another. Vises counts 6 cages, all locked up, holding girls of similar age inside them.
Poor kids,
Vises thinks.
They look tired and hungry.
Instantly, he swears he will get these victims out before anything foully happens to them. He analyzes the situation, expanding his vision and looking for the cage keys.
Beat that!
The sound of the man's voice startles him.
I told you, I would win this time.
Somehow I'm getting the feeling you aren't completely honest with us. One of the other men says.
Let me see that.
Another man pulls the cards out of his hands.
I knew it. You crook. Did you think we wouldn't find out?
Vises is not particularly displeased with these developing scenes. The arguing elves may just give him enough time to sneak through the shadows of this odious cellar and open the cages. The boxes, the table, the chairs, the packets, the lamps. Ah, there they are. The keys are hanging on a nail on the wall, right above a table, on the side, on top of a few crates with empty bottles. Firmly believing he can reach them, he tiptoes through the shadows of the pillars and stretches out his hand to grab them.
Stop!
Vises looks to the side. Did someone discover his presence?
If you two could finally settle down a bit, nobody should care about a couple of coins when we are going to be rich, selling these young girls to their rich parents.
Vises sighs from relief. They can't even see him. He reaches again. Slowly and silently he takes the keys off the nail and opens one of the cages.
Shh.
Vises softly whispers as he puts his finger in front of his mouth.
Stay here until I signal you to move.
The girl nods. Vises takes the keys to the other cages and opens them one by one, making clear to every girl that they have to be quiet and stay put. Then he sneaks back to the stairs and waves to the girls to come. Separately, the girls crawl to the stairs. The men seem too obsessed with their argument, so this is their only chance. The last girl is about to put her foot on the first step when she suddenly knocks over a glass bottle.
Cling. What the?
All men look into her direction, realizing something strange is happening. To Vises, it seems as if time stands still. In a split of a second, he turns his gaze to the men, then to the girls, then up the stairs, and back.
Run!
He tells the girls as he grabs his sword and flings his robe into a corner.
Get them!
The man with the tattoo yells in rage. Vises holds his sword in front of him and takes a few stabs at one of the closest men.
Stay back or I will kill you!
An evil smirk appears on the men's faces as they reach out for a club, an axe, and a spear behind the table.
Coming to save the day, boy? Or are you here to join them? There are 4 of us. What are you going to do? You'll be dead before you can blink your eyes.
They're right. His fighting skills make him a capable warrior, but not invincible. While Vises is planning his strategy, he finds himself dodging several blows from his enemies. The first hit has such an impact that the recoil hurts his arm to the extent of almost dropping his sword. With the second blow, an axe flashes in front of him as he jumps back. The third strike misses him and makes his club bash into the pillar. The pillar crumbles heavily and shows more signs of instability than before. This gives Vises an idea. Instead of retreating or storming at his attackers, He runs into the second pillar with his shoulder, making the crumbly column falter like a crust of bread being crushed in the palm of one's hand.
"Are you insane? You're gonna bury us all!"
one of the men shouts. Visus doesn't care one bit. He evades another attack from a heavy weapon and kicks against another pillar. Slowly but certainly, the entire cellar ceiling begins to kibble, turning the structure into pieces of brick, dust, and debris. The men rush towards Visus, who dives to the stairs, grasping onto the railing and kicking away the hands of the assailants. The whole tavern's foundation is shaking heavily. Finally, Visus manages to kick the tattooed man in the face and run up the stairs. Searching for the girls, he runs through the quaking building towards the front exit. There, he finds the young ones standing in front of the tavern, waiting for his arrival, clinging onto each other in fear. Visus hurries to the door and jumps out of the tavern just before it collapses. This has to be the shakiest tavern he has ever seen, he concludes. The breakdown causes a rumbustious noise and transforms into a filthy ruin of rubbish and construction fragments. Smoke evaporates from the top, blinding the eyes of the ignorant bystanders. Visus protects the girls with his arms and turns his head into the opposite direction, closing his eyes tightly to prevent any dust entering them. He remains in this position for a little while until he hears a voice.
"Hey, what happened? Why did the tavern collapse?"
He looks up and recognizes his friends.
"Oh, nothing. Let's just say the mystery is solved, and these girls are free to return home,"
Visus shouts back.
"Are any of you hurt?"
he asks the girls. No response. Visus doesn't blame them. They must have had quite the trauma, being captured and all. He decides to leave it at that for now. As long as they can go to their parents, it won't matter at the moment. But then he glances around and catches a glimpse of the innkeeper in the distance.
"Hey!"
he yells.
"Stop that man!"
The small crowd that gathered around him looks at Visus and then at the escaping bartender.
"Watch them!"
he tells Britko as he turns and sprints towards the innkeeper. Chasing him through the streets, it doesn't take Visus much to catch up to him. When he is close enough, he leaps forward and throws his arms around the innkeeper's waist, causing him to fall on the pavement.
"You deceitful, disgusting, wretched—"
"Save your breath," the innkeeper says, interrupting him. "I never laid a hand on any of those girls, but I am guilty of turning the other way." By this time, a considerable number of elves has arrived at the scene. Visus stands up while the innkeeper remains on the floor and looks at one of the soldiers in the multitude.
"Did you hear that confession?"
he asks. The soldier nods.
"Well, what are you waiting for then? Take him away."
As you command, sir." The soldier seizes the innkeeper and takes him away to the palace to be judged. Just like that. The crowd stares at Visus and starts to smile. Within seconds, his promenade is accompanied by a loud applause of content citizens. As he arrives at the streets where the girls and his friends are, he watches as the elves of Crystal City are apologizing to the warriors. 6. Corrupted Memories.
"Have you always been so strong-minded?"
Silana asks. Visus stares at the sunset. The sky is lit like a flaming torch and illuminated with bright and sharp yellows, a bold red sun descending behind the hills, and mellow purple stripes, which look like the final touch on a professional painter's masterpiece.
"Yes. When I have a goal,"
he answers after a while.
"I don't deviate from my course easily. It's just something I always valued. You know, to never give up if you know what you're fighting for." "Would you fight for me?"
Visus looks straight at her big brown eyes and touches her hair.
"I would go to the end of the world for you. Don't you ever forget that. I would do whatever it takes to keep you safe."
Silana smiles and moves closer to him, leaning her head against his shoulder. The view of Wrensville is amazing. The others in town call it Sunset Point, the hill they are sitting on. They have been there for almost an hour now, talking about this or that, chatting the evening away.
"What else have you fought for?"
Silana asks.
Well, Visas isn't sure how to answer that question. Just stuff, I guess. Training, helping my dad, standing up for my values, doing the right thing, those sorts of things. What about you? Oh, you know me. I am a feisty one. I take risks. If you don't try anything, you don't get anywhere. Silana answers. Tell me of a risk you've taken, Visas says. Let's see. I punched someone once, she says with a sheepish smirk, as if she is proud of it. You? Guilty, she says as she raises her hand. What happened? Visas asks. You know, I didn't really know how else to react. I was in school. I was only 7 years old. There was this other girl who kept bullying my sister. She called her silly names and stuck out her tongue at her, saying that she looked stupid and was never going to make it anywhere. Visas smiles. Sounds like a typical children's conflict, he says. Kids can be so mean sometimes. It's so true, Silana confirms. Anyway, when she kept calling her fish face... Hold on, Visas says as he interrupts her. Fish face? Really? Yes. Try to stay with me. Why would you care about that? That's not even cruel at all. Fish are great. Silana smiles. I know, but at that time, it seemed like the nastiest words in the world. I could tell my sister was bothered by it. I mean, we were just kids, right? Okay, I understand. It just sounds silly when you mention it like that, Visas says. Silana continues her story. So I walked up to her and said, Hey, cowface, say that one more time to my sister and I'll pound you like a hammer on a nail. Then she came at me and pushed me over. I fell backwards and landed in the mud. She laughed her head off and her pathetic little minions cracked up as well. That's when I got up, walked over, and punched her in the face. Visas chuckles. It's as simple as that, isn't it? Exactly. You don't mess with me or my sister like that, Silana says as she looks away. Good to know, Visas says with a smile. I'm glad I found out about the real you before it's too late. Oh, you, Silana says as she pushes him over with a smile. Haven't you ever fought with the other boys when you were little? Yes, but they usually started it. Well, she started it too, didn't she? Silana asks rhetorically. You're right, Visas says. Tell me something embarrassing you did, Silana demands, expressing a subtle grin on her face. I kissed a girl on the cheek once, and got slapped for it. Really? Silana's eyes grow bigger. How come you never told me this before? It didn't mean anything. I just had a crush on her when I was 11. What is her name? Silana asks. Does it matter? It does to me. I want to know. And if I tell you, what then? Visas asks. You mean when you tell me? Come on, let's hear it. Who is the girl competing with my charming personality? She's not competing, I assure you that. It was a long time ago. Her name is Cockney. She was in my class. What? I know that girl. What was so special about her? Silana asks jealously. I don't even remember, really. She was just flirtatious and easy to talk to. Perhaps I just liked her because she was popular, but she never liked me back. Good, Silana says. I don't like her that much anyway. She's a snob sometimes and thinks she's all that, spreading degrading rumors about random girls in her school. Did you know she's very manipulative, too? My sister talked about it all the time. You know, how she had to put up with her little mind games. I'm sure she is, Visas says, agreeing with her but trying to finish his narrative. Either way, I just couldn't take it anymore. I was shy and didn't want to ask her if she would be my girlfriend, because I was afraid she would say no. One of the guys convinced me to just take my chances, walk over and give her a little kiss on the cheek. That will get the message across, he said, so after stalling for a few days, I did. Silana is smirking naughtily. And it didn't result into a relationship, I presume? The opposite, Visas continues. She slapped me in the face. It was right in front of at least 50 other children. Everybody laughed at me, including the boys who suggested it. So what did you do? Nothing, actually. I just took it and walked away. My young heart was broken, and it took me several days to get over it. You're so sweet, Silana says as she kisses Visa's cheek. She looks deeply into his blue eyes and says, It must have been fun to be around you as a little boy. But don't worry, I'm enjoying your presence now more than ever. You were too good for that quirky Kakini. Oh, and not for you? Visas asks. I just got lucky, Silana answers. She didn't see your potential. Her loss. You're mine now, and nobody will take you away from me. The conversation adds to the already romantic setting of the evening. The temperature is perfect. The sunset is beautiful, and the fresh air smells like wild spring flowers and pine trees. Visas embraces Silana and leans against the tree trunk behind the heavy gray rock they are sitting on. She puts her head on his chest and her arms against his shoulder, rubbing softly and closing her eyes. I love you, she whispers before Visas echoes the same words within seconds. I could stay like this forever. You make me feel appreciated, safe, beautiful. She pauses for a second. And the list goes on, she finally says. You're everything to me, Visas says lovingly. I don't know where I would be without you. After a long silence, they turn their heads towards each other and close their eyes, holding on to each other with their hands moving into each other closer. Visas purses his lips. Silana purses hers. And then, Hey, get a room, you two. Ha ha, they hear. A small group of teenagers has climbed the mountain and is staring at the caressing couple. They are laughing as they walk away. There goes the moment, Visas says as he watches the clique stroll down the hill. Visas? Silana says as she puts both hands on either side of his head. I wasn't done yet. She closes her eyes and approaches his face with hers. Kissing passionately for several minutes, Visas feels the youthful rush of energetic, dreamy love as he holds the one person in the world he cares most about. He respects her. He is impressed with her. He is simply crazy about her, and he will do anything to make her life happier. He feels lucky that they met, and that she likes him back. He loves the touch of her long brown hair, the shape of her eyes, the attractiveness of her body, and the smooth, soft lips he feels as they kiss each other. The whole world seems to stand still, as if they are the only ones existing on it. If only they could... Huh? What was that? Visas asks as he stops kissing her and moves his head towards the village below. What? I didn't hear anything, Silana says, still in romance mode. Something's wrong, Visas says. I just know it. That sound, it can't be good. We have to go. Hold on, she says. Take it easy, it's probably nothing. We'll go check it out, and if there isn't anything going on, we'll just walk back up here, won't we? Sounds good, but for now, I want to know what that noise is. The duo snatches up their belongings and descends to the village. It's a 7-minute walk from the top of the hill, but Visas' panicky attitude accelerates the process significantly. Hurrying down from the sandy paths, they hold hands and prevent each other from slipping. Silana has a cool, serene but skeptical expression on her face. She doubts that it's as serious as Visas claims it to be. Nothing ever happens in this small town anyway, or so she innocently assumes. As the pair approaches the town, they cannot believe their eyes. The trouble Visas suspected does not even come close to the terrible fate which has befallen the inhabitants of Wrensville. A horribly graphic scene depicts before their very eyes. Orcs are raiding the village. Brutal fatalities gruesomely adore the fumes of smoldering homes as the fierce monsters scythe their way through helpless victims who try to save their lives by hurrying away, crawling on their hands and knees in futile attempts that only result into lacerating the gray, gloomy heavens with their impetuous screams. The filthy green creatures hold swords, bows, clubs, axes, and spears, sometimes bigger than themselves. The reeking odor of their sweat and the blood of the surrounding sufferers enhance the sudden panic as they ravage and ransack the rural village. Visas and Silana watch in terror as a few miniature kobolds ragingly drag a civilian out of his house and viciously slaughter the said unfortunate soul, with their knives. They anxiously step back at the sight of a gigantic orc towering above the first floor of every house, holding a big whittle with fresh crimson blood dripping at the edges. Hiding in the shade of the nearest edifice, Visus and Solana puzzle the question whether or not they should block out the poignant cries of the women being slain in this cruel chaos of violence. It takes a little while before Visus musters the courage to open his mouth for any other reasons than sheer, shocking distress. He stammers. Then he decides to temporarily forget his emotions and speak up. This way, he orders, bluffing that he knows where to find safety. Solana sheds a few tears. The terror on her face speaks volumes. She seems convinced that these are her last breaths. Visus, where are we going? She asks. Let's go back to the hilltop. At least we'll be safe there. That's fine. But if they come that way, I wouldn't want to stand there as a defenseless prey, he whispers. I will fetch my sword and get my parents. Don't leave me here. I will come with you, she begs. Yes, let's do that. I don't want anything to happen to you. You better come along. They take several turns and enter the house of Visus' parents. Dad? Visus shouts. Mom? Are you two home? No answer. Dad? Mom? He ascends the stairway and arrives at his parents' bedroom. Then he sees it. Both his parents lie on the floor, bathing in their own blood. Their corpses have been hacked by the cutting edge of a hostile orc. Visus recognizes the lifeless condition of his caretakers instantly. He falls to his knees and cries out in agony. Why? Solana enters the room and gasps for air as she catches a glimpse of the tragic scene. She turns her eyes away from the grisly bodies and kneels down behind Visus. I'm so sorry, Visus, she sobs empathetically. Your parents didn't deserve to die. I wish we would have come sooner. Visus gets up from bending over and stares at her with tears in his eyes as if to ask her to turn back time and undo the disaster. Dizziness overtakes his strength by throwing him back on the ground. He sits there for a while, hardly believing the confusing sequence of events he just encountered. Anguish fills his soul. He's never been so scared and torn in his life. Then he comes to his senses. Are any of your family members still in town? He asks. No, she says as she sniffles her sadness away. They all left last week. I was left in charge of our home until they would be back. There's nothing for us here. I feel for you, but you must get your sword and take me to the hills. It's the only place I can think of that we can be safe now. In frustration, Visus squints his eyes and presses his thumb and pointing finger against his forehead, squeezing the skin on his face tightly to release tension. Then he breathes out and gathers his senses. Let's go, he finally says. I shall lament my parents' death later. Better to escape the same doom and find a secure spot. He walks to the corner of his room and grabs the sword his father left him, determined to protect the only loved one he has now. After all, now that his parents are dead, she is the only person whom he sincerely cares about. Leaving behind the home he cherished, Visus takes Solana by the hand and guides her to the edge of town. Shh, he suddenly says. There! Solana looks and sees a pack of orcs wandering the streets, who are looking for more potential victims to murder. We must avoid them, she whispers. It appears to be safe over there. Let's go. Both of them creep into the shade of a nearby house, stiffly placing their backs against the wall, hoping not to get noticed, but to no avail. Hey! They hear a raucous voice yell furiously. Kill those two! Unable to escape the confrontation, Visus holds his sword in front of him, ready to defend the only thing in his life worth living for. Easy, young elf, the orc says. We can make this painless or unbearable. It's your choice. Go ahead and try, Visus answers. Let's see how far you get. Give it up, lad. You cannot kill us. We are invincible. Huh? Visus doesn't understand. What does he mean by that? Why wouldn't he be able to kill them? It makes no sense. Whatever, he says. Come on if you dare. The orcs slowly surround him, preventing any route to possibly evade their blows. Vasus swings his sword at an orc and misses.
You have to do better than that,
the orc yells mockingly, but before he can say another word, Vasus stabs him through the heart. The orc screams as he falls to the ground. Vasus looks at Solana, who is trembling, standing behind him. Vasus gets a sense of satisfaction as he watches the orc fall into the street, but watches astonishingly while the orc gets up and shows no sign of injury. He slashes another orc, piercing the creature through his stomach. The orc utters. Despite his successful strike, the blade is stuck. Vasus pulls with all his might to unhook his weapon from the miscreant, but is failing miserably in his endeavors. After bending over with the sword wedged between his intestines, the orc looks at him with a fierce fire in his eyes and grins eerily. The hollow gaze in his countenance gives Vasus the shivers and makes the fact clear that trying to slay these creatures is going to take more than a single stab. Tauntingly, the orc pulls the blade from his body and throws it on the floor. Impossible, Vasus says in amazement. The unexpected distraction catches him off guard, leaving him vulnerable. It doesn't take long before an orc realizes his unfocused mind is unable to protect him from another attack. Bang! One of the orcs bashes his head with a club, causing Vasus to fall down and inhale the dust of the dirty road. He coughs up the murky filth and looks up to the massive giant who just inflicted a severe injury on his head.
Now let's dispose of this oh-so-lovely she-elf by slitting her throat,
the orc says disdainfully.
No,
another one argues.
She comes with us. She looks like the perfect one to capture. Knock her out and we shall carry her away. Yes, sir.
Desperately attempting to be in control of the situation, Vasus puts his hands on the floor to get up, watching the orcs pound his loved one on the head and throwing her over their shoulders before walking into the opposite direction, exiting the burning village of his childhood. 7. The Natural Elements. Melthor takes a sip from his glass. His seat at the table pleases him since the bartender gave him an armchair with padding on it. He strokes his hair and looks at Vasus. How is he going to tell him the best way, and at the right moment? In the meantime, the whole group is in a happy mood. Loud cheers of celebration echo through the air. Some of the city locals are joining the laughing crowd to socialize. Ambient sounds are fading on the other side of the room. The inn has never been so full. Not only have these city elves heard the rumors about the elves who taught the malicious underground criminals a lesson, but since the other tavern went out of business, elves from all across the city have flocked to this one. The lights are faded. An avid guitar player uses his instrument in the corner under a lamp, trying to make a few quick bucks with his peculiar talents. And she-elves are hauling drinks back and forth and smile to visitors to increase their chances of a generous tip. Britko tells one joke after the other with his charismatic charm. The archers are quietly listening to his humorous expressions, which sometimes fail to spark anyone's interest. Warian enthusiastically backs up Britko's far-fetched stories and glimpses at Licinia each minute to discern if she is okay. Licinia stares into the distance. She doesn't seem to care about her surroundings at the moment. She is in her own world, despite the chaotic background noises. Whatever is on her mind, Vasus assumes she must not have had an easy life. He soon gets distracted, though, by the many questions coming his way. Vasus, that is your name, isn't it? We apologize for misjudging you. Apparently your former hometown has not affected your conscience. Tell us, what types of evils have you witnessed in Wrensville? Vasus raises his eyebrows. He's not sure how to answer that question. What are these folks after, exactly? Some spectacular news flash or gossip story? Well, I kind of stayed out of many of the affairs of the locals, he says. I know there were some things going on that probably were not considered legal or ethical, but then again, your city doesn't appear to be perfect either, seeing that I just helped solve a major issue in your own neighborhood. With a cynical smirk on his face, he tilts his glass and takes a sip from his drink. The bystanders feel awkward, but they are determined to convince him of the wickedness of his origin.
"We have heard rumors,"
one of the city elves says in a low voice.
"You cannot escape the fact that that town was ripe for destruction. Smugglers, thieves, and whores were in every corner. I've seen it with my own eyes."
2 more elves confirm his statements with their testifying accounts about the dark side of Wrensville. Hearing all these experiences, Vises has no intention to offend these elves. He doesn't even know much about these gross acts they mention anyway. You may be right, he finally agrees. I just wasn't aware of those things. Like I said, each location has its flaws, as does yours. Perhaps you should ask one of them, he says, pointing at the other warriors who committed to join him on his quest.
"That village deserved to be destroyed,"
Warrion exclaims.
"I wouldn't give a brass coin for any of their lives. That is, if any one of them were still alive."
He pauses for a moment. Britko, Licinia, and the archers glance at him.
"With certain expectations, of course,"
he adds, correcting himself.
"You get the point. I firmly believe they brought their annihilation upon themselves."
This intrigues the others. What happened to you there? One of them asks. Warrion just looks around him, trying to decide whether he wants to expand on the traumatic details he just accidentally preluded.
"Maybe if we come back alive from our journey, I will tell you more,"
he finally says.
"At this time, I am not ready to discuss specifics. Sorry."
"Oh, come on! Don't spark our curiosity and then leave us speculating. Tell us what occurred in Wrensville." "Leave the boy alone, men," Britko says. "Sit down here and I'll tell you another joke." With that being said, the conversation is over. The elves give up their inquiries and leave Warrion and Vises to themselves. At least they are grateful for the work they did there in the Crystal City. Vises glances at Warrion. "What did happen with you in that village?" he asks.
"You haven't noticed any dark dealing in that place in all the years you lived there?" Warrion asks.
"Not more than the occasional riot, corrupt minister, or burglary. I don't think it was much worse than it is here in the city," Vises answers.
"Oh, it sure was. Trust me."
Warrion takes another sip and signals to the barkeeper to fill up his glass.
"You have no idea what was going on in that hellhole. It seems you are fortunate enough to be kept away from all that. Ignorance is bliss, my friend."
"But perhaps that's just how your life was," Vises insists. "It wasn't," he hears from the distant corner. Vises turns his head and looks straight into Licinia's eyes. "That place was a dump, a disaster waiting to happen," Licinia continues. "I would have razed it to the ground myself if I could have had the means. I guess I am uninformed about what took place behind the scenes," Vises says. "May I remind you, however, that I am not ignorant in the ways of death. I single-handedly fought a pack of orcs, found my parents lying in their own blood on the top floor of my home, and battled a bunch of lawbreakers in the tavern. Don't think I don't know anything about violence, danger, or sorrow. I have been there. I have suffered just as you have."
"True that,"
Melthor suddenly says, appearing from nowhere and joining the discussion.
"You have stared death into the eyes, and you will have to face it again. But you are unaware of the horrors which preceded the attack of the orcs. I will tell you more at my humble home outside the city. Go to sleep now, boy. You will need your rest. I want a courageous warrior at my side when I apprise you of the whereabouts of your destiny."
"Sure. No problem," Vises says, asking himself what else Melthor could tell him. What more is there to be told? He learned about the sword, the curse, and the quest. Is Melthor still holding back on valuable information? Eventually, he gives up his curious thoughts and says, "I'm going upstairs. Good night, everyone." While he withdraws from the crowd, Melthor shakes his head, staring in front of him at the table and mumbling softly,
"Poor innocent kid."
Vises betakes himself to his quarters, contemplating the dire circumstances of the moment. He sits down on his bed and looks at the furniture in the room. Then he puts his possessions on a nearby table and he lets himself fall on the bed. Ah, so comfortable. His mind begins processing the death of his parents and the destruction of the village and the seizure of his beloved girl. Just within minutes, he is sound asleep, carried away into a vague fog of connections and connotations of the past. He finds himself in a wasteland, devoid of life or valuable resources, wandering around utterly fatigued, searching for a sign of moisture of any kind. The barren wilderness devours his energy, leaving him with an intense feeling of abandonment and hollowness. Bending forward as if he is carrying himself like a block of cement, he glances at the emptiness in the distance, questioning the purpose of his journey. His mouth is dry and he is getting nervous. He is tilting his head and moving it in either direction as to spot a source of water more speedily. After what feels like an endlessly long distance, his strength leaves him and he drops to the sand, making the dust blow up. He closes his eyes and breathes heavily, gasping for air. This is it. The end of his life. Then he hears a voice.
"Thesis?"
It says. He looks up, exhaustingly opening his eyelids, broadening his vision. There she is, the she-elf of his dreams. Her feet are bare, as are her arms. Her long hair is blowing in an elegant wave away from her body, uncovering her ears and making her face stand out even more. She's wearing a white dress, which is partially being blown away by the strong wind, revealing only the bottom of her body up to her knees. The straps of her gown are tight around her shoulders, and she smiles as she closes in on him. Solana? He says, having difficulty expressing her name. He reaches out his hand to touch her. She bends over and stretches both arms to do the same. Their fingers approach each other and touch for a fraction of a second. As soon as he touches her, however, she begins to change.
"Thesis,"
she says as in a windy whisper. Her head shrivels away and turns into sand. After that, her torso, her waist, and her legs and feet.
"Thesis,"
she whispers once again and stretches both hands as far as possible to touch his hand. Eventually, her hand is the last body part to vaporize and turns into dust. The tip of her finger serves as a final touch to his longing senses, forcing him to be alone entirely. No! Thesis wakes up with a sudden jolt. As he sits up, he realizes where he is. What a nightmare. He stares into the obscure bedroom and drops his head back to the pillow. After some frustration over the truthful aspects of the dream, he accepts his helplessness, turns to his side, and falls asleep again. The next day, the 7 adventurers meet in the room downstairs in the tavern.
"Let's head for the mountains,"
Melthor says as he begins to walk towards the city gates.
"Follow me."
The others join him, and soon the group of warriors has left the Crystal City. Thesis glances back one more time to catch a glimpse of the shining settlement. If only they could have helped them out a little. According to Melthor, the journey will be tough enough as it is, but having a number of experienced fighters with him brings comfort to his mind. They travel for a day, walking on rocky paths that take them up and down the hills below the destined mountain range. Green pastures and fresh, long grass are their constant companions, as is the bright sun in the sky and the cool breeze of the climate. After some time, they approach the rim of these lands, standing in front of a thick forest.
"I usually don't go through here,"
Melthor mentions.
"but we have a strict time limit, so I am willing to take the risk for now. I advise you, however, to tread carefully. Be constantly alert when we enter the woods. Who knows what powers may be prowling here, waiting to consume us."
Great, Licinia complains. I'm looking forward to it already.
"Oh, come on. There's nothing wrong with a little adventure, is there?"
Britko says.
"Besides, I haven't had wolf for dinner in a while. I completely forgot the taste of it."
Melthor smiles.
"Onward then, folks,"
he commands. The wizard looks a little nervous, which emotion Thesis hasn't seen in him before. He moves forward, followed by the rest, and squints his eyes to catch every move any creature hiding in the forest makes. So far, so good. The woods don't seem to hide any secrets. All 7 of them hold their weapons ready as they sneak through the woods. Visis firmly tightens his grip when an owl flies by and nearly lands on the headband around his head. Nothing. Absolutely no danger. All their worries were in vain. It doesn't take long, however, before they feel something changing underneath the soil. The ground is moving, but they don't understand the cause. All of them bend through their knees, prepared to defend themselves. However, the attack isn't coming from below. It's coming from the sky. Slowly but steadily, long, stretching branches from nearby trees slither like tentacles, closer and closer until they appear precisely above the unsuspecting elves. "What is that sound?" Warrion asks. "Something isn't right," Visis says. "I don't trust this." The 7 elves sharpen their senses. They know an ambush is bound to happen at any given moment. Apprehensively, they look to the moving dirt they feel. "Ah!" Warrion screams as a tree branch picks him up and shapes into a strong clasp around his waist. "Get me out!" he yells. But before he can say another word, the elves are taken up by branches. Dangling in the air and being squeezed by the fiendish fauna, they struggle for their lives. "I knew there was something wrong with this forest," Britko yells. "It's cursed. That's what it is." Warrion shouts back as he accidentally drops the gigantic sword he carried. "Can someone just cut these things down?" Licinia utters in frustration. "Working on it," Visis says. "Better hurry up, boy," Melthor says as he tries to hit the branch squeezing him. While the archers both shoot at the twisting branches, Visis hacks away at some of the sprouts growing out of the demonic tree trunks. The others use their weapons to their best abilities to cause considerable damage, slashing away aggressively and yelling their lungs out. "There's no point," Visis exclaims. "The more of these branches I chop off, more will arise again and strangle me." The wrestling continues and their despair increases. Gasping for air, squinting their eyes and gnashing their teeth, each of the warriors tries to find a release from the stable grasp of the branch's clutches. Visis is the only one holding onto his blade, refusing to let go or give in. "Stab the heart," Melthor says before he vanishes into an overwhelming vastness of wood and leaves. The heart? What does that mean? Trees don't have a heart? Cutting down branch after branch, Visis sways to the right and turns his gaze towards the trunk. "It's worth a shot," he tells himself as he points the sword towards the center of the tree and thrusts the blade into the thick bark with all his might. A muffled moan is heard beneath the surface of the monstrous creature. The tree really is alive, and it seems Visis has found its weak spot. "Again!" Britko shouts. "I think it's working!" Visis pulls back and takes another stab at the tree trunk. The branches begin to shake and sporadically move back and forth until they suddenly let go of the elf, causing him to fall down and tumble in the sand. Lifting himself from the ground, he looks up and sees his friends being clasped by hostile branches. "Catch," he says after throwing Warrion his weapon. Warrion holds his huge sword in front of him and shoves the point thereof through the trunk of the tree that is keeping him up. The tree expresses the same stifled groan as the other one as it drops Warrion, who inconveniently lands on his back. "Oof," Warrion says. "All right, let's rescue the others," he shouts. By now, Visis has figured out that it's unnecessary to toss the weapon to his friends. He might as well stab the tree trunks himself to make them loosen their grip to let go of the others. "You get that one," he says to Warrion. "No problem," Warrion answers. Both of them storm at the trees, holding their swords in front of them. Their attacks are a success. One by one, all elves are safely down below. "Now let's leave quickly," Melthor suggests. The elves quicken their pace and head to the other side of the forest, looking backwards occasionally to make sure they aren't being followed. "Watch out," Warrion yells, pointing at extensively moving branches in the shape of claws coming at them. Whoosh! One of the tree branches bends all the way to the sand and sweeps the floor underneath them. Fortunately, everyone jumps up into the air at the same time, evading the assault. All except for Visis. "Ouch!" he cries out as his head bangs against the hard surface of a tree trunk. "Just go. I will be right there." Sure you will, Britko says as he stops and turns around. Running towards the blonde elf on the floor, Britko avoids another rushing tree branch and picks Visas up. With his strong hands and muscled arms, he easily lifts up the young hero and carries him for a few yards. Gotcha! Can you stand? Then let's run! After Visas regains his strength, he follows Britko and catches up with the other elves. They hurry their way through the violent tree movements and stirring surfaces with moving roots. Branches scratching the soil form an obstacle course, as it were, for the warriors to jump, duck, dodge, and dash in different directions until they approach the forest line.
We're almost there,
Melthor says, panting heavily. With no further ado, the 7 individuals escape the enchanted forest. Catching their breath, a few of them let themselves fall on the soft grass and close their eyes for a few seconds.
Next time we'll go around,
Melthor says. The others chuckle. They realize they barely cheated death, but that at least it saved them a whole day. Not that they would take such a risk again, but all of them are satisfied with the thought they tried. And you've never been through here before? Licinia asks, checking one more time.
You think I would experience this and wouldn't tell you about it? No, of course I haven't been through here. But please accept my sincere apologies for the unneeded dangers we've come across. I did not have the slightest idea the trees were so hostile, or even alive, for that matter.
Visas looks at him in a forgiving way, as does Britko.
Very well,
Melthor concludes.
On our way, then. My house is on the top of that hill.
I owe you one, Britko,
Visas says.
Sure, kid,
he says with a big smile. 8. Clarity. Hiking up the mountain, the elves gaze up as Melthor's odd-looking house slowly emerges. Surrounded by humongous trees, the place stands as if eternally covered by bushes and shades, protecting it from the sunlight entirely. The house has the shape of an urn, or a quirky triangle, with a wide bottom floor and a tiny upstairs attic. On both sides are large windows, and the door is extensively encircled by magic symbols, undoubtedly indicating the presence of a sorcerer of some sort. The burgundy color of the window sills and edges of the front door embellish a warm tint of comfort in the grayish structure. The grandeur of the homogeneous fauna around it, however, diminishes the complete conspicuousness of the humble home in the middle. Melthor stands in the front of the door and maunders several magical phrases to break the anti-stranger spell securing the shelter. He turns the knob and opens the door. A peek inside the living room tells Visas and the others that Melthor likes to keep things organized.
Please, enter,
Melthor says when they arrive. They go inside and immediately notice the tidy environment the wizard has created for himself. Paradoxically, the rooms are full of odds and ends of this or that, but every item seems to be neatly arranged in an orderly manner, divided into compartments, boxes, and shelves. In one of the corners, tall bookshelves fill up space, making numerous books available for any avid reader. In another corner, chemical beakers, test tubes, and jars combined to create a sophisticated research lab, with formulas and algorithms scratched on documents and sloppy papers. The feel of the house is mysterious, yet welcoming in a contrary, peculiar way. In the middle of the room, they find some chairs and a table. Have
a seat,
Melthor invites them.
You must be hungry. I know I am. I'm sure I can find something in the kitchen.
He disappears into a nearby room, supposedly the kitchen, and comes back with plates and cups.
The guest rooms are in the back of the house, he says. You can fight over the best beds after supper. I have 2 rooms, so the men and women will be separated.
The elven bread is one of the best foods in Terra, providing ultimate strength and healthy substances necessary for the body to function properly and become energized. As the elves eat their evening meals, Visas gets to the point as to what has been on his mind for days. Melthor, he says boldly, I know there are things you haven't been telling me. You told me earlier that there was a valid reason for choosing me for this quest. and that you didn't want my emotions to get in the way. What is it all about? I want to know now."
"I hope you are ready for this," Melthor says. "The mind of a young elf can only take so much. I realize you have been through a lot, Visus. The unjustified death of your parents must have been heavy on your soul. All these warriors here lost loved ones in the genocide of the village. You were no exception."
The others nod and look at Visus. "I understand," Visus says.
"But when someone is romantically involved, it can increase the drama even more. We know you care for Solana, and we know she has been captured. Have you ever wondered why she has been captured and not viciously murdered like the other villagers?"
Visus feels his heartbeat go faster. "Please explain," he says, trying to remain calm.
"I have told you about the curse of the Sword of Adamus, but I purposely left out one aspect. You were occupied with other matters, issues in the Crystal City that needed a resolve, the journey, and invoking the help of other warriors. It seems as if you were ready to know the complete history."
Melthor rubs his chin and sighs.
"Evil has its way to recover from blows. The final battle of the wizards did not end well. When the warlock stole the Sword of Adamus, scattered it into pieces, and divided them across the lands, he cast another terrible spell upon the weapon, putting our elven race into an even more desperate position. As soon as he had the blade, he added an eternal and indefinite part of the forged strength it would carry once attached again."
"So the orcs have a way to make their invulnerability last forever?" Visus asks.
"You are catching on quickly," Melthor says. "But not only that, the orcs can be killed by animals, natural disasters, and aging. However, when another race, like the Elven race for instance, tries to attack them, it automatically empowers the curse, making them each invincible. If the curse becomes eternal, two things would happen. First, orcs could not die. Period. And second, the Sword of Adamus would be useless. Terra would be doomed forever, and fall under the reign of the orcs as the sole remaining life on this planet. And this is why we should not waste too much time. The curse is about to stand for all eternity, which prevents any elf to ever defeat an orc in combat."
"And when will this infinite spell become infinite?"
Visus asks. "A sacrifice," Melthor says. "The spilling of pure elven blood on the altar of their sacrilegious monument. The reason they waited all these years is because the stars have to align in a certain manner. Only at the right day, when those luminary orbs are aimed directly above Terra, can the curse be eternalized. Before that, it can still be broken by repairing the Sword of Adamus. If the orcs can perform their cruel ceremony at the right time, all will be lost."
"So what does all this have to do with—" Visus interrupts his own sentence as the ugly state his sweetheart is in pierces his mind to the core. His fear turns into anger as he realizes that Melthor and the others have kept this important piece of information from him for so long. "I'll kill you!" he yells as he leaps at the wizard and grabs his throat. "You knew from the beginning, and you didn't tell me?" Attempting to choke the old man in rage, the others jump onto Visus and pull him back, restraining his arms and legs. "Let me go! Let go!" he yells, writhing like a fish. When he slows down, the others loosen their grip and Visus storms out of the house, slamming the door behind him. "How could he mumbles to himself. "That mean old man. And the others knew about it too? This is it. It's over. He's going to continue his journey by himself." Boiling up inside, he descends down the hill and walks for a few minutes. He can't stand the thought of Solana dying. He loves her too much, and he cares about her well-being. If there is anything he can do to prevent an awful fate like that, being sacrificed at the hands of those filthy orcs on some ridiculous altar. Moreover, the entire elven kingdom would collapse after such an abject, potent act. Not only does the rescue of his girl occupy his thoughts, but now the responsibility of securing the safety and continuance of the entire elven race rests on his shoulders. Dooming scenarios flash through his mind as he keeps his body firm and closes his eyes tightly, trying to slow down and holding his breath for a few seconds. The importance of the matter causes Visas to fall to his knees and shrivel in mental anguish. Remaining there for a few minutes, he gradually processes the dreadful conditions of his life filled with tragedies. First his parents, and now his girlfriend. Eventually he comes to his senses and realizes the dilemma of why the others weren't telling him the complete picture. He lost his cool. He wasn't ready, which has become apparent. He has to look at this from a rational perspective, even though the thought of his beloved Solana dying makes him upset the very second he thinks about it. But there is still hope, a reason to move on. All is not lost. Not yet. Time to go back and set things straight. That went as expected, Warrion calmly says. Hey, you're back, he adds when he sees Visas standing in the doorway. I was out of line. I'm sorry. Please accept my apologies, he says. We figured you'd react this way, Britko says. If I had a lovely lady like you do, I wouldn't remain calm either. We understand, but we are glad you are more accepting now. Come, join us for the rest of supper. Visas sits down and looks ashamed. You got a steady grip there, boy, Melthor says. Make sure you use that strength on the enemies you will be facing. Oh, don't you worry about that, Visas says in a bitter voice. I'm going to destroy every last one of those filthy orcs. Just look at it this way, Melthor adds. At least you know nothing will happen to her until that day. You have the surety of her safety, for now. How many days do we even have? Visas asks. I will show you after your meal. But please, just relax until I do. We are here to help you out, Visas, Narpa says. It concerns us all. With mixed feelings, Visas finishes his meal quickly. Silence roams around, disturbing the previous conversation and establishing a new level of seriousness. When everyone is done eating, Melthor gets up and says, Come on. He takes the elves to the other side of the room and grabs a big, dusty book from the shelves. With a thud, he places it on a nearby table and opens it. I won't be able to go with you on such a long journey, he says. Please don't question my reasons. I do have spells and formulas to protect me, but this journey already took so much out of me. My energy is draining, and for my recovery, I will need some time. Time which we don't have. You must head out tomorrow and start your quest for the first diamond. He flips through the pages of the book and continues. However, I will aid you with potions and spells you may use at any given moment. There might be moments that your last resort is to apply what I give you. When that moment comes, don't hesitate. He stops flipping through the pages and says, Aha, there it is. Visas, I will hand these to you. I have full faith in you. The others are as valuable as you are, but your motivation will be doubled by what is at stake. Sounds fair. The others agree. Let's start with this. Yes. He mumbles. I will give you this spell. You can only use it once. I will make you invisible for a considerable amount of time. You can find it useful for sneaking past an enemy or defeating a quick creature. Make sure you don't lose this. He writes the spell on a piece of parchment and slips it into Visas' knapsack before he moves on to the next spell. This spell can teleport you into another location you've already seen. If you use it within minutes, you can teleport back with it. If you wait for too long, the effect will run out. Use it wisely. The elves are intrigued by the magical tricks the old man has in his book. A potion, Melthor says. This potion will make your skin withstand the burning sun. Drink it, and you will be able to endure the burning heat for days without any of its ill effects. I notice there is a merciless desert on the map, which has claimed more than one victim already. You will need this desperately when journeying through it. What about the others? Visas asks.
I am not sure, but perhaps that is a venture you will have to undertake by yourself. Anyway, let's see what else I can give you. Here it is." He pulls out a tiny pouch and says, "The powder in this little bag will make you resistant to hypnosis. There is a chance you will come across such creatures. You know, the ones that will try to hypnotize you and control your mind. Don't let them. Take this with you."
Melthor hands the pouch over to Visus.
"Inhale it when your intuition is telling you someone tries to manipulate you that way. Finally, there is one more thing."
He grabs 2 needles in the corner with fluids in them.
"Inject those and you can breathe underwater like fish. Temporary gills will enhance your body's abilities."
"Wow," Visus says. "It's amazing. Thank you, Melthor. I will put these to good use."
"Sure you will," Melthor says confidently. "I've seen your eagerness to achieve. All you have to do is use your mind as well. Oh, and before I forget it," he says, "a map will be necessary above all else. Let me get it for you."
He slips away to another room and comes back with a scroll in his hands. Laying it out on the table, he says,
"This is Terra. We are here. According to the data I gathered from the scouts, city informants, the legend, and the stories of travelers passing by, the diamonds should be here, 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 and here."
He points to 5 different locations on the map and marks them with a feather he dipped into some ink. "Looks like we have a long way to go," Licinia says.
"Yes, and the climates are very different, or so it seems."
Warrion adds.
"Very," Melthor says. "I want you to be prepared for anything. I honestly have no idea what monstrous creatures will attempt to cause your death, break your bones, drink your blood, or suck the life out of you. Not many elves have gone to these lands and returned. The ones that have did not get anything out of it. They merely came back with horrific stories and traumatic visions. Do not underestimate the dangers you are about to face."
Then he puts an X on a 6th location and says,
"And that is where you will find the Sword of Adamus. So after you have retrieved all the diamonds, head there and start saving Terra by pulling the sword from the stone. With that blade, you will be ready to head west and cross the bewildering seas to prevent the beheading of Solana and the infinite effect of the Orc curse. Any questions?"
Everyone shakes their heads. Melthor explains in how many days they have to complete their journey before it is too late. He wishes them
"Good night,"
and wends to his sleeping quarters, as do the others. After their rest, a new day will begin, a new dawn with a range of obstacles, challenges, and perils which will test the very heart and spirit of the unsuspecting elves. 9. Pure evil. She finds herself in a school for the younger generation. The classroom is big. The pure creations of the laughing boys and girls hang on the walls and are presented on the tables, with proud parents checking and watching them. Children are dancing. Music is playing. Everyone seems to be having a great time. Solana looks from an angle at the festivities of the innocent young elves. She smiles and claps along with several other volunteers, cheering on the joyous occasion. Teachers, professors, and the like have come from all over town to stir up enthusiasm and add to the pleasurable setting. A young boy is standing in the corner, its head hanging down and his back bent forward. Solana moves her gaze to the lonely child and decides to walk towards him. "What's wrong?" she asks as she taps him on the back, squatting to be leveled with his eyes. He turns around and stares at her with a creepy, empty gaze. Intrinsic terror enters her being. A rush of cold shivers she cannot describe. It's as if some obscure power has become unified with this poor kid. Startled by the freaky gesture, she steps back and almost falls over another girl who was running around. Sorry, she says, looking backwards. The little she-elf skips along and laughs happily. Solana turns her head to the little boy again. His head is turned towards the wall again.
She is terrified by the thought of looking at him in the eyes again, but she is determined to discover what is wrong. Once again, she puts her hand on the boy's shoulder and makes him turn around. As the little child turns around, his hollow stare influences the rest of his face. His countenance transforms into a fierce orc, and the remainder of his body soon afterwards. His size increases tenfold, leaving nothing but a grotesque monster in front of her. Before Solana can do anything, he grabs her by the throat and starts choking her brutally. Solana tries to pull his hands away with all the strength she has, attempting to release her painful throat from his clutches. In the process, she quickly glances at the room that previously had a crowd of exuberant individuals in it. But the elves are gone. The walls have become black, the ornaments have vanished, and a thick red goo is dripping from the sides, having the image of a bloodbath. As the orc keeps choking her, she senses that her environment grows grayer each second. She wakes up, panting heavily. It was just a nightmare, she realizes. Her eyes are wide open, but her eyelids are dropping from the fatigue. She rubs them and blinks several times, gradually allowing the surrounding light to make their way to enter her senses. She yawns and gawks in front of her for a few seconds, getting ready to start the day. "Where am I?" she asks out loud. Her hands are tied up, and so are her feet. Suddenly the past begins to sink in. The nightmare wasn't completely untrue, since many of the villagers were killed by orcs indeed. It makes her wonder if the children were murdered too, or if they were lucky enough to escape in one way or another. For now, that question will remain unanswered. She has been captured by orcs, and she still has no idea why. They could have just killed her like the rest of the village, but for some reason, it sounded like they needed her. Solana can only guess because the answers will have to wait until she can actually speak to someone. Stuck in a hard chest, she can barely see through the cracks of the padlock. 2 orcs are carrying the box to a building. It is difficult to catch a glimpse of what the building looks like, but it looks like a dark, dreadful place. Moreover, she is as uncomfortable as could be. Her knees are bent, and the small transporting means is hurting her head, forcing her to curve her neck and stretching it unnaturally. "Let me out," she cries in frustration. "Let me out of here now." It remains quiet for a moment, but then she hears the voice of an orc saying, "Oh, our little beauty has woken up. I knew she wasn't the silent type. Do you think we should put her out of her misery? After all, we tied her up pretty well." "Don't bother," another one says. "The boss will release her. We're almost there." Solana goes on. "Hey, you ugly, slimy mongrels. I demand to be let go. You will regret this if you don't let me out." Bang! The chest is standing on the ground. Solana hits her head with a loud thud. She hears a rickety sound and a creak from the lock. A hairy hand opens the lid and an orc holds out his hand for her to grab onto. Firmly holding onto his hand with both cuffed hands, she awkwardly manages to pull herself up backwards and stand up in the chest. "Welcome to the bulwark of Gorok, our great leader," he says. Solana looks around, observing the throne room of the said leader and apparent orc king. The chambers within her sight are all filthy and sloppily organized. As she inhales the dirty dust from the air, she coughs loudly. Then she observes the rotting bones on the floor and the filthy mess they made there. It's disgusting. What is wrong with these creatures? Don't they have a sense of decency? The design of each wall is covered in spiky ornaments, like fiery flames with ascending screams to the heavens. Black is the overall dominating color, or lack of it, revealing little light in many opaque, shady corners. Some of the shadows appear to disclose pathetic displays of unfortunate servants, seeing that their repulsive orc heads are impaled on spears standing in the ground. They portray the sheer consequences of disobedience to their respected leader. On top of the walls near the ceiling, macabre skulls are hanging on threads, dangling and bouncing on the slight breeze coming through the room. A lewd smell of discolored, decaying flesh and sweat hangs in the air. The putrid stench is so ubiquitous that it imbues her nostrils and causes her to gag instantly. A couple of tears appear in Solana's eyes as she tries to control her reflexes. The horrific impression of this place has an almost traumatizing effect by itself, transcending the relatively low expectations she had of it. Everywhere she looks, the dreary nature of this race is reflected emphatically. She wonders how this dump could be considered a royal living space, but apparently this is where the monster in front of her feels at home. Unleash her, Gorak orders in a raw, hoarse voice and stern tone. Two orcs walk up to her and unlock the cuffs around her hands and feet. Step forward, she-elf, the orc leader commands. His voice sounds like thunder from a black cloud, coming from a creature with a black heart. Solana walks toward the orc king and looks into his uncanny eyes. His pupils are missing, as well as his irises. The bags under his eyes are gloomy and conspicuous, as well as his round, broken nose, his grinding teeth, the drool from one corner of his mouth, and the sharp fangs sticking out, partially covering his upper lip. This horrid monster is huge and buff, with craggy, golden-red clothes covering his chest, waist, and legs. Several thorny bracelets adorn his wrists. His helmet includes 2 horns, and his pointy ears are pierced with a dozen earrings. Not a pretty sight, Solana thinks as she approaches the throne made of skulls and bones. Bow to me, Gorak instructs her. Solana says nothing and simply stares at him with disgust. Make her bow, the orc chief commands. The 2 servant orcs who released her from her bonds grab her and kick her legs down from behind, forcing her to fall on her knees on the rancid floor. Just where do you think you are, little girl? Gorak asks. This is Borgul, the city of orcs. We built this place, and we rule this place. For living quarters, you did an awful job, I must say, Solana says nippily. How dare you? I am your leader, and you will do as I say. Or what? You'll kill me? Oh, please, she continues sarcastically. Something is telling me you need me to stay alive. The Orc King is displeased with these smarty remarks and begins to feel a little agitated. He moves closer to her and tells Solana rapidly, I can do all kinds of things to you, little elf. You have no power here, no leverage. Don't you realize your life is in our hands? I could end it right now if I wanted. All I have to do is say the word, and these guards will execute you on the spot. So you better listen up and obey my commands, or I will make your life a living hell. Do you understand? Solana doesn't back off and stares right back at him. I understand that you brought me here for a reason, not just to scold me, she answers courageously. So let's get down to business, and tell me why you didn't have me slaughtered in the first place, like the rest of my innocent village. The orc roars in delight. You really have no clue about the reputation of that despicable town, do you? Let's just keep it at the fact that those perverse trollops and corrupt magistrates were bound to invoke our deepest disgust, hence swaying our decision to pillage and plunder their way. You see, young elf, you may not have realized what is happening around you, but their infamous crimes reached our ears long before we acted on our bloodlust. You would do better not to regret their self-imposed fate. And I don't suppose you are any better then? Solana sneers. You can have a hypocritical attitude all you want, girl, but you cannot bend the truth. We did what we had to, as we will eventually do to your entire disgraceful race. Do you seriously despise our race because there are evildoers among us? Are you really justifying your actions by generalizing without seeing the innocent ones among us? That's just absurd reasoning. Ethical nonsense, elf, Gorak answers. Besides,
Even if your race was as pure and as blameless as you assume it is, we have big plans for Terra. It will be ours. We have stood by for too long as your race has defiled the lands. We are superior in strength and bravery, and I will prove it to you by being victorious after declaring war.
There is no arguing with this demonic beast, Silana concludes. He may be right about some facts, but this society, this orc stronghold, doesn't appear to be more sophisticated than any elf settlement. She bites her lip and lets him finish, just for the sake of not provoking him to anger.
I can tell from the look in your eyes that you are wondering what this has to do with you.
Gorak continues.
Well, I won't let you be confused any longer, Missy. You are the missing piece to the puzzle.
Silana's eyes grow bigger.
That's right. You heard me,
Gorak says.
We are limited in our omnipotence, but when any of you attack us, we remain unharmed. We are invincible in that sense, but the curse is wearing off. We can still die by other means. The Sword of Adamus can still be restored, therefore we cannot boast of our strength. Yet.
Silana is not sure about all the details of his story, but what she understands is that there is still hope.
When the stars again align on the designated day of our times, there will be an opportunity for us to maintain our immortal status. If we manage to perform the ritual correctly, we will be able to overthrow all your puny kingdoms forever.
I don't understand, Silana says with a puzzled face.
That day, your blood will run on the altar and the sacrifice of your purity will cleanse the curse from all obstacles. Don't be mistaken, she-elf. You will die. Just not yet.
Silana becomes pale. She is finally making sense of all this. Petrified for a few seconds, she thinks of what to do next. She leaps to one of the guards on the side and pulls the sword from his sheath. Surrounded by a dozen orcs within minutes, she points the blade at herself. I can kill myself now, she bravely says. That way your stupid curse won't stand. It will fall apart like a crumbling rock. What do you think about that?
Don't threaten me, Gorak answers. We have adequate time to fetch us another elf. You are not as special as you think you are. Any blood will suffice. If you die now, we'll just replace you with the next one. So do yourself a favor and grant yourself a little more time to enjoy the fresh air, while you still can.
Unfortunately, this is not the reaction Silana expected. She lowers her weapon in disappointment and allows the guards to disarm her. Taking her own life would be pointless at this time. Besides, there is still some hope burning within her that her beloved Visas is out there, trying to come to the rescue. Her optimism is typical for the way she was raised. However, she promises herself that if she gets the chance and nothing happens, she will execute herself on the day the sacrifice is to be made, so she can possibly break the curse. The very thought of it gives her courage.
You know,
another orc whispers in Gorak's ear,
we could get a bunch of elves and have them as backups, just in case this one dies at the appointed day.
Never mind that,
Gorak answers.
This one has the will to live. I can tell.
The other orc nods and steps back. Gorak moves forward and Silana spits in his face, showing him how much she despises him.
That is enough. Take this cheeky pest to the dungeon,
the Orc King says in a demeaning manner.
She will answer for her discourteous utterings eventually.
The orc guard grabs her and drags her downstairs. Crisscrossing through several stinky hallways and frowsy staircases, Silana senses that the temperature drops as they make their way towards the dreary dungeon of the Royal Bastion. Ouch! You don't have to squeeze so hard, Silana tells one of the guards.
You can shut your mouth now, hussy.
The orc replies, "There is only desperation down below. Give it a few days and this place will silence you for the rest of your days."
Tugging at her arms harder than before, they take her to a moist, dusky corner with solid iron bars and a paltry, flickering lantern. The sentry in front of the cell is corpulent and hideous, with only one eye, rotting teeth, and a variety of warts and pimples covering his body. His mouth is crooked, and his nose is pierced with a rusting ring. The keys of the prison cells are hanging on his belt, and he is holding a molding club the size of Solana's whole body.
"She's a new one, eh?"
the slobbering miscreant says.
"Come on. There's sufficient space," he adds,
salivating half the existing spit in his mouth. The guards toss her into the cell and the door gets locked.
"Don't lose her," one of them says. "She is of the highest value to the boss." "Okie dokie,"
the dumb-looking sentry answers. He turns to the cell and sticks part of his head through the bars.
"Don't you worry, missy," he scoffs. "You will like it here. I promise."
Solana gets up and walks over to the bars. He growls at her. Then she punches the ugly orc in the head.
"Ouch!"
The orc screams in pain.
"You wench! I will make you pay. Just wait until the day of your death. When your head gets chopped off, the last thing you will hear is my laughter."
Solana backs up and sits down on the cold floor. She takes a deep breath, watching the fat sentry stumble away. The squeak of a rat surprises her, and she cowers at the gloomy walls of the dark dungeon. This place is awful. Any healthy, sane individual would get depressed here. Her partially tattered white top has become somewhat brown and muddy, covered with dust and remains of a gray, icky environment, and tainted by the black sand on the stony ground. The dim light disguises the former crimson beauty of her skirt and molds her presence into a fading setting of shadows, giving her the feeling she has just been abandoned into an endless oblivion and misery. She has a leftover feeling of pride, standing up to her captors in the way she did. However, despite her previous courageous outbursts, she deplores her fate and awaits and longs for her unlikely but possible rescue. 10. Seeking diamonds. It weighs heavily on Vis's soul that he has to undertake this journey. If it were possible, he would sneak into Borgul now and rescue his girl, but he realizes just as much as the other elves in his group that it would be suicidal to do so. Fighting orcs who cannot be killed by the sword is pure madness. He did not sleep well, occasionally awoken by the abrupt noises of Britko's snoring and the loud, tweeting birds early in the morning. Woken up by the wise wizard, Nevisus prepared himself for the journey by washing himself, eating, collecting his materials, wielding his sword to practice, and talking himself into persevering through the trials he is about to face. Standing outside, he watches the rolling hills, holding his sword on the floor and somewhat leaning on it. The calm before the storm. Who knows which dangers will come along the way? Will he survive them? The chances are extremely slim that he will accomplish everything he needs to, in order to complete the quest and rescue the love of his life from the clutches of the decadent orc race. He takes a deep breath and sniffs the air of the serene hummocks.
"Alarm!"
It is Britko's voice.
"Retreat! Retreat!"
Melthor yells. Visus looks into all directions and nervously lifts his sword. The warriors run towards Visus in bewilderment and beckon him to follow them.
"The orcs have tracked us down,"
Melthor says.
"We must leave immediately, before they discover our whereabouts."
"But do they know where you live now?" Visus asks.
"There is no time to discuss the matter. They are after us. If we leave now, they may leave my home intact. If we don't, we have no guarantee."
Visas follows the others as they dash off the hill southward. Panting heavily, Licinia shouts, "There they are!" They turn their heads and see a pack of 12 orcs running towards them, still at considerable distance, and only visible because they are on a lower altitude. The orcs aren't going after the house, which is comforting to Melthor and the others. Unfortunately, though, they consistently pursue the group and are gaining distance on them. As the elves hurry towards the rim of the meadows, they approach another forest, different from the one with the dangerous trees, not knowing what they will find there. They do not care, however, if it will even remotely provide them with a safe hiding place from the attacking orcs, so onward they go, desperate to find shadows and shelter. When they reach the forest, however, an arrow shoots by Melthor's right ear from the front, barely missing him, and ending up in a nearby tree trunk.
What is this? Are we being attacked from both sides?
It appears to be so, Visas says as he sprints through the trees. Perhaps we should deviate to the left, but I don't think we need to stop running. Let's hide over there, Licinia says, pointing to a conspicuous grove of bushes and shrubbery in the forest. They all run towards the bushes and jump in to hide from the chasing orcs behind them. The orcs are too far behind them to notice, and they stop.
Halt!
One of them yells.
They must be around here somewhere. They can't be that fast. I've caught up with elves numerous times before.
Look to the trees,
Another says.
Maybe they just climbed in one.
The elves watch through the plant's branches and leaves to find out when the coast is clear. The orcs are searching and looking upward, attempting to find the elven team.
They could be in here,
a giant green orc says as he steps toward the bushes. Licinia holds her breath. The orc is within arm's length, but he doesn't see her. She feels her heart beating faster when she glances at the monstrous creature. He is bald with a ponytail at the back of his head. The sharp teeth in his mouth are at least 2 to 3 inches long. His axe is huge, with a tiny skull ornament at the end. The orc's eyes are fiery and creepy, snorting and puffing loudly as he approaches the bushes. His loincloth is filthy and the boots he is wearing are made out of a brown, stale leather, showing silvery buckles and black soles. With 3 earrings in one ear and none in the other, he still makes a masculine impression, particularly accentuated by the muscles and notable veins. Invincible or not, orcs like this would be an enormous challenge anyway. The more reason to stay silent, Licinia thinks.
Strange,
the orc says. Suddenly, another arrow shoots through the air, hitting one of the orcs in the face, slightly to the left between his eyes. The orc moans.
Ah!
He falls over, attracting the attention of the others.
What is happening?
An orc asks in panic.
More elves. Take heed. Let's find out where they are. Run, Rook. Are you okay? Stupid elves,
the orc on the ground complains, pulling the arrow from his head and throwing it on the sand as he stands up.
Let's destroy them. Nobody attacks an orc and gets away with it.
The orcs dash into a different direction and disappear in the distance. The elves in the bushes are relieved and heave a sigh. They look at each other and listen intently. Nothing. What are we going to do? Licinia asks. Get out of here, Warrion says as he gets up and starts walking.
Come back,
Melthor sneers.
The orcs will know we're leaving. It would be better to stay put and wait until they're gone.
Fine, Warrion says. He walks back and ducks, squatting under a tall fern. They wait and wait. Distant noises tell them that something violent is occurring far away, but they are hesitant to intervene. There would be no point, since the orcs are invincible. A gust of wind awakens their senses. The leaves rustle softly and the remote sounds slowly fade. After a certain time, they smell something. Is that smoke? Visas asks. Britko sniffs and answers.
It sure smells like it.
Licinia utters. I'm suffocating. Can we go already? I don't feel like staying here and choking to death.
We stay put,
Melthor insists. Warrion's patience is running out. He has always been one of those boys who just wants to take action and get to the point. Thinking, planning, and stalling are a waste of time to him. and in this case, it's driving him nuts to sit there and wait.
Let's just go already,
he says. Shh, Melthor says, rebuking him and holding his finger in front of his mouth.
Don't try to silence me, Warrion says. Everybody can see that there is nothing to worry about. We have an entire journey ahead of us and the orcs are long gone by now.
Sit down and shut up,
Melthor whispers.
Listen to the wizard, lad,
Britko affirms.
No, I've had enough of this. I am moving on,
Warrion says as he gets up again and leaves his hiding place. At that moment, a screech is heard, like the sound of a stretching bow aiming at him. He turns his head and steps back when he sees the point of an arrow directly in his face, ready to be released, held by an elf. You can come out now, the elf says. Melthor, Visus, and the others step out from underneath the big ferns and notice the threat. A group of elves surround them, and all point their swords and arrows at the group. They aren't like them, though. They give a darker impression. The hostile elves are halfway covered with black linen and obscure armor. Their pointy ears are sharp, coming out of a hood covering the remainder of their heads. Their twisted bows have shapes of claws engraved in them, and their swords are as gray as gravestones. The elves' eyes appear red and shiny, with a permeating keen look in them. Male and female elves stand prepared to fire at the group before one of them commands them to speak up and tell them why they are here. Well, he asks, we don't have all day.
Excuse us, sir, Melthor says. We are just on our way through.
And where might you be heading? The dark elf asks.
To the mountains,
Melthor says briefly. Tie them up. The elf orders the other dark elves. They can explain their reasons for being here to the chief elf. Visus and the others get tied up. They cooperate, since there must be at least 20 dark elves pointing their weapons at them. Following the dark elves to their living quarters, they watch in awe as they gaze up. The dark elves live in trees with spiraling wooden stairs leading to every home. Lianas and humongous branches with leaves form a thick forest with trees taller than the statues Venus saw at the Crystal City gates. Sophisticated patterns decorate the doors of their houses, which are part of the trees. Twisting trunks prevent the elves from walking straight, causing them to circle a little as drunkards to avoid tripping over them. The dark elven village is a magnificent place. Nonetheless, within seconds they notice what is wrong with this picture. Some of the homes are burning. Bleeding corpses and wounded men and women lie on the ground. Weeping she-elves are kneeling down, lamenting the loss of their loved ones. Males are handing each other barrels with water to quench the flames that threaten to destroy their tree town. Keep moving, a dark elf yells. When the group arrives at a certain home, a dark elf in a cape steps out and commands them to kneel. Do it now, or I will kill you this instant, he says. Greetings, men and women. My name is Quinthelor. I am the chief of the Dark Elves. As you can see, we have a little situation here. Discovering your coincidental presence, I must say I can only conclude that you may have something to do with these incidents. And if that be the case, I can assure you that your lives will be but a brief moment. He maintains his dignity as he walks up straight with his shoulders back, around the kneeling elves, facing the other way as if talking to thin air. All of a sudden, he quickly bends over and sneers. Give me one good reason why I wouldn't slit your throat right now. I dare you.
I can give you an incredibly good reason, Melthor says, but you have to promise to hear me out.
I am listening, but my patience is slowly fading. So hurry up, Quinthelor says.
The orc attack was meant for us.
What? Aha! As I thought. Guards, shoot these strangers. Quinthelor interrupts. Hold on, wait! It's not our fault, Visus says as he stands up. You saw what happened. These orcs cannot be killed, no matter where you strike them. This tragedy can be prevented from happening again. Quinthelor squints his eyes. Lower your weapons, he says. He steps towards Visus and says, You know how to kill them, don't you? Yes, but you will have to let us go. I might be inclined to do so, since these disgusting orcs just attacked our homes and families, Quinthelor says. Speak up, boy. Visas explains everything, from the curse of the sword to the destruction of Rensville and the kidnapping of Solana. Quinn Thalor sits back in a comfortable wooden chair and rolls his eyes in frustration. He hears the young hero out and shows little other expression on his face. Then he says, "It sounds like a plausible story. However, you can't go into the mountains. Do you have any idea about the temperature there? You'll die. Besides, if you can stand the cold, you'll be attacked by all kinds of creatures. We all know better than to go south. There is no way you'll succeed." "But if we get your help, we will," Visas says. "Forget it. I'm not sending my men and women on such a death trap," Quinn Thalor says as he stands up and walks towards his house. He stops, pauses for a moment, and turns around. "However," he begins, "if you were to retrieve the sword of Adamus and duplicate it, ensuring us a chance of victory over these orcs, I urge you to come get us. We will gladly assist you in warfare and avenge our deceased warriors. The enemy of my enemy is my friend." Quinn Thalor looks at the guards and says, "Release them and guide them out of the forest. Alas, I am certain they will face death on their quest, but the last thing we can do is give them a chance and let them go." The dark elves guide them outside the forest. "A few miles southward is an inn. You can rest there, but I strongly admonish you to return after that. Past that point there is no civilization. Dark creatures linger beyond those boundaries, and only a few have returned from there. Nevertheless, you may choose for yourselves. Greetings. May your fate be favorable and secure." With those words, the dark elves walk away, leaving them to themselves. All 7 of them stare at the guards. It's silent for a few seconds.
"To the inn, then,"
Melthor suddenly says. "Say, Melthor," Visas says, "I have a question. Do you know what happened to the diamonds and why they are scattered?"
"Good one, boy. I do not have all the details, but I can tell you what I heard."
"I am listening intently," Visas says. The others are listening too as they are hiking up the hill.
"Rumor has it that once the diamonds came out of the sword as a magical blow with powerful forces. They were stolen by greedy thieves who sold them for gold. The jewels weren't together anymore within days. Merchants sold them to other merchants, and burglars robbed them from homes. The first diamond you'll go after was caught by an obsessed gambler, playing cards for money and eventually winning the gem by cheating. To hide from his adversaries, he affected himself to the snowy mountain peaks. Nobody knows what happened there, but there were stories of shadows and ghosts. Others say he became ill because of his fixation on treasure."
"What about the others?"
"Well, I am not certain about the other ones. I just heard their locations mentioned. You'll have to search around a bit in the perimeter of the X's I drew on the map. However, when I came across a traveler who rested at my home once, he told me he saw a dragon in a different mountain range and observed the jewel in his claws. Something told me it should be there, if nowhere else."
"A dragon?" Visas asks. "I didn't know those still existed. I thought they were extinct."
"Time will tell,"
Melthor says mysteriously, while staring in the distance.
"I will accompany you until we reach the inn. After that, all of you can prove your strength by persevering through the trials you will face."
Arriving at the inn, they open the doors and are stared at by individuals at several tables. Conversations stop. Silence is cutting through their minds. The term awkward moment is a serious understatement in this case. 20 elves look at the group as if they have never seen anyone else but themselves there. One of the elves from a table in the back stands up and treads forward to greet them. With a cynical expression on his face, and after contemptuous signals with his hand, he pushes Visas slightly backwards with his pointing finger against his chest, saying, "And what brings you here, strangers? Nobody comes here without looking for trouble. If it's trouble you seek, then trouble you will find, I assure you." Partially offended, Visas asks, "What is wrong with a few common elves passing through?" "Perhaps it is my business," the elf says. "Perhaps it is not. But will you really test our nosiness, or will you tell us the reason for your visit without fussing around, stranger? We didn't come here to pick a fight, whoever you are. so I don't mind telling you what our plans are.
Visus looks at Melthor.
We're going to the mountains,
He says. And why might you force yourself to undertake such a perilous journey? The elf asks.
to fetch the diamond,
Visus says straight up.
Ah, how interesting. You actually think you can go up there?
The elf turns around and laughs as the others show a slight smirk. He turns back his head to Visus and says,
Now listen up, boy. No elf has ever returned from there. I don't know who told you about the diamond, but you should think twice before you utter such naive desires.
I've returned from there, a voice behind him says.
He turns around.
Suddenly everyone is staring at the man at the table who sits back and relaxes against his comfortable chair. He's wearing a black cloak with a hood, only moderately revealing his face and sipping from his glass. A brown color gives his boots an impoverished impression, as well as the tattered sleeves of his blouse that expose some skin on his elbows.
Then you can guide us there, can't you?
Britko asks abruptly.
For the right price?
He says. The elf confronting Visus is flabbergasted. He is uncertain as of what to do now. This conversation twist surprised him beyond measure. Visus pushes him aside and steps around him, walking straight at the man in the hood, followed by the others. The rest of the crowd has become dull and uninteresting. The only man to talk to in this company is this one. Visus grabs a chair and almost knocks over one of the guests as he places it near the table and sits down.
Name your price. We're listening,
he says, taking charge.
300 pieces of gold,
the man in the hood says, leaning forward and taking off his hood.
You are insane,
Britko says.
Nobody has that kind of money.
Fine, the man in the hood agrees. Then search for the diamond on your own, but I won't guarantee you a safe return in that case.
We can do it by ourselves,
Licinia says confidently. It's your deaths, the man counters.
Fine, Visus says eventually. You can come along, but not for that kind of money. We'll give you 20 pieces of gold.
20? No way. I want at least 100. 50, Warrian says, joining the conversation. Deal. My name is Ryder.
Welcome to the team, Ryder. We'll see you in the morning,
Melthor says. And my payment?
Afterwards.
11. Peaks.
I have heard certain preachers and other religious officials talk about the fire and brimstone of hell,
Britko says.
Well, lad, I can assure you I believe the opposite. If there is a hell, it must be ice cold, not hot.
I'm starting to believe you were right, Britko,
Visus says, covering his mouth to protect himself against the sub-zero wind. The 6 elves have left Melthor behind and have acquired a new addition to their group by hiring Ryder, the supposed guide who came back from the icy mountain. They are hiking through the white snow, which is circa 2 to 3 feet high. The temperature is below zero. The clouds are covering the sky and a high percentage of space is occupied by snowflakes, which make the traveler's journey home more difficult and hazardous.
Did they mention a blizzard?
Britko asks.
I don't recall them saying anything about a blizzard.
Oh, this is nothing, Ryder answers, taking his hood off. Just wait until we approach the peaks. There, it's really unbearable.
Great,
Visus comments sarcastically.
Something to look forward to.
May I ask you something? Ryder asks Visus.
Go ahead.
Why you? I mean, no offense there, buddy, but are you really that much more special than the other elven warriors here?
Honestly, Ryder, I have no idea. Of course, my commitment to the cause is stronger since I would do anything to protect my girl. But other than that, I don't know.
Ha! So you're just like everyone else.
I guess we'll find out,
Visus says.
Maybe I am just the same. Maybe I don't have to be more special to make this trip meaningful. I don't care, though. I just want to succeed.
Britko takes a step towards Ryder and affirms.
This kid is special, man. He single-handedly took on a gang of kidnappers who were hiding in the inn's basement in the Crystal City.
Interesting, Ryder says. Visus smiles. He is getting a little fond of Britko.
Can I ask you a question as well?
He asks. That depends, Ryder says.
What did you do up here? And how is it that you were able to return?
That's two questions, my friend, but I'll keep it short. I don't want to bore you. When I heard of the diamond, I got greedy. I wanted to be one of those rich freaks that could pay for anything he wanted, so I inquired of the whereabouts of said diamond and came up here. But what I found wasn't so pleasant.
What? What did you find here?
Trouble. Make sure you stand ready to fight off monsters twice your size or bigger. This answer suffices. Theseus doesn't care about knowing more. When they will face those enemies, he will be ready, or so he tells himself. For hours and hours they walk, struggling to make the climb up the mountain tops. The storm becomes more intense, the visibility even less. With ponchos and capes, the majority of the group covers their faces, legs, arms, and chests. Even Licinia, the she-elf with the usual skimpy attire, has put some effort into protecting herself from freezing to death. The air is getting thinner. Breathing becomes more difficult, and the distance they go within the same time period decreases over time. How much longer? Warrion asks. I'm getting impatient here, Ryder. We didn't pay you for nothing. Take it easy, Ryder says. It's not too much longer. Besides, you didn't pay me. That old wizard of yours did. So what are you complaining about? What am I complaining about? Just that I'm hungry, cold, and tired. I don't know about you, but I would like to either fight some monster for this oh-so-important diamond, or just find it and get out of here. The others chuckle a little. Everyone is fed up with the weather, including Theseus, who has decided to keep his mouth shut. Their boots are full of snow, their mouths are showing the first distinct signs of frostbite, and still, hardly anyone knows where they're going. It's on the other side of this mountain, Ryder says. Hold on for another hour or so. Make sure you stay together. It's easy to get lost in a storm like this. Don't go wandering off on your own, or you'll die. They are silent. Talking takes too much energy, so everyone reduces their words to the bare minimum. Thoughts go all over the place as Theseus realizes how tired he is. The elven bread in his bag is still there, and they have enough for various meals, but he wants to save it for later. He knows there may be more obstacles ahead, and he doesn't want to run out at the very end of their journey. He thinks of how long all of this will be. This is only the first of 5 diamonds. He doesn't even want to consider the possibility of giving up. He has lost everything. His parents and village are gone. And, well, I guess I haven't lost Solana yet, he thinks. There is still a chance. The thought keeps him going. If everything Melthor told him is true, then the orcs must be ensuring Solana's survival for their own good. It's comforting to know that. With every step Theseus takes, he does it for her. He brushes off some of the snow from his clothes and looks to the heavens. It is as if a thick blanket surrounds the elves, a white fur of some sort that figuratively chokes them and withholds air from them. The snow is brutal, and the altitude is barely good enough to continue their journey without extreme measures. Theseus' feet feel like they're going to fall off. All that uphill hiking and pushing against the high snow causes each of them to utter brief complaints about exhaustion and fatigue, but none are prone to react, knowing that there is no benefit in doing so. It seems like an eternity, the icy cold that cuts through their skins like razor-sharp knives. After a long time, the heavy snow calms down a bit, and speaking and seeing are two actions that become more appealing to the group members. Theseus looks ahead and sees the other mountain peak which Ryder was talking about.
Did I mention how much I hate winters?
Britko says after a while.
Yes, I think you have, Britko,
Theseus says laughingly.
I don't like them either. Rensville was a lovely climate.
Ah, that place,
Britko says.
The area was nothing short of perfection, but the elves who lived there.
He stops talking and rolls his eyes. Suddenly, the two archers have joined the conversation. Marvar walks closer to the talking duo and listens to Britko, who vaguely tells Theseus how good their village could have been if only.
Don't fool yourself,
Marvar says, interrupting the giant barbarian elf.
Nobody could have saved those evildoers.
Theseus turns his head and says,
You two have been awfully quiet this entire trip, Marvar, but something makes me think you are less unworldly than you appear to be. What happened to you in Rensville? Narpa answers for Marvar. That town consisted of a bunch of hypocrites, she says. They said they practiced religion, but none of the clergy practiced what they preached. Marvar nods. It was a terrible system. I am surprised you haven't noticed any of that. Oh, I never went to church, Visas says. So no, I am not familiar with what occurred behind the scenes. Sorry, but I am curious, so please, expand. However, the story has to wait, because before the two archers can elaborate on their previous situation, Ryder walks over to them and says, Quiet. The blizzard is gone. Don't you know what that means? That we can finally see farther than a few feet in front of our eyes? Warian asks. Yes, but there is more, Ryder answers. Everyone looks a little bewildered. They certainly have no clue what he is talking about. He looks around him like they are not safe, and the others wonder why. Visas pulls his sword and some of the group members take off their protective capes or ponchos. The sun is slowly appearing out of the thick clouds, showing its vibrant rays. The calm, after the storm, but definitely not before the action. It's a danger that naive travelers in these regions could easily overlook, but Ryder knows better. He has been here before, and he knows what is coming. 12. Hungry Hostiles. I am hungry, Licinia says. Visas, you have some elven bread in that knapsack of yours, don't you? Shh! What did I tell you? Ryder says, rebuking the young she-elf. Well, excuse me, but I just feel like eating something, okay? I am hungry. Licinia sneers. Warian looks to the side, down the mountain, and asks, pointing towards what he is seeing. As hungry as they are? Everyone else hurries to Warian to see what he is talking about. When they look down the mountain, they are shocked. A pack of wolves has gathered. It seems as if they have been following the travelers and have been waiting for the blizzard to blow over so they could take the initiative to attack them. Yet they are still standing there. These aren't regular wolves, Ryder says. They are smarter and tougher than the wolves in the pine forests in the eastern parts of Terra. They have learned to survive in harsh circumstances, in cold climates like these. We need to leave this place instantly. The others are still hesitating. They are not sure of where to go. Let's go already, Ryder whispers, but keep your voices down. Go where? Visas asks. Yes, where are we going anyway? You're the guide. Guide us. Licinia agrees. Over there, Ryder answers. Follow me. Hasten your pace. Realizing that running is impossible in the thick snow, they kind of hop-step and take big steps through the white layers of snow that hold them back. Some of them occasionally look back to find out if the wolves have perceived their location yet. It doesn't seem like they have. They are moving uphill, to the top that Ryder indicated. It's in front of them, and it doesn't appear to be much further. Visas has put his sword away and walks as fast as he can. Ryder is holding onto his hoodie, trying to resist the cold, piercing winds in their faces. The view is amazing, with snow-peaked mountaintops all around them, as far as the eye can see. But the situation is grim. The beauty is contrasted by a looming threat that shakes their confidence and instills insecurity into each and every one of the group members. It's quiet. Awfully quiet. It feels like nature itself feels it coming, the possible violence that could alter their fate. Suddenly, Marvar shoots an arrow. Ow! The others look up. Above them on another part of the mountain, a wolf got hit. The arrow penetrated his body and caused him to howl in agony. Everyone looks at Marvar, who doesn't lose focus, and quickly grabs another arrow. The elves shift their gaze towards the mountaintop again. More wolves have assembled around the targeted wolf carcass, and are strategically lining up to commence a full attack on the little handful of elves. Faster! Get out of here, Ryder yells. They're on to us. Wait, can't we just defend ourselves? Visas asks. We have weapons, and look how easy it was to just shoot one of them. Marvar interrupts. That shot was the result of years and years of training, Visas. Don't think that it was easy to perfect it the way I did. I understand, but seriously, why can't we just fight them? Because there are too many, Ryder says. What? I saw about 20 of them. There are 7 of us. We can take 3 wolves each, can't we? Visas insists. The pack you saw wasn't all of them, Ryder says. There are going to be hundreds of them. Trust me, let's move. Everyone. The wolves are still somewhat distant and reluctant to do anything, but as the travelers struggle through the snow, more and more wolves appear above them on higher parts of the mountain. Visas soon sees what Ryder meant. The number of wolves has already quadrupled. It is clear that they are greatly outnumbered. Nobody, however, knows where Ryder is heading. There is no sign of a refuge, not the slightest thing that seems like a safe place to hide. The wolves are surrounding them on almost every side. Their lives are, as it were, hanging on a thread, just being procrastinated until the hungry creatures have their way. There, Ryder finally says. He points to a cave in the distance. If we can make it, we should wait over there. Let's hurry then, lads, Britko orders. Visas looks at the cave and at the wolves. He wonders if the wolves won't just follow them into the cave. He looks at a specific wolf somewhere on a higher rock. As he sees the wolf's eyes, it gives him the chills to think of the aggression and survival instinct boiling in its blood, ready to dig in and satisfy its cravings for raw, elven meat. The wolf is grinding its teeth, lifting the upper part of its mouth and showing its fangs, while growling, with a pugnacious lust to devour its prey as quickly as possible. The other wolves look no different. The elves are almost there. They can see the cave clearly now. Then, out of the blue, they hear a woman scream. Ah! They turn around and find Narpa, whose leg is being grabbed by a wolf. The predator is holding her ankle firmly with its mouth, attempting to drag her away from the others. Marvar shoots an arrow into the wolf's head, which immediately lets go of Narpa's legs and drops to the ground. She compliments him on a very nice shot and looks at her leg. Fortunately, the wound isn't severe enough to worry about for now. Another wolf jumps down, and another, and another. Some of the wolves land in front of them, blocking their passage to the cave. The elves are surrounded. More than 100 wolves are steadily and slowly moving in on them, closer and closer, prepared to pounce. Ryder, any suggestions? Visas asks. We keep going, Ryder says. We kill the wolves in front of the cave and then hurry over there. Don't move a muscle until I say so. If we attack them at the same time, we might be able to get through without too much opposition from that side. The others nod. They have drawn their weapons and are waiting for the signal. Marfar and Narpa hold their bows ready, concentrating and aiming. The opportune moment has to be perfect. The wolves are still approaching them from all sides. Wait for it, Ryder says softly. Wait for it. Warrian is getting a little impatient. Okay, I am still waiting, he says as he shakes a little when a wolf is only 15 feet away from him. Wait for it, Ryder repeats. Now! The warriors swing their weapons at the wolves in front of them, completely ignoring the ones behind them. Their path to the cave must be clear. Britko whacks a wolf to the ground with his club. Visas, Warrian, and Licinia cut some wolves with their swords, and after a while, there are only a few wolves standing in their way. So when we get to the cave, then what? Visas asks while stabbing another wolf. They'll leave, Ryder says. They hate the cave. A wolf jumps in front of him. Whoa, he exclaims, stepping back a little. I got it, Narpa says. She aims, shoots, and hits the wolf in the forehead. Almost there, Britko says while hitting a wolf so hard that it falls back over the edge of the canyon. The wolves are coming from all sides, but as the elves dash towards the cave, they are able to evade most of their attacks. A few elves get lightly wounded, but eventually they all make it to the cave. As soon as they step inside, the wolves stop their assault. They simply stare at the elves with angry expressions on their faces. Their prey has escaped. Their hunger remains. Odd, Visas says. Why won't they go inside? 2 reasons, Ryder says. First, they know that they can only attack us from one side now. It's much harder than surrounding us. And second, There is a mysterious dark power in these caves. It's as if they realize that. We will find more challenges in these caves.
Great, Warrian says. Finally, when I was starting to feel safe. And now you're saying the wolves are afraid of the caves? What's in them?
Could be anything. Anyway, let's make a fire. We can create torches and go deeper inside the cave. Sounds like a good idea, Visas says. He digs inside his knapsack and finds a few flints, which he will use once the fire is set up in the correct manner. Meanwhile, Marvar comes to him and says,
It all started like this.
Hold on, Visas says. What are we talking about again?
You asked me what happened in Rensville, didn't you?
Oh, yes. Go ahead and tell me. The others sit down on some rocks and listen to Marvar's story. Britko puts down his club and stretches. He finds it comfortable enough to lie on his back, even on the cold cavern floor. Marvar has everyone's attention. During his narrative, Narpa nods a lot and occasionally confirms what he says. It's a story of corruption and hypocrisy. 13. Priests. Although he has seen it several times, the archer is unaware of how bad it has become. He wants to cling to something, anything to make him believe in a better life. The local denominations, however, have little to offer when it comes to variety and doubt. He can join them or remain in darkness. That's what it has come down to. So in order to stick to the safe side of life, Marvar has decided to meet with the town's congregation to uplift his soul and stimulate some purpose in his brief existence. He assumes that the presence of a greater entity must be real, and compares the aim of life to the aiming in his hunting endeavors. All of this must happen for a reason. He can't conceive an existence without meaning, a sloppy puzzle tossed together by pointless points in time that aren't related or connected in one way or another. That can't be it. There has to be an aim, a goal, a purpose to all of this. Why else would certain things happen, even if nobody can explain why they did? There has to be life after death, Marvar repeats over and over again. I just know it. This was the right choice. Okay, they are a little weird, but it's better to be a part of something, which is better than nothing at all, isn't it? I agree with you, he hears from a corner. I just don't feel ready yet. But you can go to the cathedral and then you can tell me how it was afterwards. Does that sound okay? Marvar looks at his wife, who is 20 years younger. He nods. He feels like the luckiest man alive. The long years of searching were finally over when he met Narpa, a young, quiet introvert who didn't mind putting up with his boring personality, since she showed a lot of similar traits in her character. And this blessed encounter, too, appears to him as another sign that his theory is correct, which is what he confirms each time he watches her. The two of them have only been married for several years now, but unfortunately, this hasn't taken away the judgmental tendencies of the neighbors and other inhabitants surrounding their once peaceful home. Since the priest was unwilling to assist them to be sealed in matrimony, they snuck off, with a lonely crowd, to have some other authority from Crystal City sanction their commitment. And even though none of the believers in Rensville claimed that they were living in sin, after that, they still sensed that their age difference wasn't beneficial to their good name. Stern, condemning looks were often the result of Marvar's arrival at the town square, and Narpa received no other communication except for rolling eyes, sighs, and the rejecting wave gesture of the local women. Yet, they are happy. They have managed to make a living on hunting game and growing vegetables from their kitchen garden. Since Marvar often left town to provide for his partner, he hasn't been seen much by the other elves in Rensville, until now. Proud of the way he looks, he kisses his sweetheart goodbye and leaves his house to head to and set foot in the cathedral for the first time. Various lessons and conversations about their faith have preceded his decision to interact with them, and he is looking forward to his first spiritual boost. He looks up to the building one more time. As one might expect, the building is ornamented with all kinds of fiery shapes and creatures to keep demons away. The gargoyles on the sides of the roof demonstrate their claws and teeth, scaring off any sacrilegious invaders and supposedly ensuring the safety of the devoted believers who enter into their sanctuary. But Marvar figures that its grandeur is exactly that, the protection it provides against possible intruding evil spirits who have schemed to ensnare the souls of those who heed to worldly temptations. With a cheerful face, Marvar opens the creaking door of the structure. Hardly anyone sees him when he comes in. He is late, and he feels a little embarrassed about it, but without delay he makes up for it by quietly taking a seat in the back and respecting the atmosphere in the room by paying attention. The priest has prepared a lecture. This must be good, Marvar assumes. During his words, he can't help but notice the hierarchy the clergy consists of. There are 3 rows with seats behind the pulpit, signifying their stance in the system. On each row there are 5 boys and men. Marvar is surprised by the fact that the ages are very well mixed. Some of the males have the faces of 12-year-olds, while others look like they could be at least 40. Next to their seats are signs that indicate their level in the spiritual pyramid. Marvar squints his eyes and reads the words Evelon, Avon, and Evio. He concludes that those must be the ranks that the clergy received, and of course, the priest stands above them all. Interesting, Marvar thinks. Then he listens intently. Followers of the faith, I have spoken a few words to you already, but it is now time to emphasize a matter of vital importance. It has been said among you that there are those who do not profess the same belief as we do. I cannot tell you enough how essential it is to our salvation to pity those close-minded sinners. Their infidelity to the one who created them is an insolence to their very being and to the church as a whole. Marvar pricks up his ears. He is curious as to what the conclusion will be of this sermon, knowing that his wife is not yet part of the congregation. The preaching priest continues, Those who are not for us are against us. We must find out who it is that offends the Almighty and rejects the sacred teachings and pure doctrine of me, his appointed mouthpiece. They are doomed to live the rest of their lives in ignorance, and the day of their judgment is coming. Therefore, we must shun and persecute these individuals, so they will be driven to greater heights by realizing their own filthiness and turning from their wicked ways. The Holy Church is asking you to stand up and to convince them of the awful state of their profane souls. Their poor choices must be exposed. No longer can we live in secrecy. The harshness the spokesman uses is something Marvar hasn't been familiar with in the past. He questions the truthfulness of his words, although the mixture of sincerity and condemnatory has a confusing nature that hasn't sunken in yet. He isn't surprised, after analyzing the complexness of the preacher's vocabulary, to see some of the congregation tuned out by showing a supposed reflecting posture while hiding their secret states of sleeping. Marvar chuckles. He couldn't expect every elf in this room to have a similar passion for poetry and prose. Some of them just come here to save face and pretend to care about the well-being of their souls. Citizens of Wrensville, the priest goes on to say, you have been chosen. Your election is that of a willing, noble culture between a people of pagans and idolaters. And to stay immune against those reprobate influences, you must submit to the Holy One and sacrifice your valuables to stay clean and be accepted of him. Are you prepared to follow in the footsteps of me, your authorized leader, and contribute to the enactness of the sanctified system that keeps your spirituality alive? Everyone stands up. They cheer and clap. Yes, we will contribute, they shout joyfully. Marvar stands up as well, clapping and looking at the other elves in the congregation. A collection plate is passed around, and as people are putting coins on the said object, the preacher again admonishes the crowd to be generous and not to cut corners or take any risks. You must do whatever it takes to save your soul, he says, implying that the more money they give, the higher the chances are that they will be saved. Eventually, the collection plate gets passed to Marvar. He sheepishly looks at it, remembering that he forgot to bring money. He didn't expect to be required to donate, so he didn't bring anything to the church. So he passes it on to the person next to him and keeps cheering. The priest ends the session and sends everyone home after a few distinct religious rituals. Then he walks to Marvar and introduces himself.
I am Father Lurius,
The priest says.
You are new here. What is your name?
Marvar. Pleased to meet you.
I didn't see you adding anything to the collection plate,
He says.
May I ask why?
Oh, I just didn't bring anything. I didn't know we had to donate money to the church. That's all.
Greed is a serious sin, my son. We all have to contribute to keep the spiritual flow alive in this town. And in ourselves.
Yes, I know. I will give double of what I had in mind next time.
Why wait? Father Lurius asks. I can come with you and help you save your soul right now.
I am not in a hurry, Marvar says. It doesn't matter to me.
You underestimate the grave importance of these things, my son. Now please, allow me to follow you home.
How about I give it to you tonight? Marvar says. My wife is waiting for me. I will swing by your place and hand it to you myself. The priest sighs.
Fine,
he says.
I can't expect you to understand. Don't forget it, okay?
I won't. Thanks, Father Lurius. Marvar returns home and greets Narpa with a kiss. She looks into his eyes and asks how it went. Nothing special, Marvar says. It's the usual preachy religious stuff, except I think some of the elves in that congregation might be a bit hypocritical, including the priest. How so? Narpa wants to know. Well, he mentioned how terrible everyone in the village is who doesn't come to his church and gives money to the clergy. And he even used the word persecute. Really? What does he want his followers to do? I am not sure, but I feared for your safety the minute he started talking. What if this isn't the right church? There are no others in Rentsville. It's either this one or nothing. Then perhaps it should be nothing. I don't know, but I don't trust it. Just go a few more times, Marvar's wife says. You never know. Maybe he was just in a bad mood and he took it out on those he looks down on. You're probably right. Anyway, tonight I am going to add my donation to everyone else's. Don't worry, it won't be much, just a few coins. Sounds good. I'm going hunting in an hour or so. Okay. Let me know when you leave. I will. With those words, Narpa ends the conversation. Marvar starts doing some chores in the house and yard. The day flies by, and before he knows it, it's already late. Marvar's wife isn't back from hunting yet, but he is not concerned. He knows that those things can take a long time. So instead of looking out for his partner, he decides to keep his promise and heads toward the priest's house. Zigzagging his way through the tiny alleys in Rentsville, he is reminded of the difference in income between the classes. Some homes look big and expensive, while others look like slums. The poverty and disparity has reached a new problematic level in this little town, not to mention the corruption, which has increased dramatically as well. What will happen to this place? Marvar sighs. It used to be so much better. More equality, more justice. I hope this newfound faith will lead me into a better direction, even though the priest is a little weird. He passes by decayed homes and dusty old shacks with impoverished individuals looking through the windows as he walks on towards his destination. Several places are put together with a bunch of bricks and wooden boards. There are heaps of garbage on the side of the road, and clean drinking water seems scarce, or so he concludes after glancing at the distant well that seems to have dried up. When he arrives at the preacher's house, he can hardly believe his eyes. In front of him stands the most insincere display of this man's character, a contrast with the living spaces of penniless peasants he saw just minutes ago. The priest's house is gigantic and elegant. Pillars made out of marble hold up the elevated roof, and the door posts are ornamented with golden patterns. Each piece of material in this home testifies of the selfishness of this elf. Marvar's suspicion was raised earlier when he noticed the priest's fancy clothing, but he was afraid to judge too quickly. Well, I guess I was right, he says. Still, he knocks on the dainty door of the exquisite edifice and wonders if this place only serves the needs of one person. The door opens up, and one of the boys from the cathedral stands in front of him. May I help you?
He asks. I am here to see Father Lurius. Is he home?
Actually, he went out for the night. I am sorry. Is there something I can do for you?
No, I have a donation for the church, but I want to give it to him myself. Can you tell me something? What does the priest spend the money on that he receives from his followers? At first, the boy, whom Marvar saw sitting in the Evian row, is afraid to answer the question, but when Marvar insists, he says,
Well, he takes care of us, but I don't like... Actually, I'm not allowed to talk about that. He's like a father to us. He feeds and clothes us, but tonight, he is out fulfilling his needs.
Does he give any money to the poor? Marvar asks.
He doesn't. You see, it is for our own good.
14. Frosted.
Unbelievable,
Visas says after hearing the couple's story.
I didn't know there was so much hypocrisy in my hometown. Now I feel less disappointed about it being destroyed. Just because elves do immoral things doesn't mean they need to die,
Licinia says.
But Father Lurius is the biggest hypocrite I have ever met. For him, I think I'll make an exception. You knew him too?
Visas asks.
Oh yes, I knew him. I just wish I hadn't. But does everyone else deserve to die? I don't know.
I think we're getting into a complicated debate here. We've had a similar discussion in Crystal City. Warren says. The point is that it happened, and whether or not some individuals deserve to die or not is not our decision to make.
That's true,
Visas admits.
But I have to say that it almost appears as if fate took matters into its own hands. It's like something else is controlling our destinies.
That's deep, man,
Britko says.
I think you're both right. Sometimes we mess up, but we get another chance. Some elves, on the other hand, have become so corrupted that I don't lament their deaths. It's probably better for everyone that they're not here anymore.
Everyone nods. In one degree or another, they have all suffered the consequences of the corruption, the abuse, and the lies in their hometown. None of them would go back, even if the homes were still intact. Narpa and Marvar finished their story by adding their conviction of some kind of divine justice, something they sincerely believe in, but would never impose on others. Food for thought. Everyone ponders its significance and their own destiny.
It's getting really cold,
Licinia says, rubbing her arms in the meantime.
Then maybe you should put more clothes on,
Britko says.
Excuse you. I am not used to covering up every inch of my body, thank you very much. I will do as I please.
We are all cold, Licinia, Marvar says. I can't feel anything in my toes. It's not normal. It hurt a lot before, but now it's almost like they are getting numb.
Can I take a look at that?
Narpa asks. She takes off her husband's shoes and covers her mouth.
Oh no,
she says.
Can I take a look at that?
Narpa asks. She takes off her husband's shoes and covers her mouth.
Oh no,
she says.
Why didn't you say anything?
She just sparked everyone else's curiosity. Marvar's skin looks hard and pale. It's grayish and yellow in color, and it doesn't look healthy. She touches some of Marvar's toes.
Do you feel this?
She asks. Not a thing. Well, almost nothing.
You've gone too far, my friend, Ryder says. These are the signs of frostbite developing on your skin.
He looks at it and wiggles Marvar's toes around. Ice crystals have formed on the tissue. He pokes at it.
Don't you feel anything at all?
A little, Marvar admits, but not much.
He's shivering too,
Visas says.
It doesn't look good. What are we going to do?
Narpa asks.
We wait,
Ryder says. We wait until the wind becomes weaker. Then we carry him back. If he stays here, he is just going to damage it further. In the meantime, make sure to keep it warm, but not too warm. He's not allowed to walk at all. If he does, it may damage the skin. After we bind it and warm it up a little, we shouldn't expose it to the severe cold again, or it could get worse.
Let's build a fire,
Visas suggests.
Perhaps we can keep him somewhat warm until the icy wind leaves.
It shouldn't be too long. Just a couple of days, Ryder says.
A couple of days?
Narpa asks.
And what are we supposed to do in the meantime?
Nothing, Ryder says. We need to stay together.
What if we leave when the wind is still strong? Marvar asks.
I don't know, Ryder admits. I can't guarantee anything. It could be the best way to go.
Why?
Because that's when the wolves will leave us alone. The warriors sigh. None of them took the possibility of frostbite into account. They are in a real pickle here. Britko has gone outside and has gathered some branches. Visus and Warian get a little fire going, and within half an hour, a hot burning fire is up. Britko leaves again, saying that he might find more branches or actual logs to keep the fire burning. Visus turns to Ryder and asks, "Didn't you say that this is the cave where we can find the diamond?" "Precisely. Why?" "Well, we couldn't find this place without you. I mean, it was hard to see in the blizzard, and you're the only one who could lead us back here." "What are you saying, Visus?" Ryder asks. "That going back without you might be challenging too. I wouldn't want to send Marva and Narpa out on their own. Besides, it would be difficult, if not impossible, for Narpa to carry your husband all the way down the mountain." "I see where you're going, buddy. You're telling me that I should go with them?" "Yes. If you guide them back to the inn, he can be taken care of. In the meantime, the rest of us can explore the cave and get the diamond. What do you think?" "It sounds okay, but how will you find your way back to the inn?" You can either come get us, or we can find it on our own." "Ha ha! That would be impossible. All right, my friend. I will take these two archers back to the inn and come here to get you. If you're still alive by then, I've told you before, it's not safe in these caves. It would surprise me if you succeeded." "Can I have your word that you will be back?" Visus asks. "On one condition," Ryder says. "Name it." "I want double of what you paid me. You only paid me for one trip here. I'm risking my life too, man. So if I have to hike back and forth one more time, I want another payment." "Sure," Visus says, "but I will only pay you after we get out of the cave." "Let's hope you survive what's in there then," Ryder says. "I hope so too." "Let's sleep here tonight," Ryder says. "The evening is nigh. We'll sleep around the fire, then we can split up tomorrow." After a while, Britko comes in and throws a dead wolf on the ground with a thud. Everyone is surprised. Warian chuckles.
Where did you find that?
"Guys, I just saw this one wandering on its own, so I took my chance and clubbed it to death. What do you say we have some roasted wolf tonight?" They all laugh. His sudden appearance of the funny big elf has turned the atmosphere around completely. Even Marvar has a smile on his face. Narpa stops worrying, and dinner is being prepared. "I used to be a lumberjack," Britko says. "I loved that work. I still miss it sometimes." "Where did you pick up your accent?" Visus wants to know. "Oh, I'm from a remote town in the north, but my parents decided to move to Wrensville when I was young. When we get all this stuff over with, that's where I'll go. My old town. It makes sense, since there's nothing for me in Wrensville. What about you, boy? What you do for a living?" "At times I helped out my dad with his business. He was a merchant. It's a real shame he's dead. Both my parents. I'm still getting over it. So excuse me if I get a little emotional on occasion. I was going to take over what he built up. But I guess times have changed, haven't they?" "Don't worry about it," Britko says. "If what Melthor says is true, you'll be a hero and save the day. Why would you want to be anything else than that?" "You're right, I guess," Visus says, but he isn't so certain about his future as the optimistic big elf sitting next to him. That night he sleeps like a rock, though. It's needed after such a long journey in the mountains, and it helps them get ready for the challenges the next day will offer. 15. The Cave. It is morning. The sun rays come from outside, shining into the cave. The weather is calm, but a storm is still visible in the distance. Thick clouds form on the other side of another mountain. Visus is the first one to wake up. He looks at the others. They are sound asleep. He glances at the fire and the leftovers from the wolf they ate the night before. The smoldering logs are still a useful way to create a torch, which is one of the first thoughts that enters Visa's mind. The cave must be dark, he thinks. He rubs his eyes and takes a few steps. This movement wakes up Ryder and Marvar. Weather's too good. The wolves will take advantage of us, Ryder says. Yes, but a storm is brewing out there, Visas responds. See? They're on the other side of that mountaintop. You're right. We'll wait for that one, and then descend to the inn. How are you, Marvar? What do you think? Visas asks. It's okay. Just get me out of here. I don't want to lose a toe or two. It's not worth the risk, especially when all of you are here anyway. Narpa wakes up as well and asks the same question Visas just asked. They start a conversation, and eventually the 3 other warriors wake up as well. After some yawning, stretching, and other small morning habits, Ryder takes control and speaks up. Make yourself some torches, he says, because this is what's going to happen. If you want that diamond, you'll have to go deeper into the cave, and for that, you need light, especially if you want to avoid the creatures of the deep. They are vicious and wild, so I suggest you start with those torches right now. The second thing is that Narpa, Marvar, and I are going to stay up here until the storm starts to come this way. In other words, we're splitting up. Yes, we caught that from your conversation yesterday, Warrian says. Let's get those torches and go. I'm tired of freezing my... Indeed, Licinia says. Let's not wait. Ready, Visas? Almost, Visas says as he holds a few branches in the blazing embers. When he is done, he stands up and follows the others into the depths of the cave. He quickly waves Ryder, Marvar, and Narpa goodbye. The cave is obscure and dangerous, with stalagmites and stalactites poking through the narrow spaces where they walk. The spiky rocks in the cavern make the sporadic complaints by Warrian and Licinia understandable. It is even colder than near the entrance. Visas shivers a little when he sees his breath. Ice crystals are all around them. The floor is a combination of spikes and slippery surfaces. I hope we don't get what Marvar has, Visas says. Frostbite? Britko asks. Oh, please. We got here so far, and the torches can keep us a little warmer. Easy for you to say. You're incredibly big. And? This is all muscle, boy, not fat here. Being a lumberjack makes you strong. Don't you worry. If you get cold, I can give you a hug. Shh. What's that? Warrian says, interrupting them. The others listen. I don't hear anything, Licinia says. It's gone, but I just heard something. Sounds like you're imagining it, Warrian, Visas says. No, I knew I heard something. Wait, there it is again. Everyone is quiet. This time they hear something too, but none of them can put their finger on where it is coming from. It's a mix of screeching, flapping wings, and shattering outbursts that sound like a cricket's chirp. They look at each other. Bats? Visas asks. That's got to be it, Warrian says. Let's keep moving, but be ready. I want to be prepared for anything, especially 100 bats flying in my face. The group keeps walking, slowly but certainly, slipping on the ice every once in a while, sometimes followed by a curse word or two, and other times by laughing. After some time, they reach a dead end. Great, Warrian says. Now where do we go? They search for a few minutes, and eventually Visas says, Through here. The other elves move to where he is standing and hold their torches in front of the indicated location. You're kidding, Warrian says. There is no way we will fit through there. Ha! Well, if any of us do, you should be concerned the least, Britko counters. You're the smallest of all the elves I've seen. Let's not exaggerate, Warrian says, trying to maintain a sense of humor while secretly being a little offended. Even if we would fit through here, how do we know it goes somewhere? We're going to get stuck. It's a risk we have to take, Visas says. No way. I am not doing it, Warrian says. Just the thought of crawling through that space makes me claustrophobic. Ryder has been through here, Visas says. I don't trust that guy. What about Solana? Visas asks. That's your girl, not mine. I could care less. Warrian's unwilling attitude is starting to annoy Visas. He thinks for a brief moment about what to say to convince the spoiled warrior. A sense of honor may be missing in him anyway, so that wouldn't be of any use. You'll die, Visus finally says. Excuse me? Warrian replies. You'll die, Visus says. I know there is more at stake for me. I have someone to rescue, someone I care about. But if you don't see the need for all this to get solved, then why are you here in the first place? I think it's because you realize that what Melthor says is true. If we don't stop these orcs now by getting the Sword of Adamus, they will sweep through the entire nation. All elves will die, and you won't be able to hide for long. If you're not doing it for a girl, then how about helping me save Terra from utter destruction? Britko and Licinia are silent. They are well aware of the situation and the necessity of persevering through these awful, freezing caverns. Warrian doesn't make any eye contact. Visus' little speech touched him. I'll go first, Warrian says, hesitatingly breaking through his stubborn arrogance. He bends over and lies down on his stomach. Holding his torch in front of him, he begins to crawl between the narrow spikes on either side of the space. Water is dripping on his face, caused by melting walls and ceilings that his torch slightly touches. He hates this. The cold floor feels as if a giant knife is scraping his stomach. But what he hates even more is the uncertainty of an exit. Who's next? Visus says. No. Don't come here, Warrian shouts from a distance. It'll be easier to back up if none of you are in the way. Let me see if there's a way out first, then the rest of you can follow. No problem, Visus shouts back. Let us know. Warrian continues to crawl and mumbles a few grumbles, which fortunately cannot be heard by the three elves behind him. His gigantic sword is being dragged on his back, and the melting ice has become even more of an irritating factor in his endeavors to reach the other side. Yes, the others hear after a while. Hey guys, I found an exit. Whoa, what the... Visus, Britko, and Licinia take a step closer into his direction. What's going on? Britko asks. Get away from me. Ah! Warrian yells. Hold on, we're coming, Visus shouts. Let's go. I'll go first. Let's hurry up. The young elf crawls as fast as he can to the other side, followed by the big barbarian and female elf. When they enter the room, they aren't sure whether they should be scared or simply fight back. Warrian is surrounded by bats. He's lying on the floor on his stomach, covering his head and yelling loudly. Let's get rid of him, Britko says as he whacks one of the bats against a cave wall. Visus and Licinia draw their swords and slash through some of the bats. Some of them fall on the floor, others also begin to attack the three battling warriors. But most of them flee, exiting the room by flying through the same narrow space the elves came through. Warrian dusts himself off and looks at the other elves with a frustrated face. Enough said, Visus says. Let's keep moving. As they continue to cautiously tread the cavern floors, the four warriors put their weapons back and start talking. Say, Visus, Britko says. I always ask people this question. What would you do if you were filthy rich? What would I do if I were rich? Yes. Come on. Don't tell me you've never thought about it. I have, actually. I know there are some expensive things to buy, especially in the city. I mean, I was amazed by some of the homes I saw in Crystal City. That place has some really wealthy folks. But I could never live with myself if I knew that others needed it more than I did. You would just give all that money away, would you? Licinia asks. If that's the case, then sign me up. I'll take your money if you don't want it. That's not it, though, Visus says. I wouldn't just give it away. I'd try to invest in something that helps people in the long run. I guess it would help a little if you gave a beggar something to eat, but if I provide education and job opportunities, he will eat for the rest of his life. I don't know. Perhaps an orphanage, free school, or small business loan company would be beneficial to Terra's impoverished citizens. I know where you're coming from, boy, Britko says. I have seen so many beggars in places I've been, but I never knew what to do about them. And if you give them something, they're there again the next day. It's an ongoing cycle. What about you, Warrian? Huh? Warrian says. Apparently he wasn't even paying attention. What would you do with a lot of money? Britko asks. Buy myself a country, is the answer. Ah, okay, Britko says. Just like that? Yep, just like that. Nobody would look down on me anymore. I would be in charge.
Power hungry, Visas says while coughing on purpose. What about you, Licinia? Honestly, guys, I don't care. I would just make sure I would never have to work at a filthy place like the one in Wrensville again. Ever. What did you do for work? Visas asks. I'll tell you later. I don't know if your young ears are ready to hear that. Visas looks at Britko and raises his eyebrows. He has no idea what she is talking about, but he feels somewhat insulted that she insinuates that he is too naive. The group moves on without further discussions. They are paying attention to the walls and cave grounds in front of them. Something they aren't noticing, however, is a presence. A vague creature from the nether parts of the cave. A shady being from beneath Terra's upper crust. It crawls closer and sharpens its senses to analyze the possible prey it has perceived. Slowly and quietly, the elf-shaped monstrosity reaches for Warrian's leg and grabs hold of it. Wah! Warrian suddenly yells as he's being dragged away into the darkness. What was that? Visas asks. He holds his torch to the left, where they see Warrian sliding over the ice-cold cavern floor. Let go! Let go! He yells, now gone from their sight. Draw your swords! Britko commands as if he is in charge of the other two. Well, whatever it is, let's cut him loose, Visas says as he takes some big steps into the sound's direction. When the light reveals the scene, he understands the danger they are in. The creature that dragged Warrian away is about to bite his head off. Its body is like that of an elf, except paler and creepier, with veins being fairly visible. Like a freak of nature, its face has no eyes, only a mouth and a nose. A giant mouth. The ears are smaller, and with its sharp teeth and long claws, it is getting ready to kill its prey. Without hesitating, Visas throws his sword at the creature. Sack! The sword impales the creature's head and pins its victim's body to the cave wall. Warrian is still shaking. The other two are astonished. Nice throw, Visas, Britko says. Never hesitate, Visas says to himself, feeling the adrenaline rush after he saves his friend. Shall we go? Licinia asks. Never hesitate, Visas says to himself, feeling the adrenaline rush after he saves his friend. Shall we go? Licinia asks. Why? Because I don't think that was the only one. The warrior elves wave their torches around them and see a number of similar creatures crawl over the walls, some on the ceilings and others on the floor. They're sniffing and smelling, trying to pinpoint where their victims are standing, as if smells and sounds echo into their minds what they need to do. No wonder they don't have eyes, Visas says. They don't need them. It's pitch black in here without the torches. Their other senses tell them our location. Let's cut the chit-chat, Licinia says. Let's run. Run? Are you crazy? Britko replies. We'll slip. It's all ice here, baby. Don't ever call me baby. And besides, if we don't run, they'll get us. Have you seen their nails? They'll rip us right open. Or we'll fight, Visas says. Still, I would rather get out of here, Licinia says. I'm pretty sure that these are the beings that scared off Ryder when he came here. With that being said, they hurry into the same direction as earlier. Visas walks backwards sometimes, holding his torch behind him to check if the crawling creatures aren't coming too close. But in this manner, they are keeping them at a considerable distance. They're not very fast, Visas says. Or maybe they just don't want to be, Warrian comments.
Epic Fantasy, Quest of the Elves, the Elven Saga Book 2 of 4. Written by Emmanuel Finn. Narrated by Tim McKiernan.
1. Retrieved. Sometimes you just don't know what's happening to you until you turn around. It's like looking at a big wall while everyone is telling you to look behind you. But you won't, because you don't know what's out there. You don't realize that you're missing out. The things you were looking for are right behind you, and all you have to do is see. But nobody has eyes in the back of his head. We all ignore the truth in one way or another, like ostriches putting their heads into the sand, refusing to be enlightened by greater heights and massive impulses of realism and authenticity. It's an irony not many individuals are willing to admit to. Unbelievable, Visus says. The diamond is right there. It's beautiful, Licinia says. Britko is still paying attention to the boulder he put up in front of the entrance they came through. He's been too busy minding the cavern creatures that snuck up to them, and he can only focus on one thing at the same time. Eventually, he joins the others by turning around as well. Wow, he says. That's a shiny diamond.
Clear as glass,
Warrian says. I've never seen anything like it. The 4 elves are standing on a slightly elevated platform, overlooking the handmade room in a freezing cold cave. The room is decoratively distant from the rest of the cave, though, with a glamour and elegance that surpasses the dark, dusky shadows from which they just came. On each wall, they see a myriad of crystals glowing in the natural light coming from a hole in the ceiling, deliberately built in to emphasize the magnificence of the featured diamond. Down below, there was a path, a red carpet leading to the said object, signifying the necessity of a deep respect for this relatively small item. However, the most typical addition in this room, made from icy walls and crystal-clear shapes, is the presence of 4 statues on each side of the carpet. Every statue is made from ice, as well and is holding some kind of weapon. Visus squints his eyes and counts 6 statues, 3 with maces and 3 with axes. Their helmets are like those of the ancient knights they heard stories about, with certain spikes on each of their armor pieces, and other conspicuously defined elements and details in their appearance, ranging from buckles and capes to hauberks and shoulder pads. They have the image of fierce knights who fought for the preservation of the diamond. This makes you wonder what happened to them, doesn't it? Visus says. What are you talking about? Britko answers. They're just sculptures. Somebody must have carved them, that's all. What if there's more to them than meets the eye? Visus asks. Nonsense, boy. You worry too much. Come, let's go get that diamond. The reason why Visus hesitates is the exact same reason anyone coming into this room should be suspicious. It's all set up too conveniently. The red carpet, the ice sculptures in the shape of 6 knights, and the glass bowl covering the shiny, bright diamond, with rays of sunshine coming from above.
What is going on with the glass bowl?
Warrian asks. Britko is getting impatient. Are we going to go get it or stand here and talk all day? It's probably just there to protect it. We can lift it up, put the diamond into our bags, and leave. It's that simple.
Let's get it.
Warrian agrees. Visus stands back. He doesn't trust it. Watching the other 3 move forward and walk on the red carpet towards the diamond, he steps back instead and draws his weapon. They are getting closer and closer. Warrian is leading the others, and reaches out his hand to lift the glass from the stand where the diamond is situated. The moment is nigh. The anxiety can be felt, both the good and the bad kind. Each sense is only focused on one thing, the magical object in front of them. Visus, however, watches the environment. The waves of wickedness are floating in the air, set up to protect the valuable necessity to break the curse. Warrian takes off the glass bowl without much effort. He reaches and picks up the diamond.
See? Nothing is going on,
he says, holding the shiny object in front of him after he turns around. The others look at Visus, who is still standing on the edge of the rocky, icy cave platform. Suddenly, he yells, "Watch out!" At first, the 3 elves beneath him don't know where to look, but then Warrian sees it. A giant mace is swinging his way, barely missing his head and sparing his life. "Whoa! What was that?" Britko asks while looking up. Visus was right. It wasn't trustworthy. It reeked of seduction, of a trap waiting to ensnare them. The 6 ice sculptures are slowly breaking loose, away from their pedestals. The ice falls around the warriors down below, who are in a state of panic and bewilderment. Each of the 6 knights is fully broken away from its abiding spot, and is coming at the trio to end their lives. "Defend yourselves," Britko says as he swings his club at one of the frosted knights approaching him. The knight blocks his blow with his axe and pushes Britko over, who falls to the ground. Then it's Warrian's turn.
Die, statues!
He yells in courage as he storms at one of them with his gigantic sword.
Missed. Warrian's attempt to attack the knight gets interrupted by tripping over the leg of another knight. He falls onto the ground as well, face first, squints his eyes, and spits out the dust that entered his mouth.
Pfft. Lucinia, how about you take on some of these knights, huh?
He says.
No problem, rookie. Let me show you how it's done,
She says. She rushes at one of the knights, but to no avail. The giant statue bangs her on the head with his enormous fist and kicks her to the side. All three of them are lying on the red carpet, either knocked out or thinking about giving up. Visus is surprised to see that none of the big knights have noticed him yet. It's as if stepping on the red carpet somehow alerted them of their presence. But stealing the diamond made them intervene and engage in battle. Visus doesn't have much time to analyze the situation any further. He already drew his weapon, and he realizes that this is his moment. His moment of action, of rescue, of intelligence and strategy. I must avoid the red carpet at all costs, he thinks, as he balances on the rims of the cavern platform surrounding the walkway to the precious gem. Towering above the knights this way, he sneaks up on the first one. Stab! The icy knight shatters to pieces after Visus penetrates its thick armor. It seems like the other knights do not acknowledge his presence. The young hero was right about the red carpet. From the one knight to the other, he stabs each of them from above, causing them to crumble up and making sure they are kept from harming his friends. Stab, 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 stab. A few other ones go down, leaving only one knight left to kill. The icy enemy is far away, though, impossible to reach without crossing to the other side. Visus looks at it. The knight is about to crush Britko with its axe, throwing its hands and weapon in the air above him to mercilessly slaughter the big elf. No! Visus yells as he realizes his friend's life might be in danger. He jumps to the side of the wall, almost slips, but manages to leverage the balancing powers of gravity to jump away from the same wall, dash through the air, and slice the large statue in half. Its pieces fall on the red carpet, and the two warriors who are still conscious look at Visus, almost in disbelief. Well done, Britko admits. Where did you learn to fight like that? Warrian asks. Visus looks at all the pieces of ice on the floor. From my father, he says. He has taught me in the ways of the sword. Impressive, Britko says. Shall we go? Go where? Warrian asks. We don't even know of a way out of here. What about up there? Visus asks, pointing to the light coming from above. I bet you that hole takes us to the surface. We have the diamond, so we have no other business here. Very funny, Warrian says. How are we going to get up there, huh? Have you thought about that? I'm sure we will find a solution for it, Visus answers, because I am not going back into the cave with those eyeless shadow creatures. It would be suicide. Maybe not with your fighting skills, Britko says. I appreciate the compliment, but I would rather avoid them. Visus, Britko, and Warrian are looking around for anything to help them climb up the hole in the ceiling. Lucinia is still unconscious, and the solutions seem to be out of range. But not for long. Suddenly a rope falls down, still hanging in the air and leading up to the surface. The three of them look up, amazed by this unexpected turn, and wait until the origin of the rope is revealed. A head pops up, barely visible from that far, and against the light, and a familiar face is seen from below. Guys, get the rope and climb up as fast as you can, Ryder says. Ryder, where did you come from? Visus asks. It's a long story, but let me just say that your two archers are safe at the inn, and I was able to return quickly. I expect to be paid for overtime. Sounds fair? Ha ha! It's all good, Ryder, Britko says. Why are you in such a hurry? Stop talking and climb up already, Ryder yells. Get up here now. Okay, Britko says. He begins to climb, and the others wait in line. In the meantime, Lucinia wakes up. What's going on here? She asks. Ryder just came and helped us up, Visus says. But before he can say another word, they hear a scream and a growl. Ryder? Visus yells. Arrgh!
Ryder! Visas looks worried. He's not sure what just happened up there, but he wants to climb the rope as fast as he can to find out. Hurry, Britko! We don't have all day, he commands.
I'm getting there,
Britko shouts back. As soon as he reaches the surface, it's Visas' turn. As he ascends, he listens to Britko's exclamation.
Oh no!
Visas hears from above. Something is wrong, he says. A tad faster than the previous heavy elf, Visas raises his body to the top and discovers the reason for Britko's sorrow. There is blood in the snow. It's everywhere, and it forms a trail to a distant location. It looks like there has been a struggle, which Visas concludes after detecting the patterns in the snow and the random spreading of the blood. In some parts, the snow is completely gone, uncovering the rough rocks of the mountain. The crimson blood trail and thick hairs are what creates... The crimson blood trail and thick hairs are what creates an instant fear in Visas' mind about the well-being of their faithful guide. Let's go after it, he says, drawing his sword and running into the direction he thinks he should go.
Wait up,
Britko says, after making sure the rope is still tied up to a rock. He pulls on it, tightens it even further, and then follows Visas, tracking the blood trail all the way to the top of another mountain.
Whoa,
he says with a dry attitude, trying to hide his emotions. Visas is standing about 20 feet away from him. He's staring at the gruesome display of ripped body parts scattered across a small perimeter, stained with the blood and body fluids of his deceased acquaintance. The victim's head is ripped from his torso, and several limbs are lying around in a muddled, messy way, clearly depicting the brutal tearing apart of the wolf's prey, who probably struggled for his life, but was unable to save it and fend off his assailants. The wolves are gone. The scene is deserted. It looks like the wolves didn't even take the time to consume every last bit of the raw flesh they were craving. The horrendous suddenness of the tragedy causes Visas and Britko to refrain from speaking and stare for minutes, just attempting to grasp the sickening irony of the fact that the person who just rescued them from the ice cave has now instantaneously fallen.
Come,
Britko says.
There's nothing we can do here.
Nothing else needs to be said. They both know it, and they both lament their recent powerlessness to prevent the guide's death. Britko and Visas walk back and greet Warrior and Licinia, who have climbed up, and look at them with questioning faces. Britko shakes his head, and the two of them immediately understand what it means. Britko shakes his head, and the two of them immediately understand what it means.
Let's go back to the inn,
Warrior says.
Yes, but keep your weapons ready,
Visas says.
These wolves may still be around.
With that being said, the group heads back, fearing the worst and thinking of the possibility of becoming the next victims. They are more alert and anxious than before, though, still hopeful and positive about reaching their aspired destination.
At least you saved yourself some money,
Warrior says after a while.
Don't even mention it,
Visas says. He did not deserve to die. We lost a good friend.
I agree with you there,
Warrior admits.
Sorry. Sometimes I speak before I evaluate my thoughts.
No kidding,
Britko says.
You're not always fun to be around, little one.
Warrior is silent. He feels humbled and grateful that he made it out of the cave. His bag contains the diamond they sought after. It's not as heavy as he thought it would be, and the hike back is a pleasant change from the freezing cave and the dangers that came with it.
What's on your mind, Visas?
He asks.
Just stuff,
Visas says.
Come on. You just witnessed something terrible. We have the diamond and we escaped from the cave. Good and bad things are happening. But what is it you're thinking about? You look like you're in your own world or something.
I was just thinking about Solana. I wonder how she is holding up.
2. Atrocity City.
What? Where am I?
She asks as she wakes up with a jolt. Her eyes don't need to adjust to the light, for there isn't much of it anyway. The obscure surroundings contrast against her white top and a glimmer in the distance, which is probably a torch, she assumes. She breathes in the oxygen that is left in the somewhat toxic air she smells, thinking it may kill her. Looking to the left, Solana begins to remember what happened to her, and that this is not all just some big nightmare. It's real. It's very real, even though she doesn't want it to be. She's alone. There is no one else in this dungeon of despair. They left her here with a cup and a plate. "Drink," she says hastily as she crawls to the other side of her cell and pours the liquid into her mouth. "Yuck. Ugh. Ugh," she says. "Disgusting." She swallows it anyway, because getting dehydrated is the last way she wants to die. Then she glances at the petty meal they sloppily slapped onto the plate, a murky mush that seems to have at least some nutritional value. Sylvana keeps her nose closed with 2 fingers and uses her hand to gobble up the slush as quickly as she can. "Chew a little, swallow," she thinks. "Don't think about it. Gone." After letting go of her nose, she takes a deep breath and curses the nasty stuff she just allowed to enter into her system. And even though none of these things satisfy her appetites in the least, they do satisfy her stomach. A sense of renewed energy is coming to her. She feels better and somewhat relieved, despite her terrible night's rest. Now that she is ready to do things, she takes a better look at herself. She is dirty, and her clothes are slightly ragged. It dawns on her that she would give anything to just take a healthy, clean bath. Her long, beautiful hair feels like it hasn't been taken care of in weeks. She glances at the other cells adjacent to hers. Some rotting bones and filthy utensils are lying there, and besides that, rats are scurrying around in each corner, revealing a lie about her aloneness, yet adding nervousness to her emotions, since she hopes these rodents don't carry any contagious maladies or infections. "If I would have known about the rats, I don't know if I would have eaten that meal," she says, frustrated over the fact that she made a rash decision. She keeps talking to soothe herself and gain a sense of empathy from her inner conscience. "Let's analyze this," she says. "Let me come to my senses and stay calm. I am imprisoned in the orc leader's dungeon. We had a lovely discussion in his hideous throne room, and he is going to use me to eternalize the curse of the Sword of Adamus by sacrificing my life. Okay, so to prevent these filthy orcs from taking over our entire planet, I can either do 2 things. Flee or die. Yes, it's all making sense now. Well, I prefer not to die, and I'm certain that Visus is doing everything he can to save me. Oh, Visus, where are you? I wish I could just see you, just for a moment, and that you could tell me everything is going to be okay. Come on, Solana. Keep yourself together, girl. You can do this. All you have to do is get out of here. It's not like it will be easy, but hey, where there's a will, there's a way." All the thinking out loud helps her align her thoughts. Her confusion and panic are being suppressed by a reasonable intellect that gives her a clear overview of the pernicious circumstances that could damage her health and ensure her misery over the next period of time. Stating the obvious, she completes her self-addressed speech and begins to look for solutions. "It looks like the door is over there," she says. "It's the only way out. So first I have to escape from my cell, which is through these bars, and then, well, let's focus on this first. Isn't there a key or something? Or maybe a stick with which I can pick the lock? Let's see." Solana looks around and searches on the floor for anything to give her a sparkle of hope. Her creativity takes over, and the many escape plans she has gone over in the past, when she fantasized about being caged or trapped and having to escape, are racing through her brain. "No," she says when she looks at a grain of sand that looks slightly bigger. "Not that either," she says in frustration as she picks up the cup and the plate. "Why didn't they just give me a fork? Perhaps they knew I would try to pick the lock." This makes her realize how dirty her hands are, and she rubs them on the bars. When she does, her eyes open wider and a glimpse of cleverness hits her. "These bars are pretty far apart," she says. "I can hardly believe it.
Wow.
She sticks her arm through the bars and measures the distance between the pieces of metal. Then she puts one of her legs through.
This might actually work.
She covers her mouth after she laughs, trying to hold back on her enthusiasm. Then she moves towards the bars, sideways, in a manner that narrows down her width.
Easy,
she tells herself.
Easy. Okay, that part is through. No. I'm stuck. What the... Oh, what? Why are my breasts so big? They're stuck. If I were a boy, it would have been a lot easier. They have no idea how hard... Whatever. This is so annoying. Okay, let's see. I just have to squeeze my hip through the bar a little like that, and then it should be easier.
Lifting up her arms and awkwardly wobbling sideways, she keeps trying for a few minutes and manages to wiggle most of her body through the bars of her cell.
Almost there. Yes, I'm there. I made it.
On the outside, she is dead silent, but on the inside, she feels like jumping for joy and shouting it from the rooftops. Still, she realizes that this is only the beginning.
Incredible, she says. They didn't even double-check if the bars could hold me. I'm too thin. But now, let's just hope they aren't right there standing guard by the door or something.
Alertness is everything in her case. She refuses to give up, but fears that she will mess up. Her only way out through the door is the next important step in her plan to escape. She tiptoes to the door and slowly opens it. The fact that it doesn't creak is a relief, but the stairs are inauspicious, creating a setting of unpredictability. She wavers. She hesitates. Doubts are creeping into her mind. There could be anything at the top of these stairs. Then she closes her eyes, takes a deep breath, and says,
"It's now or never."
The silence and steadiness in her stride are worthy of praise, and in her mind, she compliments herself for being so sneaky. When she reaches the last stair, however, she discovers that nobody is there.
This must be a neglected part of the palace,
she says, but the emptiness doesn't calm her down, because noises are emerging from the distance. It sounds like chatting, laughter, screams, and yelling at the same time.
Something strange is going on there,
she assumes. The dark, black hallway she is in limits her options. It is a tight space with only one exit, which causes her to sigh and hope again that there won't be anyone there. She walks towards the light at the end and turns around a corner. Seeing it from a distance now, she begins to understand where the noise is coming from. It looks like some kind of crowd, which will become more visible as she moves towards it. Since there is no other way to go, she keeps walking. When she reaches the end of the hallway, she finds herself in an open area, covered by a roof and held up by pillars. The narrow opening of the hallway ends up in some kind of front court, which seems to be the welcoming entrance before going inside the palace. Figuring she doesn't have much time to take it all in, the things that are happening, she hides behind a few crates as fast as she can. Just in time. A few orc guards walk by and walk down the stairs in front of the palace. The crates and pillars should be sufficient to keep her safe, she thinks. Perhaps later, when she wants to leave, it could be necessary to find additional attire to disguise herself. Solana is shivering, not because she is cold, but because she is afraid. The situation is tense. Right below her are hundreds of orcs doing who knows what, and here she is, a vulnerable, conspicuous elf amongst the barbaric citizens of this orc city.
Okay,
she silently whispers.
I got here so far. This is a sign, right? I just have to remain calm. Maybe I can just stay here until it gets dark. No, they will be looking for me before that. I need to leave. Get away from here as far as possible.
All of a sudden, a scream from the crowd captures her attention. When she finally musters the courage to look at what is happening, she is shocked. In front of her eyes are the most gruesome, despicable scenes she has ever perceived in her life. The marketplace in front of the palace is full of life and death. A horrible contrast these barbaric monsters obviously don't care about. Bloodshed, rage, and slaughter take place among the populace. devoid of much organization or structure. On her right, Solana witnesses slaves being viciously carried away by chains around their necks. Their slave driver yanks at the chain with his gigantic hands to keep them in line, and other orcs are using their whips to cause the unnecessary pain when they attack their inferiors. The kobold-looking, smaller orcs scream in agony as another whiplash hits their backs. One of the 10 slaves is already dead, but still hooked up to the sturdy chain, with its neck stuck and its body being dragged between the others. Solana looks the other way and sees another malicious act. A cage with 3 fighters, filled with blood and a stack of corpses. The previous fallen contestants are still in there, just not alive. The living warriors step on their broken skulls and splattered intestines to prevent themselves from becoming the next dead bodies on the pile. Blood is dripping from all sides of the cage, and betting orcs are standing around the morbid match to possibly gain a few golden coins by trying their luck. As she counts the bodies in the pile, Solana quickly concludes there must be dozens on the cage ground that were recently massacred by their opponents. And if this isn't enough, the agonizing echoes from female orcs tear the air with their bitter suffering. Solana glances at the sound's direction and understands what is happening when she watches a female orc being beaten and dragged away on an orc's shoulder. Behind him, orcs are exchanging money and bargaining, while their females are being spat on and kicked as they lie on the ground and cover their faces to avoid further pain being inflicted on them. Solana's disgust is immeasurable when she realizes how indecent this race treats those who are weak or considered less important, including the other gender of their own kind. She looks up and almost pukes from the nausea creeping up on her. The same sickening revulsion continues when she sees something she didn't notice before. The body parts and heads dangling on the ceiling above her. She instantly remembers seeing such appalling displays in the throne room, but it seems that they have taken it to the next level here. Hundreds of dead orcs are hanging on the ceiling, soaked in dried blood and torn asunder. They represent the stern authority of the ones in charge in this uncivil city. They are examples of the consequences of insubordination and disrespect. Eyes are cut out, limbs are chopped off, and some corpses are hanging upside down, showing the repulsive details of their insides and spines through the openings in their necks. She covers her mouth and tries to hold back her vomit, realizing that the flies she has been swatting away since she has been hiding between the crates are mostly circling above her to feast on the flesh of the murdered monsters. As Solana looks to the right, another dooming threat portrays what this so-called society is made of. Unfortunate individuals are being experimented with by shamans who are exercising some kind of magical powers by shooting lightning bolts into kneeling victims. The black sorcery in this town becomes evident when one such individual begins to shake and reaches the point of explosion into 1,000 pieces. Its head and body are splattered across the direct perimeter, with orc guards watching the scene with satisfaction, cheering and applauding as a small orc comes and tries to sweep up the pieces from the corpse. Solana hides behind the crates again, shocked and dazzled, overwhelmed and repelled by the intensity with which these savages interact on a daily basis. Wheels begin to spin in her head, and fear rushes through her body as she comprehends the kinds of beings her own race is up against. Since these orcs can do that to each other, she cannot even begin to imagine what they will do to the elves in the city, or across all of Terra. They must die, is her simple conclusion. These orcs are not worthy of living, but one thing is clear. They can die, which makes me wonder if that entire story about the Sword of Adamus was just made up to scare me. After she calms herself, she repeats, "Yes, it must be made up. I can kill these guys." 3. Failure. Solana is contemplating her escape. The marketplace is full of dealers, wizards, vendors, slave owners, brutal monsters, and many other dangerous orcs she would rather stay away from. And although she doubts her solution is going to be effective, when she looks up, she figures she just might have an idea. If I could just get that cloak, she thinks. Above her, not too far away from her hiding place, one of the hundreds of corpses on a thread, softly banging against a pillar because of the wind, is wearing a mantle. The black cloak is wrapped around the body as if the orc refused to hand it over. Despite the bloodstains on the piece of clothing, Solana sees an opportunity. The pillars look somewhat slippery, but she hopes, against all odds, that she will be able to remain unnoticed and climb up to steal the cloak from its dead owner and put it on herself. "There is no other way," she says. "They will be looking for me. Let's just hope nobody will look this way. There must be 1,000 orcs in the square, but they are all focused on the fights. Their slaves, or the merchandise. This is my chance." Without hesitation, she sneaks to the pillar, which conveniently is the closest one to her, and hides behind it with her back against the inside of it. She sighs as she concludes that this ensures her invisibility. "I must stay on this side of the pillar," she thinks. Then she begins to climb. It's not as slippery as it looked from further away, and somehow she finds the strength to get her up there, about 20 feet above the ground. She holds on with one hand and reaches for the cloak. Almost there. Almost. Got it. As quickly as she can, she slides down the pillar with the cape in her hand. The hoodie is a little big for her head, and the cloak drags over the floor as the orc wearing it was a lot taller than the secretive she-elf. But it does the trick, and it covers her identity for now. With her new disguise, she steps down the stairs in front of the palace and mingles with the masses. Solana attempts to avoid any eye contact, hiding her face underneath her hoodie and moving forward at a slow pace to carefully plan out her route. She finds herself being caught up in the crowd surrounding the cage fight, with rowdy, cheering orcs yelling and elbowing each other.
"Kill him!"
she hears.
"Chop him in half!"
Another orc shouts.
"Come on! I didn't bet on you for nothing. Get out there and spill his blood already."
It's a muddled mess. A manifested mayhem she cannot escape. She has to keep going. If she could only reach the other side of the city square, she would be away from the throng, empowered to evade the madness she faces in this city and the horrible possibility of getting caught. "Whoa!" she says, as an orc almost elbows her in the face. As soon as the word escapes her lips, she realizes that she blew her cover. Lucky for her, the orcs are too into it to notice a common figure zigzagging through, and are paying enough attention to the battle in front of them.
"Oh!"
The crowd utters as an orc's head is cut off with an axe. The blood splashes through the cage and some of it ends up in Solana's face, whose hoodie isn't big enough to protect her from the sudden scare. Clumsily, she steps on the mantle she is wearing and trips. She falls on the ground and scrapes her knee, slightly revealing the true nature of her race. Hopeful that nobody saw her skin uncovered, she stands up fast and increases her pace. But somebody did notice. Above the noise, above the hustle and bustle of the confusing anarchy, a voice yells at her from a little distance.
"Oi, you!"
An orc pushes a fellow citizen away and walks straight towards her. She turns around and begins to run in the other direction.
"You! Come back here!"
the orc shouts. This time he attracts others to observe what is happening.
"What's wrong?"
another orc asks.
"I think I saw an elf there. See? That's her, the person with the cape. Get over here!"
Solana runs faster. The speed forces her hoodie to blow off and causes her long hair to flap in the wind. By now, dozens of orcs have seen through her failed attempt at being incognito. Busted. She's a goner, and she knows it. Her heart beats faster and she breathes heavily because of running and fear. Several orcs are following her, yelling and waving their weapons in the air as they threaten to kill her if she doesn't surrender. She ignores them and keeps running. When she reaches a nearby street, she turns around the corner and... "Wah!" she exclaims as she falls down into an open sewer she didn't see. Splash! Holding her breath, she comes to her senses within seconds as she realizes she is underwater. Gasping for air, she manages to reach the surface, after which she learns that it is shallow enough to stand in. To her horror, she discovers that the water is mostly blood, and that her entire attire is now covered in a sticky,
viscid mix of the life fluids of deceased orcs and filth from the sewers. She holds her nose with 2 fingers and almost loses her balance when stepping on a ribcage, lying between scattered bones, decaying corpses, and broken limbs. The flies are even more abundant in this sordid, wretched spot beneath the city, where they clearly, sloppily have been dumping the leftovers of tragic fatalities who were victimized by the lawlessness and permissiveness of this cruel society. "There she is!" she suddenly hears from above. Struggling to walk away, she takes big steps to avoid being seen, and dives underneath the surface of blood and excrement she detests so much. Splash! An armored orc with an axe jumps into the pile of dead bodies, dung, and bony leftovers. "She must be around here somewhere," he says, as he starts walking through the mush. Splash! Another orc follows. "Awful smell," he commends. "Why did she have to hide in here? Let's get this over with."
I can do this, Solana thinks. Just a minute and they will be gone. Perhaps I can take a breath without making too much sound. Yes, that's what I'll do.
The orcs are still searching, patiently exploring the stomach-turning sewer. Solana still holds her nose and has her mouth closed. But time is running out. She has to breathe. Oxygen is slowly being consumed by her lungs. And as she reaches the surface and breathes in, the dingy stench of the mixed substances overwhelms her. She vomits into the bloody blend, loud enough for her pursuers to hear her and spot her presence. "I knew it," an orc with a broadsword exclaims. "We got you, girlie. Don't try to run anymore." Solana gives up. There is nothing left to do. She coughs up some more blood and slurry mucus before they grab her and carry her up the ladder to the city streets. "Look who was hiding in the worst place possible," the orc with the axe says. "This little pest trying to escape. What shall we do with her?" "Cut her in half," one of the orcs says.
Pluck her eyes out.
Another says. "She must suffer," a bystander adds. "Those are all great ideas, but I was actually going to see if I could earn a commission by handing her over to our great leader." Defeated, distraught, and even more traumatized than before, Solana doesn't struggle when the orcs carry her to the palace. She is thrown in the towel. Her one chance of finding security has been futile, and it hits her hard. Back at the palace, she is thrown onto the floor of the same throne room where she was brought before Gorak the first time. There he is, sitting on his throne, with his thorny bracelets hanging on his wrists, his teeth sticking out, in the same demonic demeanor as the first time she met this ruthless ruler. Gorak stands up and claps. Then he walks forward and approaches the kneeling she-elf. "Well done," he says. "Well done. You almost got away with it too. I must admit that I am impressed. Perhaps you elves are capable of something after all. But at the same time, I must disappoint you, Solana. That is your name, isn't it? I almost forgot. Who cares, anyway? Listen carefully. Very carefully." The orc leader gets closer and yells in her ear. "You will never leave this place again. Ever. Do you understand me?" Solana looks up and says, after spitting some blood on the palace floor, "Perhaps not, but you can count on one thing. At least I will die trying. I am not through with you. Trust me." "Ha ha ha ha!" Gorak laughs. "What an attitude. Unbelievable. I must give it to you again. You got some spirit, but that will only get you so far. Boys, get her out of here, and this time, make sure she stays in her cell." "Yes, boss." The two giant orcs that brought her in grab her arms and take her down, back to the dungeons underneath the palace. After several minutes, Solana notices the sentry who mocked her earlier.
"She's back,"
the one-eyed monstrosity says.
"I told you she would be. Did you have some bad luck, missy?"
Not as much as you will when my boyfriend is done with you, Solana says.
"A boyfriend? Such a poor guy,"
he says, drooling on each side of his mouth.
"Perhaps he will witness your death someday. That would be nice."
He pulls her hair and tugs her head to the side. His yellow teeth and foul breath are in her face as he warns her to never make another attempt to escape. She tries to hold her breath to avoid inhaling his body odor, but then again, it doesn't exceed the stench from her own clothes after her attempted escape, which ended up in the city sewers.
"There will be no next time,"
the filthy guard assures her.
"The next time will be when we come to get you to be decapitated. And you know, I will be watching."
Then you'll see for the first time what it's like to die with honor, something you don't have.
"It's hilarious that you're still fighting,"
the sentry answers.
"But useless."
Then he kicks her into a different cell, one with more bars and a lower ceiling. She crawls into a corner, still shaking and in shock, even after verbally standing up for herself. The intensity of the horrific images in her mind begin to sink in. The cell she is in is lower, causing a claustrophobic creepiness to fill the air. The ceiling is only 4 feet high, and the obscurity excels that of the previous cell, where they locked her up. It's pitch black, and she doesn't see a way out. But then again, she doesn't want to try it anymore. She has failed. Again. Four. The mines. A blizzard. A freezing temperature. 4 warriors descending down the mountain, hoping to find their way to some shelter. It's a situation Visas has become familiar with. The butchery of their guide by the local wildlife proves again that this dangerous journey can turn into death and disaster, and that they should never stay in their comfort zone. They are close. A light is shimmering in the distance. Britko points at it. Licinia loosens up a cloth she previously put around her neck, anticipating the safe return to the inn. Only 1 more hour, Visas says, estimating the distance. That's what I think. About that much time later, they arrive at the inn. It's covered in snow, but at least it is a place where they can warm up. The wind is blowing in their faces, and with some resistance from the natural elements, Britko opens the door. When they go inside, everyone stares at them, just like the first time they came in. But this time, their entrance is quite more impressive. Nobody says a thing, and even the obnoxious, suspicious elf who greeted them on their previous visit stays seated, sipping from his beer and looking up occasionally. They returned, which is rare. And even though Ryder is not with them, they still sense the shock in the room and the respect they have for their accomplishment. Visas keeps his mouth shut. He steps forward and signals Warrian to stand next to him. Behind him, Britko closes the door and Licinia glances at the crowd. Then Visas reaches into Warrian's backpack and takes out the shiny diamond. He puts it on the table and looks at their reaction. They are even more amazed than before. Mouths fall open, pupils widen, and some hold their breath. "Is that?" one of the elves in the inn asks. Visas nods. Notwithstanding their awe, the group doesn't have time to impress the locals. 2 elves in the back of the room catch their attention. When they see them, they immediately walk over to them. "How is it?" Visas asks. "It's okay," Marvar says. "Not good enough to go along with you, but I will recover. Frostbite is something that shouldn't be neglected, but they are taking care of me here.
We survived.
Narpa says.
By the way, where is Ryder?
He is dead, Warrian answers bluntly.
Oh.
None of them know where to look. They perceive the disappointment on the archers' faces, and they stay quiet for circa 10 seconds, as if they are honoring their deceased guide this way. How? Marvar wants to know.
Wolves,
Britko says. Oh. A few more seconds of silence follow. Then Visa says, We all feel bad. We have to move on. Shall we look at our next waypoint?
Yes, let's do that.
Britko agrees. Visas takes the map he received from Melthor out of his pocket and spreads it on the table. We are here. The next diamond should be somewhere in this location, he says, pointing at different areas on the map. These are the hills where we can find the tombs of Conruk. The what now? Wardian asks. The tombs of Conruk. According to the notes here on the bottom, which are in terrible handwriting, I must say, these tombs are a sacred resting place to those who have lived before us in several towns across Terra. I've heard strange things about these tombs. I don't trust them, so perhaps we can find some help along the way.
What are you suggesting, Visas?
Britko wants to know. Well, Crystal City refused to help us, and the Dark Elves from the forest seem reluctant as well. But have we tried to contact the dwarves in the pro-sewer mines yet? The mines? Licinia asks. I wouldn't go there if they paid me. And what if they could help us succeed? Visas asks. Do you understand the seriousness of the situation?
What have you got against them anyway?
Britko asks.
They're quite pleasant in my eyes.
Pleasant? All they do is work, drink beer, and make loud remarks. They're uncivilized and rude. Have you ever come into contact with them?
What's wrong with all that?
Britko asks.
That's how I spend my time. Well, most of it. When I can.
Look, Visas says. You're not asking you to join their race or to become their best friend. All I'm saying is that they can prove useful in our quest. If they can help us overcome these obstacles we face, then why not? It's just a little detour, but they could make the difference between us dying or surviving. Licinia thinks for a moment. Fine, she says, finally. But don't expect me to interact with those barbaric scums. We can do all the talking, Visas says. I'm sure they will talk to us differently, since we're males. True. After some more planning, the 4 warriors say goodbye to Marvar and Narpa, who wish them luck on the rest of their journey. Visas goes to bed. He is extremely fatigued. The day was long and the weather was harsh, let alone the fact that they faced some serious dangers and their guide was eaten alive by wolves. It's all so much to take in. He falls on the bed in his room and buries his head in his pillow. The tough act he has been putting up is replaced by the softness in his soul and the quiet rest he has been seeking for days now. It looks like the others are already looking up to him as their leader, and it is a burden that just adds to all the other ones. He can't help but think of his beloved other half, the female friend his heart belongs to. He comforts himself with the thought that the time is not nigh, and that the orcs have a reason for keeping her alive. Then he falls asleep. He sees her again. It is as if most of his dreams have included her presence lately. Still, in this vague realm between two worlds, the sanity remains with him, sending him the message that he is asleep, and that this is not real. A romantic beach. A sunset. His dream takes him there. She is wearing the same outfit as always. Her red skirt and white top are a stunning addition to her brown hair, waving in the wind, and her sharp, brown eyes. Visas is in his usual attire as well, although he doesn't feel he can live up to her beauty. Solana smiles at him and holds his hand. Words aren't exchanged.
It's like a moment to be savored without spoiling it by small talk. The breeze is in their faces, causing them to squint their eyes every once in a while. Their feet move through the soft sand, and the temperature is perfect. It feels like an eternity. The image remains in his mind. It's the ultimate dream of a young elf in love. Her figure and her glamorous face are touched by the light of the red and orange sky behind her, adding a yellowish, silver lining to the shapes of her body. Suddenly, she stops and turns around. She breathes in and closes her eyes. Isis knows exactly what she longs for. Her mouth slightly opens up and her lips come closer. Isis is nervous and delighted at the same time. He steps forward and puts one arm on her back, gently pulling her close. Then he closes his eyes as well and leans over. His lips approach hers. Bang, bang, bang. Huh? What's that? He says, waking up with a jolt. Let's go, Vises. You said you wanted to get up early, Britko says on the other side of the door. Reality is beginning to sink in. Vises gets up and puts on some clothes. Okay, he says. You couldn't have timed it worse. He opens up the door and sees the other three standing in the hallway, ready to leave the inn and head towards the pro-sewer mines. Vises rubs his eyes and takes his sword and knapsack. The others innocently look at him, unaware of the reason for his grouchy mood. Let's go then, Vises says. They pay the innkeeper and look around for Marvar and Narpa. They're still sleeping, and Vises figures this is either the last time they saw them, or perhaps they will somehow survive this entire ordeal and see them back at the end. The journey isn't long, and it's unimpressive. The four warriors pass through several green hills, just like the ones they have seen before, and end up in front of a slightly taller mountain with a giant entrance. The entrance solely consists of an opening and some symbols on the wall, signifying the border of a new society. Guards are standing in front of it. Dwarves with weapons and beards, suspicious of the new ones entering their premises. Now this is interesting, Britko says, looking at the big opening to what seems to be a mine. Hold it right there, one of the two dwarf guards says as he approaches the four elves. Why are you here? Where are you from? We are from the west, Vises says. We are seeking your leader to converse with him. Very well, he says. I will ask him if he'll see you. Thank you. The other guard moves forward and stands a little closer, making sure the group doesn't go anywhere. After a half hour, the dwarf returns and says, Our leader, Garen, will now see you. It's about time, Warrian mumbles. They follow the dwarf into the mine and observe the many miners who are doing their jobs. There are hundreds of them, all chipping away at the walls, cutting into the ceilings, and digging tunnels in the bottom. It's like an underground city. As they descend deeper into the mines, they can hardly fathom the magnificence of this place. The diamonds are everywhere. Crystallized walls have been made by these dwarves on all sides of the mine. Little houses have been constructed on different levels in layers in the depth of their home that goes way down into Terra's ground and gets colder by the minute. Dwarf families come out of their houses to curiously check out the elven warriors who invaded their space. How many dwarves live here? Vises asks. Probably more than 10,000, the guard answers. I don't know. We lost count a long time ago. And you never bothered to do a census? Britko asks. Nope, we don't care. Come, let me guide you through our humble shelter. The dwarf takes the elves through the bottom streets of the mine. The street has houses on each side, and dozens of dwarves walk past them, looking up to the new visitors and going about their business. Little marketplaces and booths are all over the place, as well as the little children who are running around, and mothers chatting away. Not so uncivilized, is it? Vises says to Licinia. Really? Why don't you look at what some of the men are doing? She asks, pointing to a little group of dwarves in the corner, who are sitting at a table while talking loudly burping, and drinking beer.
Oh, they're just having fun,
Britko says. Licinia rolls her eyes. Brutes. That's what they are, she says. Men who drink too much often do not control themselves. Warrian looks at her, trying to understand what she's referring to, although partially seeing her point by making assumptions. The simple houses they pass on the way to a slightly bigger home have an almost cute appearance, with their modest, unpretentious facades, painted in blues and whites. The leader is sitting on a little stairway leading to his front door. He has a fairly short beard, a helmet, and keen eyes. His legs are wide apart, and with his forearm, he leans on his axe, which he softly presses upside down against the step below him. "Greetings, strange travellers," he says. "It has been a long time since I've seen the elves down here. Usually, your people think they're too high and mighty for the likes of us. To what do I owe the privilege of your visit?" "We are looking for 5 magical diamonds," Vises says. "We found the first one, and we would like your help with finding the others." "Magical diamonds, huh? The ones that break the spell of the sword of Adamus? Are we talking about the same diamonds here?" "Yes. How did you know about that?" Vises asks. "We all know about it," Garen says. "The only difference between you, elves, and us, dwarves, is that we don't bother to do anything with it. We are too busy with our work. That, and having fun." "But how can you not care about that?" Vises asks. "Don't you know that those orcs will have the endless power to destroy every individual on Terra? That includes you." "No, it doesn't. I'll just shut the entrance. They'll never find out about us. You elves always live in trees and villages and cities above the ground. But have you ever thought of moving to a place that lies deep beneath the soil? It's one of the safest spots to hide from your enemies." "Come on," Vises says. "You cannot believe that. Do you really think that they will skip you? If the orcs succeed, eventually, they will sweep through your little stronghold within an hour. There will be nothing left. And they will burn your homes to the ground." Garen raises one eyebrow. "Why do you suppose all this, young elf? What are those assumptions based on?" "Because it happened to us," Vises says. Garen is quiet. He looks at the 4 elves who are towering over him, and he sees it. Behind their grotesque appearance and pugnacity, a sense of loss and grief is hiding. He sees it in their eyes, and within an instant, he comprehends the reason of their inquiry. They are desperate, searching for anyone to assist them in their quest. Desire is to prevent another tragedy at all costs, even though they have lost everything already. "I see," Garen says, rubbing his beard. He gets up and picks up his axe. "Very well," he says. "I will gather a few men and instruct them to accompany you." "Thank you," Vises says. "That's all we wanted." "I have one condition, though," Garen says. "And what's that?" "I want to see the first diamond you've obtained. I've always been curious to see it. Do you have it with you?" "We sure do," Warrian says. He reaches into his bag and pulls out the shiny diamond. "Splendid," Garen says. "Truly one of a kind. If only we had diamonds like that in these mines. Go ahead, and have some fun with the other dwarves. I will gather some courageous warriors, and they will come with you." Vises, Warrian, and Licinia sit at a table on the side of the street, watching the rustle and bustle of the crowd. In the meantime, Britko goes to the male dwarves who are partying, joining them in their loud conversations and silly jokes. The 3 more serious elves don't say much. They simply watch random dwarves talk to each other, discipline their offspring, and trade certain items, gear, hammers, and pickaxes.
"Come on,"
Britko says after some time, walking over to their table.
"If you're not thirsty, you must at least be a little hungry."
"I guess it would be a good idea to eat,"
Vises says, after which they follow Britko to the food corner.
Several meats and breads are served, along with cheese and strong drinks. Visus, however, only drinks water, making sure he stays alert and healthy, despite the almost convincing words of the dwarves around him. Within an hour or so, Garen shows up. "I got them," he says, referring to the 50 dwarves who were slowly arriving behind him. "These men are willing to risk their lives for the common good. It's okay. No need to worry about their families. They are not married anyway." Visus and the others are not certain whether they should laugh about this fact too, but they chuckle a bit, out of politeness. The 50 dwarves are armed with breastplates, axes, clubs, helmets, spears, and shields. They look ready and bored at the same time.
"Are we leaving or what?"
one of them asks impatiently.
"If we're just gonna stand around, I might just kill myself,"
another says. "Enough talk," Visus says. "We are ready. Let's go." The whole army walks up the hundreds of stairs to the top of the mine, heading towards the light. Once they are outside, Visus checks the map one more time and guides them to the tombs of Conruk. On the way there, during their long hike into the distant hills, one of the dwarves starts a conversation with the elves. "So, elves, is it true that your entire village got destroyed?"
"Yes,"
Britko says.
"but it wasn't a good place anyway."
"What do you mean?" the dwarf asks.
"Just that it was corrupted."
Visus joins the dialogue as well.
"Which makes me think, Britko, you've mentioned it before, but what exactly happened to you in that village?"
"I will tell you because I think you wouldn't shut up about it anyway,"
Britko answers.
"But life was a living hell. Well, not initially, but eventually."
"So tell us what happened,"
Visus insists.
"Okay, but I have to warn you. It's not going to be pretty."
5. The Bribe. Life is simple for the gigantic barbarian. He chops wood and sells it. That's what he does for a living, and although the market fluctuates, there is always an individual or a family that needs some wood for the fireplace, or for cooking, especially in the winter. But now it's summer. Business is tough. Britko saves up his money and piles up wood to make a big sale when the sunny days are over. He occasionally sells the odd item to a friendly neighbor, but he knows that this is the season to work hard and make little money. Fortunately, the forests are close and full of potential lumber. Rensville is in a practical location and allows anyone to indulge oneself in all the free resources in the environment and set up multiple businesses if necessary.
"Good morning,"
a blonde she-elf in the village says with a smile.
"Have we met?"
Britko asks.
"Not yet. My name is Alea. What's yours?"
"Britko,"
the big lumberjack says.
"Nice to meet you, Britko. Where are you going, if you don't mind me asking?"
"Just up on the hill on the north side. I try to gather as much wood as I can so I can be more profitable in the winter. Demand will be high in the cold season, so I better prepare myself. Right?"
"Interesting. Do you go there every day?"
"Pretty much. I've found a sweet spot. The trees there are sufficient to provide me work for the rest of the summer."
"Nice,"
Alea says.
"Well, goodbye for now. And good luck."
"Thank you. And good day to you too, madam."
"Please just call me Alea."
But before he can go, another elf approaches him. A male, this time.
"Britko, how was it yesterday?" "Do you mean for work?"
Britko asks, watching Alea disappear from the corner of his eyes.
"Yes, of course. Did you deliver that lumber to the priest yesterday?" "Oh, I forgot, Darren,"
Britko says.
"I never liked him anyway, but hey, a job is a job. I will do it tonight."
"Sounds good. Take care, buddy," Darren says.
"See you later, man."
Britko takes his axe up the hill, and as soon as he reaches the woods, he begins to chop a tree trunk. He works his muscles and swings his arms, feeling the adrenaline and the strength flow through his body. He loves it. and he knows that this is the kind of profession he could do forever. Granted, it's not always fun. But then again, he despises laziness and wants to keep his muscular shape. At the end of the day, he piles up the pieces of wood he split and looks at it with a satisfied expression on his face. "Time to go home and deliver some of those logs to the priest," he says. He descends from the hill to his home, carrying some of the logs in his arms, and heads to the priest's house. "Incredible," he mumbles as he observes the magnitude of the mansion the holy preacher lives in. "Maybe I should deliver sermons for a living. Anyway." He knocks on the priest's door, and a young man opens up. "Yes," the young man says. "I have logs for Father Lurius," Britko says. "Oh, let me get him," the young man answers. A minute later, the priest comes outside and greets Britko. "You can put them around the corner of that barn," he says. "By the way, I haven't seen you in our congregation lately. We have a need for spiritually oriented elves like you. Would you care to join us next week?" "Ha ha! You're talking to the wrong guy, Father Lurius. I don't believe in all that stuff. Just let me figure out the purpose of life by myself. Anyway, thanks for the purchase. Let me know when you need new wood again." "I will. But remember my words. There is a filth amongst us, and that filth is sin. You cannot ignore the pestering disease in this village caused by the complacency of the decadent. I urge you again to join the congregation and pledge allegiances to our rights and covenants." "I understand," Britko says, "and I respect your beliefs, but it's not for me. Have a nice evening." With those words, he walks away and counts his money. The day is over. The hour is late, and Britko doesn't hesitate when he gets home. Food and sleep are all he needs. On to the next day. When he wakes up, Britko discovers a secret hope in himself to bump into the same young lady from the day before. He remembers what she looks like, but he doesn't know anything about her. Either way, he was charmed by her presence and her assertiveness to greet him. Perhaps it means something, perhaps not. For now, he can only hope. He has been single for a while now and considers himself open for some changes in life. As he leaves his home, he sees Darren again and says hi before he heads up the mountain with his axe. The sun is up. It's a beautiful day. The sky is painted red with yellowish-purple shades and tinctures. The trees wave in the wind, creating a calming effect on this new day that brings new opportunities. However, the sky is not the only thing that is tainted red. Britko looks at his boots and is horrified when he sees blood on them. "What? Where did this come from?" he asks himself. He follows the blood up the hill, since he sees it flow down like a tiny river coming from somewhere above him. A few more steps and... "Whoa," he says as he steps backward. "What happened to him?" A male elf is lying on the ground, dead and covered in blood. Britko squats and takes a closer look. The corpse has several cuts, big ones, which indicate the attack by someone with a sharp weapon. As he turns the body around and notices how even the male's face is disfigured, he can't help but sense a presence nearby. Britko looks behind his back and sees a handful of elves walk up the hill. "Stay there," one of them shouts. "Don't move." "Gentlemen," Britko begins, "I am unarmed. Someone has been murdered. Come take a look." 5 male elves are now standing around Britko, telling him to put his hands on his back. After he obeys their command, they tie him up and kick him down, causing him to fall into the dirt. "Ugh! What are you doing?" Britko asks. "Unarmed, you say? And what is that?" one of the elves asks, pointing at Britko's axe. "Yes, that's my axe, but I use it to cut wood, nothing else. Don't you see, I found this body the way it is." "Sure you did. Get him out of here, boys." Britko struggles at first, but the elves are carrying swords and bows, and while they push him down the hill to force him to keep walking, he shouts,
This is a mistake. I am innocent. Innocent!
Thud. Someone hits him on the head and he's knocked out. When he opens his eyes, he's sitting on a chair in a room. The room looks like a dungeon, with green moss on the bricks it's made of, and torture appliances on each side of it.
What is this place?
He asks. The commander who captured him is standing in front of him. He's wearing some kind of a uniform that specifies his position in law enforcement, and he's folding his arms, waiting for a convenient explanation.
We're going to make you talk, he says. I've dealt with guys like you before. First of all, how do you explain being at the crime scene at the same morning the victim was murdered?
I always go there. It's my job. I'm a lumberjack.
Right. And what would you say would be the cause of death?
Well, clearly an axe,
Britko says.
But it wasn't me.
Sure. But your axe was right there, wasn't it?
Yes.
And you were there too.
Yes, but...
And nobody else ever goes to that place, do they?
Not that I know of, but apparently this time someone did.
Let me ask you this, Britko. That's your name, isn't it? How come no one ever goes to the location where you chop wood? But now that there's a murder victim, you claim that someone did. If nobody knows about that place, then why would they bother going there in the first place?
I don't know. I already told you that. I was framed. The axe had no blood on it. Then why do you think it was me?
You could have easily cleaned that up with some water. It doesn't prove anything.
The elf says.
Neither does anything else.
Britko sneers.
So let me go now, or I will take you to court and have a nice chat with the judge.
You're a fighter, Britko. Good for you. But listen up. I'm going to let you in on a little secret. I am the judge. And here's the thing. If you're not willing to confess what you did, I know methods to get it out of you. Trust me. I've been doing this for years. So I'm going to give you one final chance to admit to your deeds. We can do this the easy way, or the hard way.
Drop dead,
Britko says.
Fine. Have it your way. Boys, see to it that he understands his duty to speak up.
The other elves grab Britko and push him onto a table. 2 of them hold him down and the other 2 tie him up. His hands and feet are useless at this moment, as he lies on his back on the wooden table. Then they cover his face with a cloth and tighten it up. One of them gets a funnel and pushes it into his mouth. Another elf pours water into it. Britko says as he is almost choking.
Do you want to tell me again that you didn't do it?
One of the elves asks.
You can drop dead too,
Britko says while coughing up some water. Again, the water gets poured into his mouth. Britko feels like he is dying, but at the same time, this torturing method isn't enough to break him. After repeating the same abuse several times, they switch.
Get the iron rod,
one elf commands another one. When he comes back, he smirks and says,
You've had many opportunities to take away our pleasure, big guy. But this time we won't go easy on you. Confess or suffer the consequences.
For the last time, I did not do it. What is wrong with you?
Britko yells.
Suit yourself,
the elf says. The other elves hand him an iron rod. He blows on the stick as to take care of the non-existent fumes and sticks the rod into Britko's side.
Ah!
Britko exclaims.
It burns!
This rod was held in the fire by one of our finest blacksmiths,
the elf says.
He knows very well how to get it to the correct temperature, especially when it comes to branding the flesh of an elf. Since you're not answering me, I'm going to continue burning your skin until you tell me something I want to hear.
With those words, the torturer pokes the smoldering stick into Britko's side, who screams in agony but refuses to give up his innocence. 2 more hours go by. The law enforcers break Britko's fingers, cut into his skin, and choke him, up to the point that he almost dies. Eventually, a cage is placed around his feet.
What is that for?
Britko asks, finding it quite difficult to breathe. Oh, this? This is just a little torture technique I learned from a pro in Crystal City. See these cute little rodents? They would like nothing better than to have a piece of you. Britko shivers in fear as the elf pulls up a cage with rats in it. Their sharp teeth are contrasted with their dark, brown fur. They look hungry and violent, and ready to devour whatever flesh comes across their paths. 3 of the rats have already attacked each other, revealing some skin underneath their hairy surfaces.
Stop!
Britko says.
Please, stop, I will confess.
What? The torturer asks with a grin on his face. What did you say? Please speak louder.
I will tell you everything,
Britko repeats.
Just please, don't let the rats eat my feet.
Hold on a minute, the elf says. Let's have you confess in front of everyone. We need plenty of witnesses to hear your statement. Release him, boys. The 3 others drag the fatigued body of the big elf up the stairs. He is unable to resist, and therefore allows them to do so. Then a door opens up. Britko is dragged outside the building and thrown onto the ground. It draws attention from the crowd. The villagers who are peacefully walking around and buying things at the market are now gathering around Britko and the guards to see what is going on. Well, do you have something to say? The torturer asks. Remember, we could always put you back in that room and let the rats have their way. Britko looks up. He is on his hands and knees and can hardly stand. His face is dirty, and the blood from the torture soothes the burning spots from the rod. He faces the crowd.
I did it,
he says.
I killed that man in the woods.
The villagers look angry. Curse you, one of them says.
How dare you,
another shouts.
Murderer!
An old woman yells as she throws a piece of fruit at him. More fruits and vegetables follow. The elves in Wrensville are spitting on this lonely, big elf, despising him for the cold crime he supposedly committed. The guards are watching for a little while, and then put an end to it. Okay, the torturer says. That's good enough. Let's take him to prison. Britko is being pulled away by the guards, who bring him to the village prison. He is surprised by the size of it, wondering if perhaps 1/5 of the entire town has ended up in there. He moves along and passes by the many cells and prisoners, who bang their cups against the bars and yell at him, unwelcoming their new inmate. In the prison cell, the guards instruct him to take off his clothes and put on a prison attire. A brownish-black shirt and some pants, colorless and boring. The guards watch and make demeaning comments about this downtrodden, depressed giant. When he is done, one of the guards whacks him with an iron rod, after which Britko falls on the floor. Enjoy yourself, punk. You won't be leaving this place until you're dead. Britko is lying on the floor, bruised and beaten, injured and fatigued. He hardly has any strength in him, until he hears the scrawny, slick prisoner in the cell next to him whisper, Hey you, big guy. My name is Britko. Okay. My name is Evlosio. Nice to meet you. Let me tell you one thing before you become a little whiner here. You cannot show weakness. If you show any emotion or fear, they will get you.
And do what?
Britko asks.
They can't do more to me anymore. I was tortured until I confessed.
You too, huh? Yes, that's what happened to me as well. But don't think it cannot get any worse. These male elves here, well, they have, urges. And since there is no she-elf around, they will take those out on anyone who submits to them. You must show them that they can't mess with you. Get it?
What? Are you saying that the prisoners abuse each other and the guards just stand by and watch?
The guards don't care about us.
They are the worst. Sometimes they even participate. Believe me, you don't want to end up like that. I'd rather die. The only way I get away with being sane is by smuggling little goods into the cells. I know someone from the village who gets me supplies. In return for my products, the big chiefs leave me alone.
So what do I do?
Britko asks. Tomorrow, when we get food, just start beating up one of the big guys. You seem large enough to be able to do that. If you win, they'll respect you. If you lose, well, you'll have to provide despicable services to them from the rest of your stay. Got it?
Yes. Thank you for the information. I'm going to rest now.
Sleep well, Evlosio says. Bretko can hardly believe that he has ended up in a living nightmare like this. He knows he is innocent, and the only reason he confessed was to avoid being crippled for life. He had no idea that corruption had spread so far in Rensville, that elves would torture each other and abuse each other in prison. The size and darkness of the building amazes him too. It's a little outside of town, and he's never visited it. It makes sense that there are so many prisoners, since elves get framed for murder so easily. But after a few minutes, he has no more strength or focus to contemplate the dreadful fate that has befallen him. He closes his eyes and falls asleep. Bang, bang, bang.
Hey, idiot. Wake up, you have a visitor.
One of the guards says after banging his rod on the prison bars. Britko is chained. His limbs are attached by the tainted makings of the elven elite. When he arrives downstairs, he is put into a singular cell. On the other side of the bars, he sees a she-elf.
Alea?
Britko says enthusiastically.
How did you know I was here?
But she doesn't look the same. She looks cold and distant, not like the way she greeted him earlier, 2 days ago. Sorry, she says. I just had to come and clarify things a little. You see, my husband was sneaking around and going from one woman to the other. Sure, I fool around too sometimes. By the way, you would not believe how many handsome young elves there are in this village, or in Crystal City for that matter. But he openly flirted with one of the locals, and I could not bear to see this continue.
What are you talking about? What does this have to do with anything?
Britko asks.
You're so naive. Did you really think I was interested in you? I'm married, silly. Okay, I guess that wouldn't stop me, but still. I was just sick of my husband's adulterous moods. And what did that woman have that I don't? Ridiculous. So let me tell you something nobody else can hear.
Alea moves forward and whispers.
I killed my husband. I just needed someone to blame. And that's where you came in.
Britko's pupils grow bigger. He looks at the evil female, doubting whether he should say anything or not. She steps back and goes on.
Of course it took some effort. I mean, I had to steal your axe in the middle of the night, clean it so you wouldn't get suspicious, and still go to your favorite spot to chop wood. You know, bribe the judges and guards with my husband's money, which is all mine now, yada yada yada. So anyway, thanks for taking the heat and becoming my alibi. I couldn't have done it without you. Ta-ta.
She waves with 3 fingers over her shoulder and turns around, ready to walk away.
Wait!
Britko yells.
You evil wench! Come back! You can't do this to me! Guards, take her! She just confessed to murder! I am innocent!
The guards come in and grab Britko. They're not listening to what he says. Britko sees the wicked woman who framed him disappear, and he gets kicked back into his cell. It all makes sense now, but there's nothing he can do about it. He is powerless, and his life got messed up by a psycho woman who was in a messed up relationship. When it's lunchtime, the other prisoners stare at Britko as he follows the others to the lunchroom. Evlosio is walking next to him.
Remember what I said,
he whispers. And do you see those elves in skirts and female tops over there? You don't really think they're female, do you?
No, it doesn't look like it.
Well, that's what I've been trying to tell you, man. This is your time to show them you're in charge. If you don't, you'll end up in a dress or some lady's underwear just like them. You have no idea what they will do to you if that happens. Get it?
I understand,
Britko says. But before he can say another word, a gigantic elf is standing in front of him, with a half-ripped shirt and huge muscles.
"Today, you're going to give your lunch to me," he says.
"I don't think so," Britko says, and he punches him in the face. "Oof!" the big elf exclaims as he falls on one of the tables and accidentally breaks it in half. He gets up and shouts,
"You will pay for that."
Within seconds, all the inmates are wound up. There's a fight going on, and everyone is rooting for the big elf Britko is facing. But in order to show his dominance, he knows he has to win this fight. For a while, the two roll over the floor, punching, kicking, and even biting each other. The animalistic hierarchy in this prison is a typical example of the raw nature the elves drop to when times get rough, and walls are containing them. Britko fights as hard as he can to achieve a position in this ladder among the lowlives. The troublemakers in this setting are suppressed by the guards, and have an innate desire to suppress anyone else they can, so that their self-esteem doesn't hang on a thread as much as could be the case. As Britko pulls all his energy into beating up the guy on top of him, he glances at the male inmates who are forced to dress up in female clothes. He cannot, and does not want to, imagine the horrific life these poor boys ended up having, nor will he ever allow himself to submit to such terror and abusive acts. The thought gives him strength, and he kicks off the inmate, who bangs his head on the wall. Britko gets up, walks over to him, and punches him in the face. Thud. Again, he thinks. Thud. Again, his senses tell him. Thud. Knocked out. Britko grabs the inmate by his shirt and throws his unconscious body on the floor in front of him. The prisoners are quiet. They didn't expect this. "I am your superior now," Britko roars as loudly as he can. "Nobody will do anything unless they ask me first. We are going to have some new rules here. You can count on that." Then he walks to one of the tables and says, "Which one is his lunch?" Shaking a little, two inmates point at one of the meals on a different table. Britko walks to the table and begins to eat. "His lunch belongs to me from now on. Got that?" he says. Some of the elves nod. Others are afraid to approach him. Britko keeps eating. Suddenly, the wall behind him breaks in half. Wham! It happens by surprise, and the sides of the lunchroom wall crumble as the bricks hit some inmates, causing a big mess. Britko looks over. "What the?" he says. "Orcs!" one of the prisoners yells. "Run for your lives!" Panic begins as several enormous orcs walk through the wall and club the prisoners and guards to death. The alerted hierarchy in the room has suddenly shifted again, as this hostile race doesn't distinguish between the convicted inmates and the sadistic guards. To them, everyone is the enemy. Blood is spilled. It splashes all over the room. Bones are crushed. A massacre is occurring. Britko quickly jumps onto the ground and hides beneath the table, hoping that he won't be discovered. The orcs are at least twice his size, and have already killed several dozens of the elves with their sharp swords and axes. Limbs, body parts, and heads are lying all over the floor. Screams and cries are heard. It's horrifying. And Britko wishes he could do something, anything, to protect at least a few of the less abusive elves around him. After some time, the screaming stops, and the action is over. The only thing he hears are footsteps disappearing into the distance. Without a word, the orcs leave the chaotic mess behind them. Britko is afraid to leave his hiding place for another half hour. Finally, when he considers the coast to be clear, he gets up and looks at the pile of elven corpses. He keeps himself from throwing up, as every step ends up in a puddle of blood or a chopped-off body part. It's unbelievable that he is the only person who survived the raid, but he counts himself lucky and accepts this controversial, ironic reality. "Aha!" he says when he sees one of the guards on the floor, dismembered and bleeding all over. "Got your keys." In frustration, and with his heart still pumping fast, he kicks the merciless guard in an attempt to find satisfaction, despite the fact that the guard is already dead. And no matter how horrible and gruesome the scene was, there was something inside Britko that tells him he is free at last.
I am leaving. Goodbye, Rensville,
Britko says.
And I am never coming back.
6. The Tombs. Visus looks at Britko, who gazes into the distance. The memories of that wretched town still haunt him, and it's clear to see. He hasn't let go, and the shock of what his own race did to each other in secret, within the prison walls, lingers on his mind.
Sounds like you went through a lot,
Visus says.
I didn't know there were so many prisoners. Were there any prisons for women?
I heard some of the convicts talk about a prison for the she-elves,
Britko answers.
But supposedly, it was even further up in the mountains. Either way, you can't say there is nothing wrong with a society if such a big part of its population ends up in prison. Then, you have to look at what's flawed in the system.
I totally agree,
Visus says.
Besides, there are worse things than prison,
Licinia says, jumping in and joining the conversation.
Really? I can't imagine what would be worse,
Britko says.
Have you been paying attention to anything I said?
Oh, yes, I have. But trust me, there are worse things.
Okay, if you say so.
I think we're almost there,
Visus says. The 4 elven warriors and 50 dwarves behind them reach the top of a certain hill. They look down and enjoy their view. At the bottom of the other side of the hill, they see a ruined temple of some sort. A square building with a tower in the middle, deserted and broken, but still sufficiently intact to leave the visitors wondering and imagining its original shape. The material varies between sandstone and solid cement mixes. Bricks have been sloppily put together by careless individuals who just wanted to get the job done, or so it seems. The environment is empty. There's nothing but soil, weeds, and the occasional tree or rock. The whole edifice has something mysterious to it. The winds blow into each direction, causing the elves and dwarves to question their senses, and the aura is dark and hollow, an uncomfortable feeling that despite its long, empty uselessness, there are still souls who dwell in these chambers.
It's almost spooky, isn't it?
Visus says.
My compass is going crazy,
one of the dwarves comments.
Look, the needles are pointing everywhere. Do you feel that wind?
Another dwarf asks.
It's like there should be a tornado here or something, but there's nothing.
This is a cursed place, another dwarf says.
The tombs of Conrock provide shelter for lost spirits
who have done nothing but evil in their days. It is being said that the worst extortionists, assassins, and most corrupted dictators have been buried here. Their souls do not rest. They are among us.
I thought you just said this was a sacred resting place, Visus, Warrian says.
Yes, I did. And actually, that's all I've heard about it. So I don't know where you got your information, dwarf. But what if it's just all crazy talk? Some flaky folklore to entertain the masses?
It's not, the dwarf says. I assure you, we must be ready to face the doomed spirits of terror here. I will lead the way.
Sure, if you know what you're doing,
Visus says.
Thanks. I will guide you through. Follow me,
the dwarf yells. The others walk behind him as he descends down the hill and cuts some weeds with his machete. When they are finally at the bottom of the hill, they look up at the ruins towering above them.
It certainly looks different from up close,
Britko says.
Have you ever seen anything like this?
Visus asks. As they stare at the ruins in front of them, they realize that the dots they saw from a distance are decorated stones in the shape of skulls. They don't appear to be actual skulls, but at least the overall impression is overwhelming. Wherever they look, they see this theme depicted across the building. Skull paintings, skeleton statues, and little ornaments in the shape of skulls, mostly from elves, but also from animals and monsters. The skull above the entrance is the most terrifying one, portraying the sharp teeth and long, gigantic head of a dragon. Interesting, Warrian says as he studies the macabre patterns on the walls. Well, the dwarf in charge says, the door is open, so let's go inside. Very artistic and architectural indeed, but we have a diamond to fetch, don't we? He steps forward and then realizes, perhaps we should create some torches first. Another dwarf says, there's no way you're going to get farther than a few steps, but if it's light you're looking for, we can get some branches and other materials. Yes, let's do that. Everyone splits up. They spread across the field with bushes and trees around the ruins and come back. After some time, many of the dwarves are carrying torches. There is enough light, and the dwarf leader heads into the temple with the tombs. The dwarves go first, and the elves follow at the end. In the main hallway, they hold their torches close to the walls, noticing the elaborate paintings of death and destruction, of falling warriors and invading skeletons. Visus can only guess what has happened in this area when he views the violent displays on each wall. Sword fighting, archery, and epic battles are all over the relatively low ceiling as well. He considers it a disappointment that they know so little about Terra's history, and that this is yet another story that has been lost and faded by the mists of time. After the main hallway, they enter a big room with enough space to accommodate 10 armies their size. These must be the tombs, Visus says as he slides his fingers across one of the coffins lying around. Look, there are hundreds of them. On all sides of the room, coffins and tombstones are visible. Each dwarf investigates a small, different corner, all lighting up the area with their torches. Some coffins are small, others are bigger, but one of them stands out like none other. Whoa! Check this one out! One of the dwarves says when he sees the gigantic coffin in the middle of the room. The entire army surrounds him and helps him lift the lid from the coffin. Underneath it, there is a big skeleton, 4 times the size of the elves and even bigger in comparison with the dwarves. Some of them rub their beards, others shrug and leave the coffin alone. It must be the skeleton of a giant or something, one of the dwarves says. Let's look for the diamond, guys. Maybe we should go over there, a dwarf suggests, pointing at a door in the distance. It leads to another room, I'm sure. It doesn't seem to be a diamond in here anyway. You're right, the dwarf leader agrees. Let's head over there. Huh? Where are we going? Warrian wants to know. Over there. Apparently there is an exit there, Visus says. The 4 follow the army of dwarves and find themselves in a narrow stairway that leads into a space underneath the building they didn't even suspect was there. When they finally reach the bottom of the stairs, they see a bridge and a ravine. The elves are standing next to the dwarves, secure and steady, on a platform that leads to the bridge, the only way to cross the deep ravine beneath them. One of the dwarves picks up a rock and throws it down into the mysterious, black emptiness. Time elapses. And more. Finally, they hear a soft thud in the distance, way down at the bottom. I propose we don't fall, Britko says sheepishly. I don't think we would survive that. Visus and Warrian raise one eyebrow and look at him, as if he is being blatantly obvious. You think? Visus asks. I'm glad we're on the same page. Just saying, Britko says, turning around. Licinia grabs the bridge's railing, which consists of nothing more than a thick rope. She pulls on it, wiggles it, and then asks, Do you think it's strong enough to hold us? The dwarf leader puts his hand on her side and says with a smile, What's keeping you from trying it, baby? The she-elf looks insulted. She is furious. She's trying to hold in her rage, but seems unable to do so. She's boiling up inside, and finally expresses it in the best way she knows how. Look, Mr. Dwarf, or whatever your name is, she begins. First of all, my name is Licinia, so don't call me baby, or any other derogatory name. And secondly, I am positive that this bridge will hold me. If you haven't noticed, I am well aware of my posture, my body weight,
and a lot of other things you don't care about. The question is, if it will hold your fat belly without breaking in half. But if that makes you insecure, then by all means, why not let me, the lady, go first and try it out?"
Amused that he provoked the feminine character, and the dwarf leader steps back and says, "Go on then. Let's see if it holds."
"Fine. I will show you,"
Licinia says. She gets on the bridge and notices that it's not rickety or shaky at all. It's a fairly solid bridge, and as soon as she stands on it, all her fears are gone. She turns around with attitude, putting one hand on her hip and waving her hair a little. Her eyelids are halfway closed, and her body language says it all.
"Okay, looks balanced enough,"
the leader says.
"Move, men. Let's cross this bridge."
"Hold on,"
Licinia says.
"Since I was the first one to get on this bridge, I think you owe it to our race to lead the way."
"I don't see a problem there. Go ahead,"
the dwarf leader says, folding his arms.
"Come on, guys,"
Licinia says, beckoning the 3 male elves to follow her. Visis, Warren, and Britko move through the dwarf army and walk onto the bridge. "So what's this obsession with your appearance?" Warren asks.
"Huh? What do you mean?"
Licinia asks back.
"I'm not obsessed with my appearance. I don't know what you're talking about."
"Fine. Deny it. But you have to admit that you're quite the looker. I mean, I'm sorry if this sounds too forward, but I've never seen anyone as attractive as you."
"Really?"
Licinia says, blushing a little, but then her facial expression instantly changes.
"Well, you and so many other males," she says with a sarcastic voice. "You're all the same, and just because my body is pleasing your eyes doesn't mean you can say things like that. So keep it to yourself, idiot."
Warren is surprised. "What did I say?" he asks the others. Visis and Britko shrug. They have no idea why his remarks bothered Licinia so much, but they don't want to get too involved in the conversations either, so they both stay quiet. "I'm sorry, Licinia," Warren says. "I didn't mean anything by it. I was just trying to compliment you. If you don't like what I said, then I take it back."
Licinia sighs. "I guess you didn't have any bad intentions," she concludes. "Don't worry about it. It's just that sometimes I don't know whether someone is sincere or not. That's all."
"I understand. I've seen a lot of hypocrisy myself. Don't forget that I am coming from the same village. I may not have known you before or the things you went through, but I've definitely seen some awful scenes in that town." The elves and dwarves are still walking across the narrow bridge in a line. The bridge is weighed down a bit, but its size and structure prevent it from becoming hazardous. Except for the chatting voices and the occasional laughter by the dwarves, it is dead silent. But not for long. Crack!
"What's that?"
Visis asks.
"Where's that sound coming from?"
All the dwarves are looking up. Something is happening above them. But nobody knows what. 7. Trapped.
"This place is falling apart,"
A dwarf yells as he feels some grit on his face from the ceiling. The dwarves are nervous. Panic is in the air, and still, nobody knows what is coming. The end of the bridge isn't even in sight yet. It's so far that the torches don't reveal its location. They just trust that it's there, and they keep walking towards it. But with this abrupt change, they're all standing still, more alert than ever. Suddenly another sound rips through the air. Syak!
"Yarg!"
One of the dwarves exclaims.
"What is going on there?"
Visis wants to know.
"He just got hit by an arrow."
The dwarf shouts back.
"An arrow from where?"
Visis asks. But before the dwarf can answer, another arrow hits the dwarf in front of him. Syak! The arrow is stuck in the dwarf's throat, and he dies within seconds, choking to death and bleeding heavily.
"What is happening? Where did it come from? Who's there?"
Another dwarf yells.
"Show yourself!"
Syak! Another arrow, another victim, another death. All the arrows are coming from the side, from both sides. The leader looks at the situation and commands all the dwarves to hold their shields to the sides. The dwarves all duck and hold their shields up. Those who don't have shields hide behind the other ones, trying to protect their own skin. More and more arrows fly through the sky, and some of the dwarves get hit. Visus and the other elves are far ahead of them and are looking at each other, wondering if they should go back and help. But when they hear the screams of their fellow warriors, Licinia urges them to keep going. "We can't just leave them there," Visus says. "We have to do something." "And face the same fate ourselves? Are you crazy?" Licinia asks. "No thanks. I am out of here." "You're a coward," Visus says as he snatches a torch from Britko's hands and runs back towards the middle of the bridge. However, when he gets closer, he immediately understands why such horrible sounds came from the dwarf army. Some dwarves are lying down, bathing in their own blood, and some others are stepping on and over them, trying to walk towards the end, but failing to do so. Several dwarves are falling off the bridge into the deep ravine. Others are being shot by arrows, but since there is no enemy in sight, Visus assumes that these must be booby traps. The dwarves are panicking and running into both directions. Visus flinches when a few dwarves are running towards him, but are being impaled by sudden spikes, emanating from the bottom of the bridge. A horrifying sight. "Help us! Please help us!" a dwarf desperately begs, seeing Visus stand by and doing nothing. "Leave them!" he hears the voice of the only female in the group yell from behind. "You can't save them. Let's go." The young elf is stuck between decisions. He watches as one dwarf is being struck by a heavy brick, falling from the ceiling, and trips into a blade in the ground. Another dwarf is being thrown off balance by evading an arrow, and accidentally decapitates his fellow warrior with his axe by carelessly swinging it around him. As death and blood paint the scene of the chaotic mess, the traps slowly take out the entire army of dwarves, one by one. Visus still hesitates. He didn't want these terrible things to happen to the brave warriors who were willing to help him, but he also realizes that going in there may cost him his life. As the dwarves' death unfold before his very eyes, and the booby traps continue to kill the victims one by one, an intense battle is going on inside of him. His duty and his survival instinct are at war, and he has to make a choice. Arrgh! Another dwarf dies, hit by another rock from the ceiling. One of the last dwarves exclaims as an arrow hits his side. "Just go!" the dwarf leader yells. "The bridge is falling apart. Don't you feel it?" "But what about you?" Visus shouts back. "Don't worry about us, boy. Just do as you're told. Get out of here!" Kya! The dwarf leader was about to come closer, but before he could, another blade from the bottom of the bridge, hidden to prevent any unwanted visitors and set up as a trap, cut through his leg. This is the last straw. Visus doesn't see any possible way to rescue these dwarves, and he feels lucky that he isn't in the same spot, facing the same traps. He decides. He runs off, back to the other elves. In the meantime, the bridge is shaking. It's slowly collapsing by the added weight of the rock, and the unstable movement of the dwarves. Visus runs as fast as he can, still holding onto his torch. "Come on! Come on!" he hears Britko yell. "This bridge is going to fall any minute now. Get over here already!" Visus feels a sense of relief when he discerns the shapes in the distance. The end of the bridge is in sight, but he is not there yet. Then again, all of a sudden, the sound he dreaded. Crack. Visus drops his torch and sprints towards the end. The bridge is slowly collapsing beneath his feet. From horizontal to diagonal, Visus gives it all he's got. But when the bridge is becoming more vertical, with the loose end behind him dropping into the ravine, he jumps. "Help!" Visus yells as he soars through the air. "Gotcha!" Britko says while catching his friend's hand. "Don't let go! Don't let go!" Visus begs him. "Urgh," Britko says while grinding his teeth and putting all his effort into lifting the young elf up with one arm. When he's almost on the platform, Warrian and Licinia help him reach safety. Britko lets himself drop onto the ground, backwards. panting all the way.
You're much heavier than you look,
he says after a while. Visas is still in shock. It feels as if his life flashed before his eyes, and he just barely cheated death. Which he did.
Are you all right?
Britko asks. Yes, I'm fine. I'm fine. Wow, I can't believe I made it. Had you come any earlier, you wouldn't have had to run so fast, Licinia emphasizes. I just wanted to do everything I could to help them, Visas says. They would have done the same for me, I'm sure. Perhaps. But you have to know when to let go, buddy, Licinia says. You can't save everyone. The sooner you accept that, the better it will be for all of us. I'll work on it, Visas says, still feeling the guilt of omitting his duty to his fellow warriors. I just find it hard, you know. I couldn't save my parents. I couldn't protect Solana. And now I lost 50 men that I abandoned in the heat of battle.
You cannot look at it that way, Visas,
Britko says.
It wasn't your fault. None of us knew there were booby traps. Besides, you saved us from the living statues in that freezing cold cave, and you rescued those children in Crystal City from their kidnappers. There's only so much you can do, but if you give up, nobody is going to benefit from your efforts. See my point?
It all makes sense, Britko, and I already knew all that. But thanks for the pep talk anyway. I think I needed it.
You have a strong conscience, Visas. Don't let it go to waste.
Where do we go next? Licinia asks, waving her torch around. It looks like there's only one door, Visas says. Let's go over there. I mean, we can't go back anyway, so let's hope there is a way out. The 4 elves leave the ravine and the broken bridge for what they are, looking back one more time to respect the attempted contribution of the dwarves, and open the door to the next room. When they enter, they observe similar paintings as in the first hallway, but the floor is made from square tiles, a suspicious difference that Visas instantly notices. Another door is on the other side of the room. Licinia hands the torch to Britko. Here you go, big boy. You can hold it. My arm is getting tired. I see the door over there. It looks like there isn't much else in this room, so what are we waiting for? Wait, Visas says. But it is too late. The tile Licinia steps on triggers a mechanism, and a brick wall moves between the 4 elves like lightning speed. Bam! It divides them asunder. Britko ends up on one side of the wall, and the others on the other side. Visas can feel his heart beating. That was close, he says. It could have crushed us. How did you know that I wasn't safe? Licinia asks. I never trust anything. I'm way more careful than you are, in case you haven't noticed by now, Visas answers. They knock on the wall. Britko, are you there? Visas asks. A muffled sound is heard, a voice that seems to indicate that he is all right and will find a way out of there. What did he say? Wardian asks. Shh, Visas says. I can't hear him. Britko, can you repeat that, please?
I can't reach the door, Britko says. I will find my way back to you. Don't worry.
Okay, Visas says. Then he turns to Wardian and Licinia and says, Let's look around for some other door. Pointless, Licinia says. We're stuck. Trapped. It's pitch black. We have no torch, and before that annoying wall came between us, it was already clear that there was no other way out. You're quite the optimist, aren't you? Visas says. Well, excuse me for not finding too much joy in my circumstances. I just didn't have an easy life, okay? Since we are stuck here anyway, Wardian says, why don't you tell us more about what you've been through? You're just going to judge me anyway, Licinia says. It's none of your business. We all have our backgrounds, Visas says. If you don't want to share anything, that's fine with me. But just remember that we are not here to condemn you. All we want is to understand where you're coming from. Yes. Tell us about the beautiful girl underneath that face, Wardian says. What is she like? Your flirting is as futile as your attempts to carry that big sword of yours, Licinia answers. But all right then, I give in. I will tell you what my depressing life was like before that wicked village got burned down to the ground. I guess I was more of a victim than a perpetrator anyway. 8. Exploitation. The 12-year-old girl puts the eggs on the table. Only 3. It is becoming worse every day. Yesterday they had 5 eggs, and the day before that, they had 6. The kitchen counter is filthy, just like the rest of the house. Cleaning is a task that has been neglected for years, and the elven children are used to it by now. Dust is all over the place. Filthy leftovers cover the table, and peelings, seeds, and dirt are on the floor. It is a mess, and there is no hope for change. What is wrong with these chickens? Don't they want to lay eggs anymore? She says rhetorically. She cannot even imagine the disappointment on her mother's face, and she is reluctant to show her the limited amount of eggs they gathered. She kicks the table and sits down on a chair. Stupid chickens, she says. Her brothers and sisters come in, 4 to be precise. Did you bring the eggs? How many did we get this time? Only 3, the girl says. What? But there are 5 of us, her brother yells. I know, it's not enough. But what are we going to do? We'll tell Mom that you and I already ate, her older brother says. But then she'll get angry anyway. You know she wants us to wait for her. It's the only way. Shh! She's coming. Kids, the mother says, immediately rebuking her young ones. When I tell you to close the lids on the pans, I mean it. There are enough flies in here already. The meager mother is dressed in slacks. Her hair covers most of her face, hiding some of her warts and wrinkles. Her shirt is worn and dirty from working in the field, and she is tired. Dead tired. When I come home, I expect you to at least do what I say. Is this my reward for laboring in the cornfields all day? She asks. You children don't know how good you have it. If my husband were here, may his soul rest in peace, he would discipline you well. How many eggs did we get from the chickens? Well, we got 5. The girl lies. But my brother and I ate ours already. What? You're not supposed to eat yours. We eat as a family. Get out of here this instant. The mother pushes the 2 children out the door and closes it. They look perplexed. They realize that they won't eat anything that day, and their lie was necessary, or so they figure. And the evening will be long and hard. If only there were something that could improve their impoverished circumstances. And there is. The next day they wake up outside. The sky is clear and the farm fields are still there. Of course they are. Nothing else ever happens in their lives, so any change is good, isn't it? This morning is different than the other ones. Changes are coming indeed. They are coming with the arrival of a big male elf in sophisticated clothing. Look at that, the oldest brother tells his sister. Whoa, who was that? I've never seen him before. He must be from Wrensville. When Mom took us there for supplies, I saw some other guys like that. Their clothes are fancy. I don't know what they do for a living, but I think that I want to do whatever they're doing. Don't you want to be a farmer? Like our dad? Of course not. No disrespect, but Dad didn't make any money. He barely kept us alive. And now that he's dead, Mom is gone a lot more often. This is no way of living. It's a bad life, sister. Maybe I can help, the girl says. How? By going to Wrensville and finding a job. Good luck. I heard it's tough, but perhaps it depends on what you do. They talk a little longer, flicking rocks at a rat and plucking weeds from the backyard to pass the time. Obviously, the elf in the fancy clothes is talking to their mother. The 2 siblings peek around the corner trying to catch anything they say. After a while, the mother comes outside and says, Take your stuff, Licinia. You're going to Wrensville with this gentleman. But Mom, what am I going to do? He has a job for you. Don't worry. You're going to help your family by working and sending home some money. Okay? What kind of job is it? The young Licinia asks. Stop asking questions. And do as you're told. Come along now.
It's the beginning. The beginning of 7 long years. How could a girl that age ever know what she is signing up for? Now it's 7 years later. 2 other young elves are listening to her story. They're sitting in a small room, empty and clean. It's the welcoming room for customers. An old she-elf and a couple of male elves are standing outside, preventing them from going anywhere.
You were only 12 years old?
One of the 3 elves asks.
Yes, I've been here for 7 years,
Licinia says.
And did you already average about 10 customers per day at that age as well? 20,
Licinia says.
20? You're saying that you were forced to do 20 customers per day at the age of 12?
Yes, on average.
Sometimes a lot more than that.
One of the girls gets a little agitated.
How come you keep track of that, Licinia? What are you trying to prove? I get bored, so it gives me something to do. It basically tells me how many men I would kill if I had the chance. It keeps me alive. Believe me, someday they're all going to pay. Those disgusting... Well, I won't waste my words on them. My mom sold me for 100 pieces of gold, and I'm going to show them that I am worth much more than that. That's not even that much,
one of the elves admits.
But I was never sold. I got abducted. To this day, my parents still don't know where I am. Where are you from?
Licinia asks.
From Crystal City. I would give anything to go back there. Don't count on it,
Licinia says.
How many attempts have you made to escape this place? 13? No, perhaps 14. And, Nathalia, how many times have you succeeded? 0? But Clovey almost made it out.
Clovey looks at the others.
Till I got caught, she says. It's pointless. Those pimps know what they're doing. I have hated this place from the very first day I worked here,
Licinia says.
But I know my family needs the money. If they really cared about you, they would rescue you and help you find a different job,
Nathalia says.
They don't understand how awful it is,
Licinia says.
I tried to send my mom a letter describing the circumstances in which we live, but she would have none of it. Anyway, I hear another customer coming, I think. It's the same one from 2 weeks ago. Let's see whom he chooses this time.
Not much later, the old woman from outside enters the room and introduces a male elf.
Girls, stand up, she says. This man is prepared to pay double if you do exactly as he tells you. I already accepted his offer, but now he will choose one of you.
The customer walks back and forth for a number of seconds and observes the scantily dressed women in front of him. Tough choice, he says. This one has a pretty face, but the other one looks more feminine.
You can only choose one, or the price triples,
the old woman says. All right. I picked this one, he finally says, pointing at Licinia. Come here, baby. We're going to have some good times. Stuff you've never done before. He takes Licinia by the hand and pulls her a little as they walk up the stairs and disappear into one of the bedrooms. You're a real babe, he says again. I have to say that it wasn't easy, but you still stood out, and that makes you special. Come on, let's see some action. What do you have underneath those clothes? All the sarcastic comments from the previous years come to mind, and Licinia feels a desperate need to chastise him for his fake flattery, but she keeps her mouth shut. There have been times before when she spoke up, and she got punished afterwards. The pimps don't take disobedience lightly, and conforming is part of their survival. It hasn't taken long to learn that. The walls are thin. She hears another girl talk in the room next to her. Sometimes it still dawns on her that the 22 young elves who live here aren't even satisfying the demand of the several hundred Johns who indulge themselves in these adulterous practices and let go of their most brutal, dominant fantasies.
What bothers her most, though, is that the other half of the village that doesn't participate turns away from it all in fear and refuses to acknowledge the problem. They are completely ignoring the abuse of innocent victims like herself, just to stay out of trouble. To the old she-elf, it's business, nothing else. She gets paid a lot every time a customer comes in. As the loathsome weakling in front of her takes off his shirt, she looks out the window and observes the back of the house. Children are playing in the street. Old elves are sweeping their porch, and vendors are shouting that everyone should purchase their merchandise. It's freedom. If only she was there, and not in that room. "Hey, you," the customer says after some time. "Quit staring out the window and come here. I have a surprise for you." And that's the last thing she will remember from that hour. She always turns off her thoughts when she has to perform a task. It's the best way to erase the memories she would rather forget. Being physically present and mentally absent is the only thing she can do. An hour later, the customer leaves, and Licinia cleans herself by pouring a bucket of ice-cold water on her. The washing is both practical and symbolic, cleaning up the filth from her soul as well as from her body. When she is finished, she goes back to the room with the 2 other girls. They are gone, replaced by 4 other she-elves, who are done with their customers as well. Although they all know what they did, they usually don't talk about it. It's as if shame overcomes them, despite the fact that none of it is their fault. Licinia is sitting there, feeling relieved that it's over, hoping that she won't be chosen by the next person. She waits, and waits, and waits. And suddenly the one who comes in has a familiar face. Father Lurius? Licinia thinks. What is he doing here? Isn't he supposed to be a member of the clergy? Isn't it required of him to control himself?
"Ladies," the corrupted priest begins as he enters the room, "I'm going to decide which of you lucky girls deserves to please me. A single attractive male like me needs a break every once in a while. So who is it going to be?"
"You don't have to ask them," the old elven woman says. "It's your choice. Just tell me which one interests you the most. They are very, talented."
Please don't pick me, Licinia thinks. Please don't pick me.
"Her," the priest says after a few seconds, pointing at Licinia.
Licinia feels her heart beating faster. She thought she was done for the day. The evening has begun, and sometimes, if they're lucky, the number of elves entering their business becomes less. But not now. Not this day. She sighs and follows the dirty preacher up the stairs. When they are in the same room as before, she turns to him and says, "One of these days, you will answer to the Almighty for your promiscuous deeds, Father."
"Oh, don't be so melodramatic, baby. What's wrong with a little fun? It's all natural. Stop talking and get undressed already. This won't take long."
"Good," Licinia says. That evening there is a blackness in the air, something she has never sensed before. Her intuitive instincts tell her that disaster is near. But so is liberation. Things are going to be different from that day on. She doesn't know how yet, but something is telling her that there is hope from this nightmarish lifestyle, a drastic turn that will alternate their fortunes. As she descends down the stairs, she sees most of the girls sitting there. They're nervous. They know something is wrong. "What's happening?" Licinia asks. "I don't know," Natalia answers. "We haven't seen any new customers this evening. After that priest, it became dead quiet. I don't think we're going to see another John in here." "Why does that concern you?" Licinia asks. "Doesn't that just mean we finally have the night off?" "Yes, perhaps, but there could be worse things." "Makes you wonder what?" Licinia says. "But I'm not going to stand here and wait. Let's go check it out." "Are you crazy?" Clovey asks. "Do you know what the pimps will do to you if they catch you?" "I'm sure you've experienced that firsthand with all your escape attempts. But don't worry. All I'm going to do is stick my head through the door and see what's going on outside." No sooner said than done. Licinia peeks through the crack of the front door. Her face lights up as she realizes that the pimps and the old woman have left.
You would not believe this,
she says excitedly as she turns around.
They're gone. I don't know where they went, but they're gone.
Are you sure?
Clovey asks.
I would rather not risk anything.
Really? This is the one time it looks safe to escape, and you're thinking about missing out on that opportunity? What are we still doing here? Let's get out of this hell hole. Licinia carefully opens the door. It's empty indeed. The streets are deserted, but notwithstanding the quietness in their own street, it scares them to listen to the screams and roars in the distance. Something is happening over there, Natalia says. It's not right. We shouldn't stay in Rensville.
Elves are dying, Clovey comments. Don't you hear it? But who's doing the killing?
Perhaps they've turned against each other,
Licinia says.
But either way, how about we head towards Crystal City? Maybe we can find a better future there.
The others nod, and Licinia takes the lead. The 22 she-elves follow her into an alley. The cries from the distance are getting louder, as if they are approaching the battlefield. Still, they have yet to find out what has suddenly occurred that made the village so divided. And then they know. An enormous orc jumps in front of them, holding in his hand the heads of 3 elves he just brutally murdered. The blood is dripping from his axe, his teeth are sharp, and the drool from his mouth falls on the ground in front of the group of females. He growls and steps forward, ready to mutilate his next victim. Ah! A she-elf behind him screams in agony. The orc turns around.
This is it, Licinia says. Quickly, follow me.
She dives into a side alley, and the other girls follow her. They hide behind the wall, hoping that the giant orc didn't see them disappear. They wait and pant heavily, feeling the adrenaline in their blood. Each of them would rather stay here, away from the murderous raid.
There,
Licinia says after a while. An elven corpse in one of the alleys catches her eye. She sprints towards it and bends over, takes the sword that was lying next to its victim, and runs back.
Wow, Licinia, Natalia says. After seeing those orcs, I wouldn't have dared to leave the alley. You're pretty courageous.
Thanks, but we can't stay here. We have to leave town.
But how?
Clovey asks.
We still have about 10 blocks until we reach the hills. It's suicide to go out there.
So is staying here, Licinia says. Just stay behind me. I will try to protect you. If I die, you all have to run into different directions. That's the best possible way to avoid being killed.
Okay.
Let's go. We'll sneak past the mayhem like that. You'll see. In her mind, she convinces herself that what she says is true, realizing that she has to stay confident and unafraid in front of the others, just to instill courage in them. Then she looks around the corner to check if the coast is clear, and leads the young elves from the brothel several blocks away. When she reaches a certain wide street, she stops. Suddenly, her emphatic side is tested. An opportunity to make a choice comes across her way. The irony that someone who has subjugated her in the past is now at her mercy is an inescapable pleasure. She savors the chance for revenge, and it is too sweet to pass up. One of the male villagers who has visited the brothel for years comes running towards her.
Help!
He yells.
Help!
Behind him, orcs are slaughtering the villagers, and he seems to be the only one who is able to slip through the cracks.
Please, help me,
he says after catching his breath.
It's a massacre. They're killing everyone.
Ah, if it isn't my friend from the brothel,
Licinia says in a sarcastic tone. The elf looks up, bending over with his hands on his knees after sprinting away from the battle behind him.
Huh? Oh, it's you. I recognize you. You're, no. Licinia, that's it. Licinia, right?
Yes, I am, Licinia says, but I don't seem to recall your name. I wonder why that is.
The elf looks scared.
What?
Licinia goes closer and says softly,
It's because all I remember is your face during all the times you made me do gross, repulsive things in that despicable house. And you know what? It's funny how the tides have turned in my favor.
His pupils widen, Before he can say another word, he feels the air being pushed out by his lungs. He looks down and is shocked to see Licinia's sword thrust into his stomach.
That's for the 50 times you raped me, you slut,
Licinia says. The blood is slowly coming out, and Licinia pulls out her weapon. The elf exclaims as he falls to the ground. She smirks. She has never killed anyone before, but at that moment, she finds it difficult to let go of the satisfaction she is feeling. Vengeance is a strange thing. It's sweet and desirable, but when it comes to a close, it leaves one empty inside. And still, when she runs into another alley, followed by her friends, she doesn't feel the guilt yet. She has been numbed down by all the traumatic exploitation at the hands of the villagers. She doesn't care about them anymore.
Let them die, she thinks. There is nobody here worth saving.
However, as they turn around the corner, she sees the priest. Father Lurius is being driven into a corner by 3 orcs, begging for his life. Licinia watches from a distance as he shrinks into the corner and gets on his knees. He says some inaudible prayers and moves his hands up and down to symbolize his call for heavenly help. He gets none. One of the orcs approaches him, raises his sword, and cuts the priest vertically in half. And although Licinia is usually not entertained by violence, and although the girls are all encouraging her to keep moving, she insists on watching the scene until there is nothing left of the distant hypocrite.
Rot in hell, Father Lurius,
she mumbles.
Your life was a waste.
Come on, Licinia. Let's go. Let's go, Clovey shouts, pushing her along.
Okay, now I'm done here,
Licinia says.
I just needed to see this. The hills are over there. We've almost made it, girls.
9. Undead bodies. Warrian looks as if filled with compassion. He glances at Licinia but is speechless.
Harsh,
Visas comments.
I had no idea about the prostitutes and the trafficking in Rensville. For such a small town, there was a lot of evil,
Licinia says.
And Warrian, nothing personal, but I am tired of men in a general sense, as you can imagine.
That's understandable, Warrian agrees. An awkward silence follows, and 3 of them stare into the distance. It's a tragic story of abuse and lost innocence, and it gives Visas some new insights about the dispositions of the elves in his hometown. He cannot even fathom how terrible it would have been if Solana would have been forced into such a situation.
Awful,
he mumbles. Then, out of the blue, the wall on the other side breaks.
Did you have a nice chit-chat?
They hear Britko's voice utter as he holds a torch in his hands.
Britko,
Visas shouts.
Way to go!
Good job, big guy,
Licinia says as she moves towards the light, followed by the other 2.
I think I know where to go now,
Britko says.
Come with me.
The 3 warriors follow the big elf into another room. The torch lights up the entire room, and it's almost creepy how much is being revealed. On either side of the giant room there are carvings and paintings portraying skulls and rotting corpses. Symbols are dormant, and the whole of it gives the impression that some black magic has been happening here. The atmosphere is awkward and uncomfortable, as if something is lurking behind the shadows to catch them by surprise at any moment. The grim contrast between the torches and the macabre images forms an impression on the warriors' minds they will never forget.
Have you ever seen anything like this?
Visas asks the others. This is the stuff of nightmares. Look at those scenes on the wall. Warrian agrees.
Which psychopath would ever come up with such despicable images? Maybe someone who experienced it,
Licinia answers. They squint their eyes when they observe the details of a battle scene, depicted on a wall, where zombie-like creatures rip apart the torso of an elven warrior. Other images portray limbs stacked up below a bellowing skeleton warrior, or the beheaded leftovers of unfortunate victims. More depictions of death and agonizing screams by terrorized victims can be seen on the walls, pillars, and ceilings. It almost makes Visas sick to look at them. and he feels grateful for having such a strong stomach.
Disgusting,
Britko says as he keeps moving forward.
There is an evil presence here,
Licinia says.
I can sense it, and I am not saying that because I am horrified by these ghastly paintings. It's something else.
They hear a sound, a rumbling noise in the distance. The ground shakes a little, and dust is thrown into the air by an unknown force. The 4 warriors are getting ready for whatever it may be that will come their way. They have pulled their weapons and are standing with their backs against each other, hoping to not be overcome by some unexpected enemy.
There,
Licinia suddenly says.
watch out.
Between the smoke, the dusty debris, and the rumbling turmoil, undead creatures crawl out of the cracks between the sloppy bricks and rocks. Some of them have rotted to the bone. Others still consist of partial pieces of flesh and decaying flesh. Skeletons and zombies are coming from every direction. Their numbers soon add up, and they are surrounding the group of elven heroes.
What are these things?
Visis asks. I don't care what you call them, Warrian replies, but it looks like they have already been dead. But now they have woken up.
Great. Thank you for that explanation,
Licinia says sarcastically. We need to work on our communication, Warrian says. It would be good for us to do so.
Us? There is no us. I don't know where you get this idea that I'm interested in you.
Could you 2 lovebirds cut the nonsense and focus on the problem at hand for a while?
Britko says.
What do we do?
Visis, what do you think? Warrian asks. Visis is surprised that Warrian wants to know what his advice is. He doesn't consider himself to be the leader of the group, especially since Britko is so much bigger, and both Warrian and Licinia have bigger mouths, figuratively speaking. But he is willing to take the lead this time and look for a solution.
Visis says. Let me think for a second. Well, don't take too long, Britko says. I'm not looking forward to joining this little army of the dead.
Yes, and it's not so little anymore,
Licinia added.
Look at that. There are hundreds of them.
Visis looks around. The army of zombies and skeletons has increased significantly in number. There are literally hundreds of them. He knows this brave group of warriors will be able to knock out or re-kill several, if not dozens. But hundreds? No way. There is no way they will get out of here alive if they simply try to fight their way out. Besides, the number of undead soldiers keeps increasing. It looks like there is no end to it. They crawl on the ceilings, they stumble across the room, and they slide down from the walls. It is an overwhelming, sudden change of circumstances the 4 of them hadn't counted on.
Well?
Warrian asks.
Do you have any ideas, genius? Or are we going to die here like the dwarves?
Let me think,
Visis answers. I just need...
Well, think harder,
Warrian yells.
We're about to die.
It bothers Visis, the pressure. He hates making rash decisions, although he has discovered that with his personality, when things get critical, he is perfectly capable of doing so. Memories flash through his brain. His mind wanders off to the connotations of practical solutions and previous victories. Then he remembers Melthor's house. Melthor. He handed him some spells and potions. There's got to be something in there. Visis reaches inside his knapsack and prays that he will be quick enough, noticing the approaching undead.
There! I've got it,
he says. It's a piece of parchment with a spell on it. A spell that he can only use once, according to Melthor. Visis was going to save it for later, but he acknowledges that if he doesn't use it now, he won't have that chance anyway. It's all coming back to him. He remembers Melthor's exact words.
You can only use it once. It will make you invisible for a considerable amount of time. You could find it useful for when sneaking past an enemy or defeating a quick creature. Make sure you don't lose this.
Visis looks at the words on the paper. They have been written in the ancient Elven language.
Saya se shiem, Saya thruwe, she theme, Saye shihim,
Visis mumbles. As he turns invisible, he grabs the other warrior's hands, and notice that they turn invisible too.
Whoa,
Morian says.
I just became invisible.
No kidding,
Britko says.
Way to go, Visus. Let's sneak past these creatures before the effect wears off.
I could think of other ways to use this spell,
Morian snickered. If you're thinking about spying on me when I'm bathing or something, I will slap you so hard right now that you will wake up next to those undead zombies. Licinia sneers.
Hey, why would you assume the worst in me?
Morian asks with a smirk on his face. Oh, you. Whatever. It can only be used once, guys, Visus says, so let's use it before they notice us.
I say we run instead of sneak past them,
Britko says.
They cannot see us anyway, so let's take advantage of that. Sure, they'll hear us, but by the time they realize what happened, we will already be in a different room.
Good idea, Visus confirms. Ready?
Go! Run!
The four of them run past the skeletons and zombies, elbowing, slashing, and dashing through them. The undead army reacts. They run after the elves with a surprising speed, but since the elves are invisible, they have no clue in which direction they should go, and they quickly lose track of them.
There! A door!
Britko says.
Let's head that way.
When the brave warriors reach the door, they disappear behind it and close it. The giant steel door gives them a breather, since it shuts firmly and doesn't allow anyone to reopen it easily.
That was close, Morian says. I could feel my heart beating faster than ever before.
Where are we anyway?
Britko asks. I don't know, but we should keep moving, Visus says. Something tells me the second diamond is around here somewhere, and I don't intend on wasting any more time. He takes a few steps in the opposite direction of the door and falls through a pitfall.
Ah!
He yells as he disappears, down into the deep. His voice resonates through the long, narrow space, and it fades until Visus' friends hear a loud thud.
Visus, are you okay?
Britko shouts.
Ugh.
Visus moans.
Don't come down here, guys. I barely survived this fall myself, and my leg hurts. Don't take the risk of jumping down. Can you see anything down there?
Not a thing, but I still have this torch. It's fine. Don't worry about me. He rubs his leg. Nothing serious, just a big bruise. It reminds him again of how fragile the elven body is, and how vulnerable he really is, despite his blind courage. Visus lights the torch from his knapsack and notices that the invisibility has worn off. Just in time, he thinks. If it would have been any shorter, we would have been dead. Now, where do I go now? 10. Lost. Feeling the complete opposite of how he felt in the room with the despicable paintings, a sudden gush of loneliness overcomes Visus. He's lost. He doesn't know where to go. He has fallen into a pitfall. A trap, perhaps. Or maybe just a flaw in the building's maintenance. Whether it was broken tile or an intentional obstacle, he does not know, and he does not care. He must get out of here. He is alone. The others have moved on. They cannot come down here. It would be too risky. There were sharp edges and rocky walls Visus had barely touched. Besides, the way he landed was a miracle. If they would come down here, they might end up being crippled for the rest of their lives. No. He has to do this by himself now. It's all up to him to get out of here. A feeling of terror gives him the shivers. He realizes the danger of it all. This time he got lucky, but all the dwarves got slaughtered in these ancient ruins, and it didn't take much for them to be surrounded by possible death themselves. And now, he got away with falling down a deep trap. Maybe it was all luck. Maybe someone is looking out for me, he mumbles to himself. Or perhaps it's just my destiny to succeed. Visus doesn't know the answer. Philosophical notions have entered his mind frequently, but when talking about the sequence of certain events and the connection between them, he remains in the dark. The dark. Like this dark hole he has fallen into. Glad I got this torch, he says. I wouldn't be able to see anything. Indeed, the only thing that keeps the place from being pitch black is the torch. The fact that his friends are up there, supporting his cause, makes him feel stronger. Flashes of his dead parents and kidnapped girlfriend frustrate him. His life hasn't been exactly easy since the destruction of Wrensville, but when he thinks of the awful stories these warriors have told him, he wonders if it was just a disaster waiting to happen anyway. Fate? A coincidence? Maybe, but apparently, behind closed doors, a lot of things were going wrong anyway. If the orcs wouldn't have come, maybe it would only have been a matter of time before he would have become the victim of the corrupted in that village. Vis's brain is racing. His thoughts are trying to connect the dots. Okay, enough, he finally says. I can speculate all I want, but what happened happened. The only thing that matters now is that I get that second diamond. He looks to the left and to the right. There are several ways he can go. Since he doesn't have a map, he just makes a decision. Fine, whatever. This could be the way out, he says as he begins to walk. The space is tight, and it triggers a sense of claustrophobia in him. But with some wiggling, walking sideways, and crawling, he finds his way to another tiny open space, with more directions to pick from. Now where? He says out loud. He chooses another path and finds himself making similar maneuvers through the rocky walls beneath the tombs. What a maze, he complains. How am I supposed to find my way here? Intuition? Pfft. Is there even a way out? The thought enters his mind there might not be, and that he will be stuck in here forever. If that is the case, they would have to go back and yell until his friends would hear his cry and lower down a rope or something. But even then... Let's not think about it, he encourages himself. There must be a way out. Visas goes left, jumps over a few rocks, and almost drops his torch, and he crawls beneath yet another space. The entire place reminds him of the ice caves they had been in earlier. I hate stuff like this, he murmurs again. Who designs places like this? As he figures that he will probably never find the answer, his thoughts drift away. It feels like going through a routine. Climbing over another rock, squeezing through 2 walls, and lying down on the ground to see if he can crawl through another tight space. It becomes tedious, boring, and he thanks the heavens he cannot see, that he has sufficient energy to keep doing it. Visas begins to daydream. He tries to get his head wrapped around the sword of Adamus, the curse, and the entire history of the elves and the orcs. When he thinks of it, it dawns on him again that he knows very little about it. How come nobody ever told him about this? Did they not know about it either? Or was it so long ago that the elves just forgot about it? It frustrates him. He remembers learning some historical facts in school and drawing the conclusion that the elves fall back into the same cycles of poverty, humility, progress, prosperity, and then corruption and arrogance. He sighs. Why will they never learn? He turns left, then right again, and then left. He turns every few minutes, and he loses count of how many turns he has taken. Not recognizing a single spot, he ventures his way through a labyrinth of narrow pathways, a network of poorly constructed pillars and rocks, with no images or colors. It feels depressing and endless. It has been hours since Visas fell down. He's getting tired. He feels it in his legs. Even though he considers himself to be in good shape, he realizes that his body, too, has limitations. As the hours go by, and he climbs, walks, and squeezes through the walls of the cavey maze, he wonders, again, if there is even an end to it. What if it goes on for miles and miles? Eventually I would just die of fatigue or starvation, he fears. All would be in vain. He sits down on a rock, discouraged and exhausted. The thought of his Solana is his only pleasure. It's as if it is unreal. She always seems out of reach, as if a happy ending would be too good to be true. Instead, he gets to see how elves and dwarves get slaughtered before his eyes, how children get locked up by perverts, and how evil creatures from the shadows attack him for no other reason than trespassing. Life, he mumbles. What a drag. His negativity surprises him. and he catches himself as he says it. Even under these dire circumstances, and with these traumatic memories, he still believes in the power of optimism, the magical force of good, and a destiny he is supposed to live up to and create for himself. He is disgusted with the fact that even he has a hard time staying positive, and he rebukes himself for it, almost apologizing to nobody in particular. Caught up in his own world, he suddenly realizes that he is not in the dark anymore. He notices a light, which is shining through one of the cracks in the wall. This might be it, he thinks enthusiastically, and he stands up, ready to move through a few more tiny spaces. Visas can vaguely see the shapes of a room he can enter to escape the madness of the maze. You see, he tells himself, still being hopeful, I knew it would lead to somewhere. It just took a while. Eventually, he reaches the room and crawls through the last narrow pathway. When he looks around him, he begins to laugh. Who knew I would find the diamond here? That fall was the best thing that happened to me. 11. Onward. The room in which Visas is standing is fairly consistent in its patterns. Several decorations can be seen at the ceiling, but nothing fancy. The room almost looks unfinished, as if someone was hurrying to get it done and hide away the diamond. Visas doesn't care, because he is too happy about finding the diamond in the first place. It just means that he is closer to his goal of stopping the orcs and rescuing his beloved girl. Still, he treads carefully. With the image of the dwarves on his mind, he doesn't trust this place. Traps could be anywhere. Unfortunately, the insidious nature of the architects has already shown to be effective that day. Step by step, he moves forward and reaches the diamond. He is about to pick up the shiny object from the pedestal on which it lies, when he suddenly remembers what occurred in the ice cave. Before he grabs it, he double-checks everything, but he finds nothing. He still doesn't trust it, but he accepts the fact that he cannot find anything suspicious. He shrugs and picks up the diamond. It is somewhat heavy, and he puts the object in his knapsack. Still, nothing. Perhaps I became overly suspicious, he concludes. He closes his knapsack and is about to walk away when he sees the wall through which he came. Hey, where's the crack? He shouts. He runs toward the wall and touches it with his hands, making an attempt to discover the entrance through which he came. It is gone. It is completely gone. What sorcery is this? He says in disgust, stepping backwards and taking a better look at it. Is this the booby trap? Visas pulls his sword and waits, keeping his eye on his surroundings. He expects any creature, any vile monster to suddenly attack him from behind. He turns around, and again, and again. Nothing. He is still alone. He waits a little longer and finally puts his sword away. Weird, he says, pondering what to do next. He glances at the ceilings, the other walls, and the wall in front of him. Yes, this is the trap, he says. This must be it. I am stuck here. I can't get out. Calmly, he analyzes each and every wall by walking up and down from one end of the room to the other. When again, he draws the conclusion that he is stuck, his patience turns into rage. Open up, he shouts at the wall. Stupid wall, this isn't fair. Visas kicks against the wall, bangs his shoulder against it, and takes pieces of rock to bash it in. He kicks and punches and pushes and yells, but the wall won't budge. No effect. The wall remains. No opening sheds light on the situation. No shimmer of hope enters the closed room. Visas sits down on the floor. He breathes heavily, taking a rest. When his breathing slows down and he regains control of his emotions, he takes the diamond out of his backpack and takes another look at it. Odd piece of junk, he says cynically. It may be valuable, but who cares? What good is having a diamond if you can't even get out of a silly room? People and their riches. I never understood it, the obsession with gold and jewels. After gaining another sense of the uselessness of this item in a closed room, he puts the diamond back into his knapsack His hand touches another piece of paper, and he pulls it out.
Oh,
He says.
duh. How could I have been so ignorant?
The piece of paper has a spell on it. Another spell that can be used once. A spell that turns out to be the answer to his problem. He remembers the words of the old wise elf mage who handed it to him and told him that he could
Teleport into another location.
he has already seen.
But if I use it now,
Visas thinks.
I will never be able to use it again.
He realizes he has a difficult time letting go of things. Why would he save it for later, if it saves his life right now? There must be something wrong with him, he thinks. Or maybe he is just too cautious, always planning ahead. He mocks his queer character.
Funny that Solana wants to put up with all of that,
he tells himself, trying to find the humor in the situation.
Sometimes I wonder what she sees in me.
Then he decides to read the spell. Ancient words of a supernatural origin appear on the paper. Where Melthor got all this stuff is a mystery to Visas.
Clever old elf,
he thinks. Then he reads,
Ki la fa, la shi rani, thi la shi thi lay.
As he reads it, it is as if his thoughts are being timed. Memories of different locations speed through his mind, revealing places he has seen and been to, but the spell requires a quick decision, and it startles him. Visas closes his eyes and picks one, not knowing how else to do it, and fearing that the spell might be a waste if he doesn't make a choice fast. Poof! He appears in the main hallway of the same ruins, the room where the dwarves had entered before they died. The room is full of tombstones and coffins, and the historic battles are displayed on the walls. Visas knows this room leads to the entrance where they first entered the ruins. Now it is only a matter of time before he can exit the edifice and wait for his friends outside. He hopes he made the right decision by teleporting to this room, and the other elves will make it out alive. He glances at the tombstones and wonders if the zombies and skeletons emerged from this hallway. It doesn't matter, though. They are far away, on the other side of the room with the broken bridge. They cannot come back. They cannot hurt him here. But then something alarming catches his eye. The giant coffin, the one that had the enormous skeleton in it, is empty. To say that Visas is becoming a little nervous is a big understatement. He steps back and pulls his sword.
No,
he says.
You're kidding me.
It dawns on him that the skeleton that seemed to be about 4 times his size has been taken, or risen, or disappeared in some other way. He fears the worst, and he feels his legs shaking when a loud thud sends a shocking vibration through the floors of the room. Visas looks behind him.
I am so dead,
he mumbles as he looks up and almost drops his sword. As he turns around, he looks into the glimmering red eyes of a gigantic skeleton. Its head almost hits the ceiling, and its hands are twice the size of Visas' head. The skeleton roars loudly at him, as a beast ready to devour its prey. Visas takes a few steps back and holds his sword in front of him. The skeleton doesn't hesitate. It swings its arm at Visas, and Visas ducks. Next, the skeleton tries to stomp on Visas, but he rolls away. Visas takes courage and storms at the creature, trying to stab it. But the giant skeleton punches him so hard that Visas flies back against the wall, hitting his head against the rocky surface and falling down on the ground. He groans. He looks up and sees the skeleton approaching him and towering over his weak little body. The skeleton is about to squash him like a bug, but Visas finds the strength to move away.
Still alive,
he thinks, panting heavily. The skeleton attacks Visas again, but Visas cuts off a bone, a finger. When the skeleton steps back and roars in agony, Visas almost assumes there is a chance he might actually defeat this undead creature. But when he sees that the finger heals within a few seconds, his mouth falls wide open.
Seriously?
He says, accusing fate of the difficulties in front of him.
How am I supposed to kill this monster?
The skeleton doesn't care about Visas' reaction, obviously, and continues to fight. Visas evades one move after another, but is still trying to figure out what he should do. Then, all of a sudden, Vises finds himself in front of a pillar. The skeleton punches, misses Vises, and causes the pillar to shake heavily.
Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Brum.
It's going to fall, Vises yells. The pillar collapses. Vises watches the ceiling for a second or two, and then notices the entire structure is about to collapse. He runs as fast as his legs can carry him, out of that cursed hallway. When he is outside, he keeps running, hoping to avoid any damage and protecting himself from the crumbling building. But he is unable to do so. A big brick from the ruins falls down on his back, dragging him to the ground. "Oof!" he exclaims. What? Vises tries to stay awake, convinced of how important it is to escape even further from their recent threat. I've got to... Too much pain. He cannot handle it. He struggles to get the giant brick off his body, but the more he exerts himself, the less energetic he feels. Slowly, but certainly, he loses it, until he is unconscious. 12. Visions of the past. She remembers it vaguely, the pounding on her head that almost knocked her out. Despite their assumption, however, she didn't black out until after they left the village. It's as if the trauma of it was so intense and gruesome that she forgot it ever happened. The shock must have been so heavy that her mind suppressed the memory, and since her head was hurting so badly, it must have been one of those moments that caused her to wonder if it actually took place, or if it was a blurry vision of what could have been there. And so it is at this moment. The blurriness makes her drift between a world of nightmares and actual disturbing recollections from the past. They take her back to that moment, the moment the orcs were fighting her boyfriend.
She comes with us. She looks like a perfect one to capture. Knock her out and we shall carry her away.
Yes, sir.
The orc's words still echo through her head, as if she is there again. Vises must have assumed that the blow on her head had knocked her out immediately. It didn't. She was fully awake. She finds herself back in that memory, as if the past has turned into the present. It all seems so real. She is there. She is back in that time frame. Bang! She relives the moment. She feels the blow on her head as she falls over. One of the giant orcs catches her before she hits the ground. He then sloppily puts her on his shoulder. She feels the bumps as he walks away, followed by the other orcs. Solana's eyes are halfway open, and her arms and hands are hanging down, occasionally swinging against his green back. Rensville is under attack. Her boyfriend tried to fight them, but for some reason he could not kill any of them. Solana still can't believe the orc just pulled his sword out of his intestines and kept fighting as if nothing had happened. What are these monstrous creatures made of? Is it true that they cannot be killed? This is insane. A penetrating sense of despair flows through her whole body as she watches Vises drop to the ground. He is not getting up. Is he dead? She wants to move, but she can't. The pain is too intense, and she feels as if she could pass out at any moment, and after some of the scenes she witnesses, she wishes that she had. The orcs are carrying her through the village. Homes are burning. Shrieks are echoing through the streets. Things seem to be moving in slow motion, making the mental agony of the accidental visuals even more distressing, with the heat of the fire coming right at her. While being on the shoulder of the said orc, she watches as several of Renville's civilians are cut in half, and others are decapitated. One woman has fallen on her knees. She has countless necklaces, bracelets, and golden jewelry all over her body. Surely this woman must be one of the richest inhabitants of Rensville, or so Solana assumes. As one of the big orcs approaches her, she begs for mercy. She receives none. Solana closes her eyes for a second or two, and when she opens them, she sees the woman bleeding to death. The horror of it all cuts through her soul like a sharp blade. She cannot bear it. The massacre. The villagers are getting slaughtered one by one, male and female, rich and poor. The orcs make no distinction. They don't care about money or status. They have no morals. Blood is squirting in the air, coming from several places and landing in tiny drops on her face, like a thick red fog. Bloodlust is the orcs' guideline, and for a reason Solana doesn't understand, they have spared her life and taken her with them. She squints her eyes as she sees a man burning to death while running from his home. The church is on fire as well, which proves again to Solana that these orcs have no consideration for anything or anyone, not even things others perceive as sacred. A battle is raging inside of her as well. She doesn't want to watch, but she knows there is no erasing these cruel displays of mayhem from her mind. And yet, at the same time, she keeps watching, hoping that some of the elves will escape their doom, or perhaps because she thinks that by looking, she may influence the situation. She hates herself for it, condemning her intentions and labeling them as mere curiosity. Help me! No! The agonizing cries of her people are excruciating and harsh. She witnesses a crawling old guy who lost his legs, only to be finished off by one of the smaller orcs. With tears in her eyes, she reaches out with one hand to a woman who tries to run away, but gets stabbed from behind by an orc with a pointy dagger. There is a man who fights the monstrous giants in vain. He stabs one orc with his sword, only to be decapitated by his own weapon after the enemy pulls it out and laughs at him. Her eyes are wide open, trying to process the revulsive image of several middle-aged she-elves being impaled on spears that the orcs have stuck into the ground. She tells herself, in her mind, that this must be what hell looks like. And her head hurts. Oh, it hurts so much. But what about her parents? Where have they gone? She knows that Visa's parents got brutally murdered in this chaotic mess, but she is unaware of her own parents' whereabouts. Nevertheless, she cannot find the strength to escape and look for them. Besides, she knows where Visas is and hopes that he is still alive. She would go back to him first if she were capable of breaking away. With these thoughts in mind, she strengthens her muscles when the big orc that is holding her, after standing still, continues to walk through the village. Again, as earlier, however, her mind reaches out to the children. Where are the children? She hasn't seen any of them during the carnage. It's as if they are all gone. Are they still in school? And are the orcs attacking the school? Solana catches herself as she thinks about it. Her love for children has been shown in the past. She has taken care of cousins, babysat random children for free, and volunteered at the school. One of her greatest wishes has always been to get married to a loving husband and to have a big family. But the disturbing scenes trouble her so much at this moment that the only emotions that beset her are fear, worry, and disgust. An awful combination of reactions to a situation nobody could anticipate or mentally prepare for. And then, as if there is no coincidence, she suddenly happens to see a child. The little elf girl in the distance has brown hair like her. Solana estimates her to be about 6 or 7 years old. The girl is running from one house to another. Solana isn't sure what she wants to do with this. It appears as if the girl is safe, hiding in the corner. However, when she focuses her eyes and looks around a little more, she notices a slobbering, drooling orc with a butcher's knife and a big axe. He is following the little girl, and he is actively searching for her. Solana can't take it anymore. No matter how much she cares about the adults in this village, she cannot stand it when innocent children are being harmed. She wishes that she had the energy when Visas was knocked out, but somehow, at this moment, she manages to free herself from the big orc's grip.
Hey!
The orc shouts as Solana runs off.
Come back here!
Get her!
Another orc says.
The boss wants a she-elf and he wants her alive!
I know,
The other replies.
but this one has a knack for escaping. Can't we just get another one?
She only escaped once, doofus. Get her back already. She's just an elf.
Fine.
In the meantime, Solana has taken a different route to the little girl's hiding place. She finds her in the shade, crying in silence and shivering with fear. It breaks her heart to see the child this way.
Come with me,
Silana whispers.
What's your name?
She asks.
Silana, just be quiet now. No time for introductions. My name is Valerie,
the girl whispers back. They're about to get up and sneak away when they hear a low, malevolent voice.
Little girl, don't be afraid. I won't hurt you.
Shh. Silana shushes.
Don't move.
Little girl, I'm just a simple orc. I may look scary, but I'm just like your daddy. I will be good to you.
The tiny brunette is shaking more intensely, and Silana puts her arms around her.
Come out, wherever you are,
the giant orc says with a smirk on his face.
Do you want to play hide and seek? Okay, we'll play. I love games. Let's see who wins.
Silana sees the orc's shadow appear close to them. She knows they cannot stay there. She is terrified herself, but she tries not to show it. As she points to the side, the little elf girl follows her to another corner. Silana glances back and watches as the gigantic orc sticks his head around the corner and looks at their previous hiding spot.
Don't move around now, he says. That's against the rules.
His steps make the ground shake, and slowly he is moving into their direction.
If you cheat, you will get punished. You don't want to be punished, do you? No cheating. You have to stay where you are.
Thud. Another thud by one of his big steps, this time closer. Silana covers her mouth after she accidentally lets out a scream in a fraction of a second. Tears are rolling down her cheeks as she shakes heavily. The orc is almost there. Silana doesn't see another way out. At any moment now, any moment, the orc will come and brutally kill the two of them.
Cheater, pumpkin eater,
the orc says, taking another step.
I am going to rip your guts out, little girl. I will spill them all over the ground, because you're a cheater, and cheaters get punished.
The orc is laughing hysterically. His shadow appears on the wall right next to them. Another step, another thud. Silana is so scared that she feels like peeing her red skirt. She isn't even looking at Valerie anymore. She doesn't even want to know how afraid this innocent child probably is. Silana closes her eyes and holds her breath, hoping that being more quiet will not give them away. She covers her head, hoping the pain of her execution will be over quickly.
Hey, Agrock! What you doing over there?
She suddenly hears another orc yell.
I'm looking for a little elf girl,
he says.
Stop wasting your time with such nonsense and help us find that she-elf.
What she-elf?
The young one. The one with the long brown hair and the headband.
What? Why?
The leader over there wants her for the sacrifice. Said she's perfect to bring to the boss.
Ugh. I was just having fun,
Argrok says, and with those words he leaves. Silana exhales. She is temporarily relieved. She looks at the kid next to her. Valerie is scrunched up against her and has her fingers in her ears. She is shaking as well, and her eyes are closed. Silana softly pulls the brunette's fingers out of her ears and looks at her. Well, Valerie, she says as she swallows, that was a close call. Let's get you to safety. Valerie nods. Thank you. You think the bad monsters will come back? They won't if they cannot find you, Silana says, but they will find you here. You have to get out of this village. I will guide you into the mountains. Silana gets up and grabs Valerie's hand. Together they sneak past the burning homes. Silana tells Valerie to close her eyes if she sees elves and orcs fighting. It's better not to see those things, she says, as she ironically realizes that she has kept her eyes open all that time. Through the back alleys of Wrensville, the two finally reach the foot of a mountain. Go up there, Silana says, and don't stop. Just keep going, okay? But what about you? The little girl asks. I must get my boyfriend. I cannot leave without him. I do not know where my parents are, but our house is on fire and I doubt that they are still there. Now go. Don't worry about me.
Okay,
Valerie says.
good luck, Solana.
Solana waves her goodbye and sneaks back into the village.
What am I doing?
She mumbles.
Why am I going back? I should just escape from this hellhole.
But she won't. She cannot fathom the thought of Visas dying, or leaving this place with the knowledge that she could have done something about it.
He would do the same for me,
she tells herself.
I know he would. He loves me. We will be together again. I cannot let this happen.
She keeps her voice down enough to not get noticed, and although she doesn't like to hear the agonizing screams from her fellow villagers, she keeps her eyes and ears wide open to make sure she will be ready if anything or anyone comes her way. She knows where she is going. She remembers where they knocked out her beloved Visas, and she won't stop until she knows he is alive and has dragged him out of the battle zone.
There she is,
She suddenly hears. Solana is startled. She was so sure about her tactic, and she was being so cautious, but she knew it was a risk.
That's the she-elf,
The orc says.
Get her!
Panting heavily, she runs around the corner and weaves through the tiny alleys of the village, trying to lose them. Her long hair and her headband wave in the wind, and as she sprints away, she gets a little annoyed by the fact that it gets in her face when she turns around certain corners. She is scared. She assumes they won't keep her alive a second time, since she didn't hear everything the orcs were saying to each other, and she still doesn't understand why they only want her to stay alive. She fears for her life, and she does whatever it takes to stay out of sight. Because the orcs are pursuing her, she keeps looking back, and she doesn't watch where she's going. Bang! She runs into the hard chest of a big orc who was standing in her way.
Where do you think you're going, elf?
The orc snickers.
You are coming with us.
Solana is on the ground, rubbing her head and trying to regain her balance.
Is this her?
The orc yells to the others.
Yeah, that's the one. Bang her on the head and make sure she doesn't wake up this time until she's tied up.
Okay.
The last thing Solana sees is a huge fist coming her way. Thud. Knockout. And that's the last thing she remembers from the raid on Rensville. She didn't even reach Visas. She doesn't know what happened to him, and she hopes with all her heart that the little girl is okay. She fears for her parents, and mourns the cruel deaths of the other villagers. She wakes up from her nightmare. She's in her cell. The vague memory she hid away has suddenly come back to her. She remembers it all. The chopped limbs, the suffering elves, the blood and gore, the sounds of dying elves, the burning homes, the terrifying hiding game from the creepy, gigantic orc. It's all there. She is hyperventilating, and she has to calm herself down. When she breathes slowly again, she says, "That's right. I will always have a scar because of what I've seen there. But at least, I think I saved one little girl that even looks little like me from undergoing the same fate. It all makes sense now. They wanted me for the ultimate sacrifice, so they took me on their boat. And then I woke up and... Yes. Wow. I totally forgot about those things. That just goes to show you how out of it I was when they tried to take me the first time." She looks around her. The dark, disgusting dungeon isn't an impressive improvement on her nightmare. The nightmare which actually is a real memory. A rat in the corner watches her as she tries to get a bit more comfortable. Her dirty clothes still smell like the sewer, and she reeks of death and decay. What a despicable place. I hope they get it over with fast. Just kill me already, stupid orcs. Is Visas even still alive? Maybe I am just giving myself false hope. Maybe I should give up trying. He could be dead now, for all I know.
Are you? Shut up in there.
She hears. She looks up and sees the same sentry from before, the repugnant fat guard with one eye and rotting teeth. He lets his club bounce on his other hand and leans over.
You will never escape again,
he says.
Just give up.
Solana ignores him. What else can he do to her? She's practically dead anyway. It's only a matter of time.
Just wait, wenches. You will suffer.
She turns around and looks the other way, not giving him the pleasure of getting attention from her. She rolls over and listens to the sentry walking away, and puts her head down on the cold floor. She keeps her eyes open, afraid to fall asleep, and to be reminded of the bloody scenes from her memory. Eventually, fighting it isn't helping anymore, and she falls asleep. 13. Swamp Terror. "Wake up, Visas! Wake up!" he hears. He slowly opens his eyes and analyzes his surroundings. Britko, Warrian, and Licinia are standing around him. Britko reaches down and invites Visas to grab his hand, so he can stand up. Visas allows Britko to help him up. He checks out the environment. The ruins are still there, but some of the rooms have collapsed. The main hallway is open, and the giant skeleton has been pulverized. "Well done, buddy," Britko says. "How did you get over here?" Visas asks. "Oh, it's simple. Not an exciting story, really. We just found our way through a few more rooms and then we saw the exit," Britko answers. "We were concerned about you, but when we heard the noises from the main hallway, we figured you could be there. By the time we arrived, however, we noticed that it had already been broken down halfway. Then we searched around for you. Good thing you survived." "Yes, but my back still hurts a little," Visas says. "Thanks for taking that boulder off my back." "No worries," Britko says. "Say, how did you get there anyway? Did those paths down there lead to the main hallway?" "No, I used a teleportation spell," Visas answers. "I had to. I found the diamond, but then I got stuck in the room. There was no way out." "You found the diamond?" Warrian asks excitedly. "Yes, I'll show you," Visas says as he pulls the diamond out of his knapsack. The others look amazed. They don't know what to say. Staring at the diamond, they realize they are one step closer to victory. The curse will be lifted, and the retrieval of this, the second diamond, makes the group of warriors a little more positive. Finally, Britko says, "2 down, 3 more to go. I'm proud of you, Visas. Maybe you are more special than you think you are." "Or it was mere luck," Visas says. "After all, I just happened to fall down there." "Yes, but for a reason," Britko insisted. "Anyway, it doesn't matter. Where do we go next?" Visas reaches inside his knapsack and pulls out the map. "This is where we need to go," Visas says, pointing at the map. "It's an old temple. To get there, we have to go through here, this way." "What's over there?" Licinia wants to know. "Well, it looks like this is a swamp, and after that, the flora and fauna change into that of a jungle. That's where we'll find the temple." "Great," Licinia complains. "Swamps. Just what I wanted. Those areas are sickening." "Shall I carry you?" Warrian asks.
"No, thank you,"
Licinia answers disdainfully.
"You wouldn't be able to anyway."
"Why a temple?" Britko asks. "I mean, what did they use it for? It makes me wonder." "Another thing I don't know," Visas admits. "Oh, I think I have a pretty good idea," Warrian says. The others are surprised by his answer. They stare at him for a second or two. "And how would you know?" Visas asks. "Spiritual or superstitious rituals in these areas often include..." "Well," Warrian begins to stutter a little. "They go, well, you know."
"No, we don't. That's why we are asking you,"
Licinia says. "I don't want to talk about it," Warrian finally says. "Let's keep going." He is the only one who walks away, not even knowing in which direction he should be heading. Visas raises his eyebrows and Britko shrugs. Apparently he is too sensitive about it. Visas folds up the map and assures Britko they will probably find out more about it later.
"What about the dwarves in the mines? Shouldn't they be informed of what happened?"
Licinia asks. "Why do you care?" Britko wants to know.
"No particular reason,"
Licinia says.
"I just think it would be best for them to hear that their men have died."
"I understand your concern," Visas says, "and I wish we had time for it, but we don't. The time is near. If we don't act fast, we will be too late. Solana will be killed and..." Visus almost gets a little emotional as he thinks about it. And then, everything will be for nothing, and we cannot allow such things to hold us back. After all, we can't save them anymore. You were the one who taught me that. Licinia sees his reasoning. She nods her head and indicates that she is ready to go. Good, Visus says. We will tell them later. All that matters now is that we get those diamonds, get the Sword of Adamus, and go to Bor Gul to rescue Solana. Britko nods as well, and 3 of them follow Warian, who happens to walk into the right direction. The journey continues. The 2nd diamond has been retrieved, the 3rd is far away, and they cannot even comprehend the dangers that lie ahead of them. Still, they press forward, with hope and courage in their hearts, with a focus never before seen in anyone in Terra's history. After a while, Visus and the others reach the swamps. The ground is becoming muddy, and the trees have creepy spikes on them. A murky, gloomy feeling comes over them as they continue to walk through the messy muds and the dark, shallow water. Nobody has to tell them that they have reached the swamps. They all sense it. There is something eerie that reaches far beyond what they can grasp. The obscure powers of the local winds are whispering soft messages in Visus' ears. They pierce through his soul as if they aren't audible, and yet they are, but only to him.
This is definitely different,
Britko remarks. Yes, but not in a good way, Licinia affirms. An awkward, spine-chilling silence breaks through the disappearing muffled noises of the crickets and mosquitoes. Whispers of the deep can be heard, but not understood by the young elven warrior. It all looks the same, Warian says, looking at the vast swamps that don't stop at the horizon. Where do you think we should go? Shh, Visus says. The others are surprised. They look at him. They are trying to hear what he hears. Visus holds up his hand to make sure nobody starts talking again. He glances at the random trees, suspicious of danger.
What? What do you hear, Visus?
Britko asks. Can't you hear that? He asks.
We can't hear anything. I don't know what you're talking about.
Visus hears them clearly, though, the voices. And as he keeps listening, they repeat the same words, getting more audible with every second.
Return.
What? Visus says. Nothing, Licinia answers. We said nothing, Visus. If you're hearing something, then it must all be in your head.
Or perhaps some evil force is targeting him because it knows how important it is that Visus continues his journey,
Britko says. Sure, Licinia says sarcastically. And they don't care about us, do they?
Maybe they do, but I wouldn't know what to do with this guy. He's led the way and saved our lives so many times. Don't forget that.
Or perhaps he's just crazy. Hey, I am right here, Visus says after a while. I'm not crazy. The voices are telling me to return. They want me to go back. Don't, Warian says. It must be a trick. I will not obey them, Visus assures him. I just want to know why they want me to return. I'm listening to find out more. Sure. But can we keep going after a little while? Yes, of course, if they have nothing else to say. It's quiet again. The silence is as loud as 1,000 noises. It's beginning to annoy the elves, but Visus insists on staying put. He listens carefully.
Return and never come back. Go home. You are not welcome here. Go back or face certain death.
Visus pulls his sword. I don't trust this, he says. I don't know what we will find in the depths of these disgusting waters, but something is wrong. Pull your weapons. The others hold their weapons ready. Something is stirring beneath the surface. They notice the ripples in the mud and the slight vibrations in the dark corners underneath the trees. Visus focuses and squints his eyes to observe every detail. He stands firm, bending his knees a little and holding the blade directly in front of him. His suspicion was accurate. The 4 heroes don't know what is happening to them when suddenly an immense swamp monster appears in front of them. The filthy creature is nothing more than a collection of brown and black mud, rocks, branches, dead plants, and bones from previous travelers. Its arms are like tree trunks. Its hands are full of sharp claws, formed by the debris of the marshy muddle. The 4 elves step back and are ready to resist its blows. When it strikes, however, it goes right through them, causing them to almost choke on the soggy clutter. Ugh! Licinia coughs. Gross. After we cross the swamp, I'm going to take a bath in the river or something. She sees Warrion smile and says, And no, you cannot come along. His smile disappears. The monster has vanished. It feels as if the swamp itself is the monster, or shapes it in some way. Visus is concerned. We cannot fight an entire swamp, he says. If we damage this thing, it will just be remade by the swamp. The place is possessed. It's alive. We need to just run through it. Run? Are you crazy? Britko says. You cannot run in a swamp. It's impossible. I can barely walk. Then move as fast as you can, at least. Follow me. We will make it. This place is not going to stop us. We've come too far already. The other elves see his point and follow Visus as he steps forward and tries to get through the moist mess. He gets stuck several times, and it feels like some parts suck in his legs. Each time one of them gets stuck, however, the others reach out their hands and pull their fellow warrior up. It's a collaboration that is inevitable for the success of their mission. I hate this, Licinia complains again. How much farther is it? Well, I can't see the jungle yet. Can you? Warrion asks. Licinia sighs as she pulls out her leg with 2 hands. It's exhausting and disgusting. Visus is determined. He fights through the exertion and hopes with all his heart that the monster won't show up again. But it does. Contrary to their wishes, the monster reappears in front of them, this time 3 times bigger. It's looking directly into Visus' eyes. Visus stares back and notices the green, glimmering eyes in this evil creature from the deep. Watch out! Britko yells as the monster lets itself fall onto the warriors. Just like last time, the warriors come out of the mess, coughing and spitting out that filthy dirt. But Visus is gone. Visus? Britko asks. Visus, where are you? The young elven warrior has been sucked into the swampy mud completely. His head is spinning. He wakes up in a realm he cannot identify, as if it is a dream. In front of his eyes he sees the monster, but they are both floating in the air. The area is black, and the only thing he can see is the atrocious shape with the green eyes, lighting up the environment. I told you to return, the monster says in an eerie voice. Why didn't you listen? Because we have a goal, a mission. We will save Terra. We must go on. I won't listen to you. It's pointless and hopeless. Give up now. You cannot save them. Go to Crystal City and lead a comfortable life until the orcs finish you and your kind off. The future has been set in stone. Do you really think you can change what lies ahead? I believe in the power of choice, Visus argues. We determine our own destiny. No. What will happen will happen. It has always been like that. You cannot alter the alignment of the stars, the sequence of the universe's decisions. If you believe otherwise, then you are a fool. Why are you trying to convince me of this? Visus asks. Why don't you think I can succeed? You are just a little boy, a young elf with lots of courage and no brain. You don't know what you are doing. I am connected to Terra. This whole world is ancient, and it has shown me your potential. You are useless, and you will fail. But hey, don't believe me. I have all the evidence in the world. Look. The conversation ends. The swamp shows a vision. Visus is astonished. Somehow this swamp is capable of presenting him with his own memories, but they aren't the joyous kind. Each and every failure in Visus' life is portrayed in great detail. It feels real when he sees it. A young boy emerges. It's Visus. He tries to sell a few swords his father has given him. They are in Rensville, and his dad is with him. Passengers give no heed. They are shaking their heads, or ignoring the little boy. The answer remains the same. Nobody is interested. Madam, I am sure your husband would want to defend you with this beautiful sharp sword. Leave me alone, stupid kid, I'm busy, the old lady replies. Visus glances at his dad, who is only smiling and encouraging him.
You can do it, son. Just stay patient. We really need to sell a sword today. I know we've been doing well in the past, but these are difficult times. If we don't sell one, we'll go to bed hungry. Just do your best. I'm doing my part on this end here. Hey, sir, would you like to buy a fine blade? Look at this one. Being in the same business with his father has given Visas some good memories, but he remembers vividly what happens in this one. He keeps watching, lamenting the outcome he already knows. The end of the memory discloses the result. The end of the day is near. It is late. Each sword is in the same spot, on the same table. His dad hasn't sold anything, and neither is he. Mean comments and sneering snobs summarize the entire afternoon. He hasn't received a single friendly gesture. The demand for swords is low, and it isn't working in their favor. His dad admitted that morning that he made a mistake by investing in swords, and that he wishes he had bought some other things to sell. It's too late now, however, and they will have to face Visas' mother without a single piece of bronze or silver.
I hate this. Visas says. This is useless.
The young boy kicks against the table and throws the swords on the ground. His father begs him to come back, but he is long gone. Visas sits against the wall of one of the elven homes and crosses his arms. He is so angry. Why won't anybody buy a sword? They look nice. There's nothing wrong with them. People are just stupid. Before he can come up with some other offended thoughts, he suddenly hears footsteps. It's okay, boy, his father says. It's okay. We still have a small piece of bread in the house. We will eat that.
I couldn't do it, Dad, Visas cries. I couldn't sell a sword. I failed.
It's okay. It's not that easy. You can't always do everything you want. Some things are just impossible in life. But if you keep believing in yourself, you will accomplish more than what you ever thought was possible. Do you understand? The little Visas nods. Time stops. It fasts forward. The same village, a different time frame. Visas is a teenager. He's already 12 years old. It hurts to see this memory, since Visas has tried to process it without feeling miserable all the time. The sorrow, it overwhelms him. His mind almost sinks into a depression by thinking about it. His name was Arwen. He was a shy elvish boy, an introvert who didn't belong into the cliques in the school for teenagers. Visas remembers that he was a little strange anyway. He is back there, the moment it all began. He is standing, as it were, in the past. School is over. The various elves return to their homes. Before they do, they talk, tease, run around, flirt, argue, and bully. And that is the problem. Arwen walks out of the school building. He turns around when someone taps him on the shoulder. Behind him, there are 3 boys who are a head taller. They don't seem to have good intentions, and Arwen already feels threatened.
Hey, elf with the ugly face. Yes, I'm talking to you. What did you do now to deserve a beating? A beating? I didn't get a beating. What are you talking about?
Arwen asks.
Oh, you didn't get one yet? Well, we'll arrange that then. What? Why? Why do you guys always pick on me?
Because you're a snotty dork, another boy says.
No, I'm not. Leave me alone.
Arwen runs away, not saying another word.
Hey, come back, dork,
one of the boys yells. As quickly as they can, they follow the poor Arwen into the woods.
Go away. Leave me alone,
Arwen keeps yelling. You're so stupid you can't even outrun us, one of the boys shouts back. Eventually they catch up and start beating him up. He lies down in the dirt, defenseless, trying to cover his head and taking all the kicks and blows from the bullies from the school. He cries, which causes them to laugh at him. Eventually they get bored and walk away. What a wimp, one of them says as he pats one of his friends on the back. Visas arrives at the scene. He saw that Arwen had run away, but he didn't pursue him like the boys did. And when he sees his classmate lie down on the ground like that, he feels guilty that he hasn't. Perhaps if he had, he could have stopped it from happening. Are you okay? Visas asks.
Okay? I'm not okay. Do I look okay? I have bruises all over my body, and I'm too weak to stand up for myself.
I'll help you next time,
Visas says. I don't need any help. I am worthless, the young teenager says. Just get out of here. No, I can help you against those bullies. It's not fair how they are treating you. Why don't you go to the teachers? And do what, be a snitch? They won't help. They cannot stop this. Those boys will just beat me up more if they hear that I told my teachers about it. It will just get worse if I tell on them. Besides, it would show, again, that I am too weak to defend myself. But that is why I'll help you. Listen, Visas, I appreciate your help, but just don't tell anyone about this. I don't deserve it, and it won't change the situation. Visas is disappointed. He's trying to be a savior, a mediator, someone who helps those in need, but he is speechless. He doesn't know how to stop this problem either. Confronting the bullies probably won't help much either. They would just team up against him, and he doesn't want to tell the teachers about this. He kind of believes Arwen when he says it would only make it worse. Discouraged, he goes home. He keeps it to himself, not seeing the dire need for interference. He tells his parents about it, and they listen carefully, like all adults would, and suggest to tell the teachers about it. How long has this been going on? Visas' mother asks. I don't know. I think it's been going on for a while now, but I just barely noticed it. He takes it as if he deserves it. I think he's got a serious problem. His self-esteem is so low that he becomes a target. It's like the bullies sense it. They smell it when they can pick on someone. Sadly, that's often what happens. His mother agrees. That night, the young teenage elf Visas cannot sleep. He has a hard time with accepting injustices like this. Like doing a puzzle, he stays awake to figure out the best solution for the dilemma. The next day, he concludes it would be a good idea to visit Arwen. He knows where he lives. It's not far from his house. After walking over there, he knocks on the door. The parents are not home. The silence is spooky. It feels like something is terribly wrong, but to Visas, feelings of intuition don't make that much sense. They simply exist, and he doesn't always know whether or not he should take action when his gut is telling him to be aware of possible danger. This time, his young mind can't put his finger on the auras in the air either. It's just wrong. He walks around the house and notices that several ravens are flying into the window of the upper floor. Odd, Visas mumbles. He hates ravens. Those big black birds are often the first ones to sense it when death is around, or the first ones to predict it as some sort of bad omen. Visas folds his arms and tilts his head. More ravens are flying into the upper window. What the? Where are all these stupid birds coming from? He asks himself out loud. Then he decides he can't wait any longer. He needs to know what those predators are after. He walks back to the front door and opens the door. Is anyone home? He shouts, just to check again. No answer. Visas walks through the living room, heads to the stairs, and goes to the second floor. Shoo! Shoo! He shouts as he waves his arms and chases the black birds back through the window. And then he sees it. He discovers what they were after. The shock hits him. The image becomes a traumatic print on his vulnerable little mind. He covers his mouth to keep himself from screaming with anguish. Arwen is hanging on a noose. The stool underneath his feet got kicked away, and he has been dead for a little while, or so it seems. Visas can hardly believe what he is seeing. Did someone kill him? Did those bullies do this? At first he denies that it's real. No, 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 Visas utters. But then it all makes sense to him. The boy's low self-esteem and all the bullying and beatings had finally gotten to him. His sense of self-worth had hit rock bottom, and as a consequence, he had taken his own life. It is the first time Visas got confronted with death like this. A suicide, something that would never be erased from his memory. Feelings of anger towards the bullies, sadness because of the loss of this valuable kid, and guilt that he hasn't done more to prevent it beset him. He didn't know it could go so far. If only he had known about this, he would have stayed with Arwen to make sure he would consider finding better solutions than this. The vision blurs and turns into another moment. The moment Visas' parents got killed. He sees it again, the very second he walked into the room of his home. It's as if he is there again. The guilt, the shame. Had he only known about this, he wouldn't have left the village in the first place. He is back in that room,
the room where his parents are bathing in their own blood. It hits him hard. It hits him like it did when he was really there. His parents had always been good to him, and now they are gone. While he was kissing his girlfriend in a romantic spot overlooking the village, orcs snuck up into his house and slaughtered his parents. How come he didn't see this coming? Where was the hunch that should have told him that his parents were in danger? Vises curses the orcs who took 2 innocent lives, and curses himself for having fun while it happened. He feels the frustration of failure to prevent this tragedy as well, and curses himself for caring more about his own failure than about how his parents must have felt. How could he be so selfish? How could he be so apathetic? And Solana, they took her, and he let them. He couldn't protect her either. He was powerless when a giant orc threw her on his shoulder, and now, because he couldn't prevent it, she will be sacrificed. She will be the one who will make the orcs eternally invincible. The truth hurts, and for this reason too, Vises abhors his incompetence. Why didn't he just take her back to the mountains in time? Suddenly, the vision closes, and the images are gone. Vises is stunned. He feels hysterical because of these accumulations of his own flaws. The swamp monster reappears in the space he is floating in and tells him,
"After seeing these depressing scenes, will you still persist you stand a chance? You failed so many times in life. You couldn't succeed. You couldn't protect anyone. Resistance to your true nature is futile. You will lose no matter what you do. What is your answer to this, Vises?"
"You saying I won't succeed?" Vises asks.
"That is exactly how it is. It's the truth. Nothing more."
"Well," Vises thinks for a moment. It is dead silent. His mind is processing everything around him. Then suddenly, with a will stronger than the steel of his blade, he grabs his sword. In an instant, he stabs the monster between the eyes and yells, "But at least I will die trying!" Ah! The monster roars loudly, and the black area around Vises begins to shake. Vises cannot deal with the shuddering air anymore, and closes his eyes, hoping he will stay alive. The swamp spits out the hero warrior, and Vises is launched several feet above the ground. He falls back down on a rock and groans. "Vises!" Britko says as he runs toward the young elf. "Are you okay?" Vises opens his eyes. "I don't think the swamp is going to bother us anymore, guys. Let's just move on and not worry about it." "You're a tough one, my friend," Britko says. "I'm impressed, yet again, and I don't say that often." 14. Jungle Fever. When the 4 elves reach the end of the swamp, a thick jungle with numerous trees awaits them. They stand still for some time to rest. Wardian is leaning on his gigantic sword, and the others are sitting down on a few tree stumps that conveniently encircle an open spot on the ground. "Are we ready?" Vises asks after a while.
"Where do we start?" Wardian asks. "Look at this. You can't even see where you're going. Do you think you can find your way through these plants? It'll take hours and hours to cut through them, and then we won't even know if we're headed into the right direction." "Let's go straight, and then perhaps we will find a point with a view on the valley. There has got to be something around here." "After you," Wardian says.
Vises nods. He draws his sword and cuts down the first jungle plant. He cuts down another and another. The pieces of the plants and the ferns fly everywhere. The other elf heroes have taken their weapons as well and are chopping down the forestry flora in front of them. Wardian was right. It is taking a long time. They are getting fatigued, and their patience is slowly decreasing. "Watch out!" Britko says after a few hours. "See that flowery plant over there? That's a man-eating plant. Don't even step within the distance of 5 or more feet. I've dealt with plenty of these when I was younger." "When you were younger?" Licinia teases. "How old are you again, Britko?" "Oh, never mind," he says with a smirk on his face. He rolls his eyes and slashes another plant in half. "There," Vises says after some time. "See that? It's a rock. I can climb up there and see where to go next. I told you there would be something." "Well, Mr. Positive," Licinia says, "we'll see you in a minute then, won't we? It looks like quite the climb." "It will be a piece of cake," Vises says as he shrugs. "Easy. Watch me."
He slits the middle of another small jungle tree and coughs. Ugh, mosquitoes. I didn't know there was a nest there. Otherwise, I would have walked around this one. Watch out! Britko shouts. He waves around him, twirling on one foot to swat the mosquitoes away. They are bugs, Licinia says. What are you going to do? Stab them to death? I just hope they are harmless, Visas says. I've heard stories. He chops down another tree and reaches the foot of the rock. Putting his sword down, he begins to climb. It looks somewhat steep at first, but once he gets going, he finds it to be rather simple indeed. He reaches the top within minutes, and when he does, he stands up, having a good view on the entire jungle. I know where we should go, Visas shouts down. There is a river over there. The river flows down into a waterfall on the other side over there. Then, across from the river, I see a... Wait, is that an orchard or something? Wow, interesting. Behind the orchard, we will find the temple. I see the tip emerging from the treetops in the distance.
Nice job, Warrior shouts back. Lead the way, Visas.
The young elf climbs down and draws it out with a stick in the mud. The others nod as Visas explains what he just saw from the top of the rock. Suddenly, he shivers and says, Are you guys cold, too? The three warriors look surprised. It's boiling in here, are you nuts? Britko asks. I'm freezing, Visas says. I don't know what's going on, but I am really cold. Don't you think it's even a little chilly?
Visas, this is a tropical climate, Warrior says. Look at us. We are all sweating. It's moist, it's hot. There must be something wrong with you.
Don't tell me it's the jungle speaking to you, Licinia says mockingly. I mean, talking swamps is one thing, but a jungle?
No, I think he must have some tropical disease, like dengue fever or something, Britko says. Daytime mosquitoes carry that disease around. One of those stupid bugs that flew up must have bitten him. Visas almost faints. He sits down on the muddy ground. Great, he says. That is going to be a holdup. It depends how bad it is, Britko says. Some last for days while others are over just like that. I need something warm, Visas says. I'm dying here. Please help me. I'm freezing. Britko reaches inside Visas' knapsack and takes out a blanket. He puts it on Visas' body and sits down next to him. The most important thing is to stay hydrated, he teaches. You have to drink a lot of water. And how do I do that? The jungle is full of water, but most of the water here carries all kinds of bacteria and poisonous diseases. It would just make me worse.
I know how. Just leave it to me, Warrior says.
What do you know about clean drinking water?
Licinia asks, laughingly, crossing her arms.
I learned a thing or two when I was young, Warrior says. Follow me and I'll show you.
Warrior and Licinia disappear. They cut down another path and swear they will be back soon. Britko puts his arm on Visas. Just take it easy, he says. Don't panic. Don't stress out. I'm sure it'll be over fast. Later that day, Licinia and Warrior return and let Visas drink out of a flask. It's clean drinking water Warrior has purified with the process of using leaves and other small resources. Visas remains sick. He vomits each time he eats, and his body becomes incredibly weak. For days, his vulnerable state stays the same. The jungle fever devours his energy as a ravenous wolf devours its prey. Hallucinations haunt his mind. He sees the girl of his dreams. She is being forced by orcs to climb the stairs to the altar, where they will sacrifice her. She looks dirty and frail, with no glimmer of hope in her eyes. As she drags her body to the top, the hundreds of orcs scream with joy. They know the curse is about to become eternal, and Solana is the one they use to solidify this. The poor girl puts her head on the sacrificial altar and closes her eyes. The orcs cheer. The muscled green executioner wears the frightening mask of an orc skull. He leans on his axe and laughs. Then he lifts his weapon up. The sun hits the shiny blade of the massive cleaver with a scornful, scouring physical light contrasting the darkness in their hearts. The axe is coming down to separate her head from her body when... No! Visas yells as he wakes up. He looks around him and notices that he is still in the jungle with his friends. Loyal to this determined, traumatized elf, they are still sitting down in the same spot.
Calm down, boy, Britko says. It was a nightmare, nothing more. Visas is breathing heavily. Why are these visions terrorizing his mental cognizance? Would he not be sufficiently motivated without them? As he begins to calm down, he suddenly feels a lot better. He concludes that the disease is over and tells the other elves to get up and continue their voyage. Are you certain you are ready to keep going yet? Britko asks. You are awfully sick. Give me something to eat, Visas commands. I am fine. We will go to the river and cross it. Then we will venture through the orchard and reach the temple. Let's go. After a small bite to eat, the four of them move into the direction of the river. Several hours later, they reach the riverbed.
Whoa, that does look like a beautiful spot, Visas,
Licinia admits. Across from the river, the elves are staring at a stunning orchard, with pink flowers and blossoms on every tree. The ground, too, varies between lush green grass, purple flowers, and yellow plants and flora.
Let's cross,
Licinia says as she looks at the sky and realizes it is getting dark.
I can't wait to spend the night there.
As long as it's shallow enough, Visas agrees. Warrian, however, isn't so sure. He hesitates. I don't know if it's that simple, he says. It never is.
Oh, don't be so skittish,
Licinia admonishes him as she begins to wade the river. Warrian draws his sword. He carefully treads the water as well, but he stays alert. The others patiently wait to see what happens. They aren't in a hurry like the anxious young woman in front of them. Hey, Warrian yells as he suddenly sees the danger coming from beneath the surface. Splash! Shock! With one agile move, he stabs a huge crocodile attempting to put its teeth into the attractive she-elf. His blade penetrates the predator's head in an instant, and as the large reptile's blood mixes with the crystal-clear water, the saved female steps back and falls backwards. Warrian pushes his gigantic sword deeper into the crocodile's head, making sure the threat is gone and the animal is dead. He turns his blade one more time and then looks at Licinia, who is still lying on her back in the shallow river water.
Show off,
she says with a smile. Come on, Warrian says. Let me hear it. I need to hear it. She rolls her eyes and finally thanks him.
Okay, you saved my life. I appreciate that,
she says.
Now can we move on?
The elves check for more crocodiles and eventually cross the river. They walk for a while and then crash down in the tall grass. The flower petals float up as they fall into the beautiful area nature has provided.
Ah, this will be one of the best nights we've had so far,
Licinia says.
Good night, guys.
15. Nymphomania. The spot where they decided to rest is tranquil and offers everything a person wants after a long day of journeying. Without a worry, the four elves lie down, not even considering taking turns to stand watch for possible threats. They conk out one by one, and the dreams they have are those of walking on clouds. Scents and soft sounds of fluttering butterflies and chirping birds accompany their comfortable experience. Then a sound, a light mumbling, singing, or humming. None of the warriors pay much attention to it. With one eye half open, Visas detects the oncoming rustling of the leaves and the rushing gushes of cool summer breeze. He thinks nothing of it, and he goes back to sleep. A voice is heard, a subtle expression of tenderness and concern, or so it seems. As the voice becomes louder and draws closer, it transcends its previous audibility. He opens his eyes and is startled. Guys, wake up, he whispers. The other elves wake up immediately. Britko grabs his weapon, and Licinia stands up straight.
What is going on?
She asks. Around the four elven warriors there are dozens of forest nymphs. They look similar to regular elves, but the leaves and branches circle around them in a mysterious way. Their skins are pure and beautiful. The smoothness contains specks of poison green, and their movements flow on the rhythm of their soft singing sounds. Moreover, they are scantily dressed, revealing uncovered parts of their striking female curves and swinging their hips seductively to draw the warriors' eyes to the steps they take. Whoa, Britko says. Talk about the definition of beauty. It's hard not to look, Warrian admits. I've heard of forest nymphs before, but I didn't know they looked this good. Licinia rolls her eyes, something she's been doing a lot on this journey.
Please, she comments. They all look the same. They're not that attractive.
Britko glances at her and says, "You're just jealous." "Pfft," Licinia says.
Whatever.
"They are signaling us to come with them," Warrion says. "Should we go?"
I think we should. How could such beautiful creatures have evil intents?
Britko agrees. "They will probably take us to the temple. What do you think, Visus?"
Visus isn't sure, but he doesn't trust it.
"Maybe," he mumbles. "I don't know what to think of it." A nymph walks towards Visus. Her green skirt waves in the wind, exposing her upper hips and thighs. Visus catches himself staring at her naked stomach area and the cleavage above the tiny top she is wearing, realizing that, despite his loyalty to his beloved girlfriend, his mind moves along with his eyes like that of a typical, average male. The enticing power of these temptresses impresses him, and he almost feels as if he gets sucked into the dreamy moment that instantly causes him to forget his mission. He shakes his head, snaps out of it, and reminds himself of what needs to be done. But then he looks at the other elves. The irresistible forest nymphs have taken Warrion and Britko by the hand and are leading them away. And Licinia? Where did Licinia go? She's gone. "Huh?" Visus utters. "What is happening here?" The enchanting nymph with her sensual figure is really close to Visus now. Her face is only a few inches away from his, and she moves forward to kiss him. As the other nymphs are still humming and singing an enigmatic song, Visus closes his eyes and gives in. His lips are sensitive. He can feel some sort of erotic, fake romantic feeling rush through his body when suddenly, "Solana," he says, stepping back. "I must rescue Solana. I have nothing to do with you." His soul is rested by the assurance that he stayed true to his love, and he sighs when he understands that he barely escaped an erroneous reaction to these beguiling creatures. But what happens next scares him. The nymph stares at him with a gaze that pierces through his mind and creeps into his thoughts. It is as if he is being hypnotized by the mesmerizing forces of this magical, siren-like female and the alluring echoes of their voices. "This is not right," Visus says, stepping back. He senses how the invisible atmosphere is trying to take control of his free will, and he immediately begins to think of possible escape routes. The other elves are out of sight. Visus recognizes the necessity of getting a grip on reality first, before he can aid the others in fleeing the same powers he is struggling with. He remembers, suddenly, what could be his salvation. "The powder," he says. "Resistance to hypnosis. Melthor gave me the power in the tiny pouch to inhale when coming across those who might manipulate my mind." Visus reaches inside his knapsack and finds the said pouch. He opens it, puts it under his nose, breathes in deeply, and feels an instantaneous awakening of his intellect. Wondering how long the effect will last, he doesn't waver and takes action, evading the nymphs near him and running away to find his friends. "Britko, Warrion, Licinia, where are you?" Panting heavily, Visus panics a little. He cannot even fathom what could happen. The danger his fellow fighters are in. He has perceived the malicious thoughts of these forest nymphs, and the chance of the others being dead already crossed his mind several times. "Where are you guys?" No response. No answer to his desperate plea. Visus decides to keep running. He doesn't care in which direction, as long as he is on the move. The beautiful orchard forms a somewhat cynical setting for the ominous outcome of this little misadventure they are in. Visus sees movement in the distance. He moves closer. "Visus!" It's Licinia. "Get me out of here. The others are spellbound. Their senses are numbed. I tried to get them away from these nymphs, but I got constrained." Visus hurries to the female elf and cuts down the lianas with which the nymphs tied her up. As he gives her a hand, she points to the right and says, "They went that way. It's like they're zombies or something. Ugh, men. Why are they always the same? A pretty face, a curvy figure. What's the big deal?" "It's not just that," Visus says. "These nymphs have supernatural powers within them. It is as if they can somehow control a man's mind. I've experienced it myself, but I was lucky enough to think of the powder Melthor has given me." Licinia raises her eyebrows and says,
If that powder makes you invulnerable to hypnotism, we must take it to Britko and Warrion immediately. I don't know what those forest nymphs are up to, but it can't be good.
You're right. Let's go. The duo sprints into the direction where Licinia saw the others go. When they approach the poor captivated souls, they notice the forest nymphs are leading them to a canyon on the brink of the flowery orchard. They are walking straight into their grave, Visus exclaims. We've got to stop them. Visus and Licinia run towards the two elven males. Britko! Warrion! Wake up! You're being controlled! Visus yells. Pointless. The two keep walking as if they cannot even hear or see their friends. Visus draws his sword and tries to attack the forest nymph in front of Britko. He swings his blade at the insidious woman and steps back after a failed attempt. Unbelievable, he says. They are like ghosts. My sword went right through her. She's ignoring me completely. I guess we'll have to do it the hard way, Licinia says, and she knocks Britko over. Oof! Britko falls to the ground, but then he gets up, pushes Licinia to the side, and keeps walking towards the steep canyon in front of him. Here, let's use this. That was the plan after all, Visus says as he takes the powder from the pouch and lets Britko sniff it. The giant elf inhales the dust and moves his nostrils around. It seems to be working, although the effect isn't as fast as Visus hoped for. He glances at Warrion, who is out of his reach and very close to the edge of the canyon. Licinia, do something, Visus says, still trying to make Britko breathe in the rest of the magical powder. Fine, Licinia says. I will regret this later, but I will do what I have to do. Warrion is being pulled forward by the ghostly hand of the flirtatious forest nymph. Licinia takes a few big steps into his direction, stands in front of him, sighs, and kisses him on the mouth. Whoa, Visus says. I didn't see that coming, Britko says after a full awakening and dumbfounded at the sight of Licinia's elaborate kissing movements. Warrion snaps out of it as well. What just happened? He asks. Licinia walks away and mumbles, Oh, nothing. The forest nymphs disappear. Their control over the four elves has ceased. Visus checks the environment one more time before allowing himself to be off guard. Britko snickers. Awkward. What? What is awkward? Warrion asks. Licinia just kissed you, Visus explained dryly, but I'm certain it didn't mean anything, since she was only trying to rescue you from those forest nymphs. Warrion looks at Licinia, who is trying to avoid eye contact. Is this true? Warrion asks. At first, she doesn't answer him. Then she rapidly turns her head and clarifies. Yes, sure. I did that. I just didn't want you to die. That's all. Don't look into it too much. Britko chuckles again. Visus smirks. It is rather funny indeed. The mind games these two have been playing. I'm glad you remembered that powder Melthor gave you, Britko says. Those nymphs were gorgeous, but they sure had some ruthless plans for us. I still can't believe I fell for it, Warrion says. It's not your fault, Visus assures him. They had hypnotic powers. There was nothing you could do against that. Stop beating yourself and let's move on. I think the tip of that building over there is part of the temple. It sure looks like it, Warrion agrees. Yes, that must be the temple. I know what they look like, and I am not eager to enter another one, but, oh well, I'll tag along. The four of them continue their journey, and soon find themselves standing in front of the impressive edifice. To be continued.